Alright, so, last time we opened with the newly formed squad training together, doing firearm training. Most of the team was doing fairly well with the exceptions of Carter and Ricky. While the rest of the squad kind of conversed amongst themselves, Memory Ann made sure to help the two of them, especially Carter. This included shattering a target dummy and having him clean up the bits of it. And it was made pretty clear that she's somewhat jealous of Hazel. But after that, we flashed to a certain trio in the woods putting on a radio broadcast with someone called Mother Goodash. While putting on said broadcast with her, they were caught in the act by Scar Freetooth. After a discussion, some yelling about Carter and the other kids, and some bargaining, they agreed to join up along with some other allies and form a group to fix the issues that the Rainfall children had caused. Back at the Headhunter base, we saw the kids moving amongst themselves and conversing. Memory Ann telling Carter that she's going to take the girls, out to a place called St. Buck's before handing him the cup and walking away, while Soul gave Colt a favorite snack with the help of Ozzy. Meanwhile, on Gateway, a new pilot comes to the Triple office to get cleared. Her name's Lazuli Rainfall. That was written wrong. Lazuli Rainfall. And after a brief discussion, there was taken down to the Headhunter base to meet the squad. There was some awkwardness before the girls took her off to the other room and planned to take her with to get St. Buck's. Meanwhile, at the ODM Academy, there were some discussions going on before Hunk, Davine, and Suletta watched Mama Lynn walk up and had the misfortune of being terracked. Hunk didn't take it well, even breaking some things and storming away before being calmed down by his lovely wife. Back at the Headhunter base, the girls were stopped before they could leave by one Tommy Wiseau. He introduced them and the boys to his brother Yuri, and decided he would take the kids all to the city, on his dime, his treat. We flashed then to Ash and his ranger squad doing guard duty on a frontier planet. It was a pretty quiet day before shots rang out and they went to investigate. They found a woman shooting wildly before she was pulled out of her cover and knocked unconscious by a bounty hunter in extremely advanced armor, wielding an even more powerful laser rifle. He also seemed to know who Ash was. Unable to fight someone like this, Ash let him go with the woman and decided to report this to Sasha. In the city, the kids all went their separate ways with Tommy. Tommy had both Yuri and Ricky work as his little helpers, trying to get the kids together, with varying degrees of success. Once inside St. Buck's, more nice conversations were had, and some nice, somewhat cute moments with some of the couples before they all left and headed to the mall, where there was a bit more meddling with a lot more success this time, although some people in the squad came to notice that Tommy had taken a liking to Ricky, some of them even jokingly calling him Wiseau Jr. Meanwhile, Ash reported what he had seen to Sasha, Icy, and Julius. They found that the hunter's body and voice had been censored on helmet footage, and on top of that, a Helion-class vessel, a relic from long ago that was thought to not exist anymore, was spotted near a colony called Arafu. With not much else they could go on, they decided to have towns look while each of them looked for more information. At the beach house, Pequod was not doing well, with multiple people comforting her, and all of the elder Rainfalls talking about the issues they're having with their children. Finally, we returned to Woodbury. While there, Suletta appeared and talked with Elizabeth, before slapping her across the face, even drawing blood. Very emotionally, she told her that she'll be a grown-up when she can tell her why she did that. Filled with emotion, she walked away as quick as she could before some of the other kids had nice moments with each other, and we ended off with Carter and Memory Ann talking together and just having a good time. And I believe that is it.
All right, so it's week to week. It's next Friday. We start off in a very old portion of the bunker complex built under the tip of a continent that is Rainfall Lane. A sequestered away portion of the bunker that time and most of Reaper's squad have forgotten about because there's literally nothing there. In this bunker resides Fledwick, Mother Goodash, Scar, Krellin, Samuel, the tracks. As Tommy comes up, sets down a hammer or mallet right next to Fudwick. As Fudwick's fixing his chessboard, putting all the pieces, putting the final pawn down. Tommy, okay, Fudwick, here your mallet. All right, now you bang it and you say, "This is the official first meeting of Fairy Tale, whatever the fuck we are called. Go." And he comes and sits down here.
Grabs a mallet, slams it down twice. Here, so begins the first meeting. The Fairy Tale 8. Our mission once were before a certain fissure was created by, as Scar has put in the notes here, that widow bitch Carter.
Scar clapping.
Frederick nods at him. So, there are a few things that we must talk about in this meeting. First of all, I have our first target. Our sweet widow Elizabeth, and he pushes a pawn forward.
Elizabeth, you say?
Frederick nods. Elizabeth. The easiest one to, how should I put this white way? Manipulate. I'm not going to put it white way. She will be handled by our sweet Twax here. He gestures over to Mama Lan and Zap as he takes one of the white knights and puts it forward so it would be able to take the pawn that he just put forward. I believe Mama Wan can handle this one.
I can get that done for you, Frederick. I'll make her favorite ice cream sundae and pay her a visit.
He nods. Before you pay her a visit, make it seem like this is Julius's and Icy's idea, yes? Make them believe they're in control.
It will be done, Frederick. They done already asked me to come down and have a talk with Elizabeth, so they playing right into our hand.
Good. Very, very good. He nods to himself. And one more thing when it comes to Elizabeth. I believe the easiest method to get her where we want her, to get her captured, if you will, he gestures to his chessboard, is to tell her that Hunk and Davine are getting divorced because of her.
Whoa. Isn't that a little extreme? I mean, Scar putting his hand up. We don't even know why she joined the military. Tommy, she joined to make friends. What the fuck?
Frederick looks up at Scar. What is the easiest way to get her to call her parents at this moment?
That little bitch! Hold up! That little bitch joined the military to make friends?
Frederick nods. Yes, she did.
What can I say? She's not that bright sometimes. Tommy shrugs.
Frederick nods. One might call her naive, very naive.
Well, I will prey upon that naivety.
Good, very good, Mama Wan. As I would suspect you would. He stands up from his chair, walks over to the power loader, and it starts to inspect it. Is this beautiful piece of mechanic work complete, might I ask?
Yep, it's all ready to go. The Anti-Carter 9000, I'm calling it. Mr. Wiseau is gonna help get it into Woodbury today. Tommy looking over at the power loader. Yes, that's right. We'll use new tool Ricky to help move it with Yori.
Very good, very good. He turns around and looks at Tommy. And this Wiki, he can be trusted?
Oh, yes, I think so. He is a good boy. A little naive, kind of weird, but good boy. Nothing like his father. In fact, hate his father. Tommy see a little bit of young Tommy and Ricky. I try to help him. Don't worry about it.
Very good. He claps his hands together and wrings them a bit. Very good. He looks at the power loader. We should get it to Woodbury Toot Sweet. Begin the mind games with Carter. We cannot force him too quickly as we can, Elizabeth, but we can begin now. As he looks across everyone. There's one more thing that I feel I should bring up.
Well, Jesus Christ, I don't know what he wanted to bring up, but he DC'd.
Yeah, he did. Give me a second. I'm seeing what's going on. God. All right. Uh. Newly?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Banksy?
Yeah. Now I can, yeah.
I'm sorry about that. My Discord's been fucking up.
Nee.
What was the last thing you heard?
Frederick, you said one last thing?
One last thing. We have the issue of Mr. Julius Wainfall. He pushes forward a bishop, and he takes out a picture of Julius and Memory Ann. One of Memory Ann's largest issues is that of her relationship with Julius. He puts it back down on. He puts the picture down onto the table. So, after all is said and done with Elizabeth, he looks over at Zap. To whack Julius. Get him to apologize and tell Memory Ann how much he truly loves her. Understood, Mr. Tawak?
Child's play, Frederick. As he takes the photo, smiling at it.
Frederick nods. Very good. I would expect nothing less. He sits down. Oh, and give him a sweet tweet, as you usually do when you Tawak someone. I find it funny.
I'll make him his favorite type of strawberry milkshake.
Very good. He looks across everyone else. Is there anything anyone wants to bring to my attention?
Negative. I just want to get that power loader in town ASAP. He looks at Tommy. Tommy, it will be done, don't worry. The boys are up on Gateway. I think Colt invite them to see Dolphin, something like that. Tommy, go see them.
Frederick nods and strokes his chin. Very good, very good. Well, I believe that is everything I have on my docket. He looks across everyone. We all know what we have to do. Dismissed.
Scar clapping very loudly and hard as the tracks chuckle to themselves and flashing up here on Gateway. Colt's leading all the guys down a hallway. First time on Gateway for all of them. Except Colt.
So this is Gateway, huh?
Yeah! Yeah, this is, well, this is part of Ring 7, yeah.
Alright, so what ring do do your parents work on?
8.
So we're not gonna get in trouble for being down here.
Oh. As he pulls out a key card that looks like it's specially made for this door and puts it in. I don't know about that. And the door opens. He holds the door for you guys.
Alright. He'll walk in.
Ricky Condom!
Yuri! Hey man, it's good to see you.
As you walk in and you're greeted by Uncle Yuri, you notice there's a pool of water here. Looks very deep. You can't see to the bottom.
You got a swimming pool here, bro?
Yeah. Yes, I do. He comes over here. How are you doing, Ricky?
I'm doing wonderfully, Uncle Yuri.
This is not swimming pool, Ricky. Carter, how are you?
Carter nods at Yuri. Doing good, Uncle Yuri.
Don't go in the water. Don't go nearby the water yet. Scare the creature. Shaking both of your hands at the same time. Your arms are crisscrossed.
Creature?
What kind of creature, Benny? Going near the water. Uncle Yuri, dolphin. Chinese white dolphin.
Carter's eyes widen and he leans forward to look at Colt. Dolphin.
Oz moves out of the way so you can get a better look at it. Colt, dolphin.
Why do you have a dolphin?
Because they are souls. As he grabs some food and a bottle, favorite animal, and he starts shaking the bottle over the water, handing the food to Benny.
Carter looks at Colt. You got my sister a dolphin.
As you see it do a flip in the air, because it knows it's time to eat, and it goes back underwater. Colt, it's happy, and yeah, I did. Benny, that's awesome!
I just have one question. If you got the perfect cheat code to making her like you, why is there a sausage party up here instead of you bringing her here?
That is a good question, Ricky. Colt, we talked about it. Looking down at the water with his hands in his pocket.
Carter looks at the water, then at Colt. But you still bought her the dolphin. Why would you buy it for her if you're scared to tell her?
Dolphin comes out of the water. Benny starts feeding it. Yuri clapping. Colt, because one day I'll be out of the military, and hopefully she's still single by then. Idiot. Under his breath.
I mean,
Do you usually do things by a wing and a prayer like that?
No.
So why this?
Because your mother's scary. You should know. He just smiles down at the dolphin. So is mine.
Carter puts both of his hands in his pocket, looks at the dolphin. How much did that thing cost?
Colt, just, 10, 15,000 credits. Nothing, really. Yuri, 85 million point 2 credits in adjacent credits. Something like that, my brothers say. Rubbing Carter's shoulder.
Ricky just starts coughing at hearing the number.
You guys he shrugs. You never wondered why I have no fucking money? I'm indebted to Tommy. It's a payment plan kind of thing. This is the last one. My goal is to, if I can get in good with your Aunt Icy, maybe we could make another one, and she could repopulate and all that kind of stuff. Benny, amazing! Oh, so idiot. Under his breath, looking at Cole.
So you want to try and bring an extinct animal that you have, the last one, for my sister.
You want to bring it back from the edge of extinction.
Yeah.
And you also aren't willing to ask her out.
Hopefully one day. I mean, technically speaking, I'm out of the military in another 3.5 years, Rick. So
You know, you probably could. Like I said, you could get away with asking her out. I doubt your mom and their mom is gonna go after you for it.
Oz feeding it with the bottle, Colt shaking his head. I mean, the colonel's also her father. Have to ask him. It's a big mess.
I guess. I mean, I don't know, man. I'd have no problem if I were in their position with someone like you dating my daughter.
I appreciate that. He smiles at Ricky. I do, but I just. Mm.
Carter looks at Colt. Then why have... Then ask. Ask my dad, ask my mom. Ask to see if they'd be okay with it.
That's not a bad idea. I'll talk to Soul maybe about it today. Tommy's helped with some of the camera situations down in the base and around Woodbury, so.
Look, said Yuri, what did you guys do?
We spray paint all cameras black over last weekend while Julius out.
Uh, I get the feeling we're gonna be cleaning spray paint off cameras over the next few days, Carter.
Probably.
Or just replacing cameras. He shrugs. Either or.
I hope they are not expecting me to do wiring. I'm gonna get blown through the wall.
Don't worry about it. Yuri handle electric work.
You're an electrician.
No!
Oh,
Smiling, watching the dolphin eat its weight in food. Very healthy specimen.
Carter nods. Very healthy. Very healthy. Yeah, Soul would love it. Soul would love to see this.
I think she would. Cold smiling at it, and she'd probably really like to help bring this genus of them back to prominence. And she's got the perfect aunt to help her with it, so maybe I'll tell her when we get back. Today. At some point.
You should. At some point today, tell her.
yeah, shoot your shot, man. I mean, you miss the ones you don't take, right?
Very well said, Ricky.
Carter just sort of shakes his head and looks down at the dolphin. Did you give it a name?
No, I was waiting for her to do that.
Right, yeah. Yeah. You can only get a name when she knows about it, though.
Maybe today's the day, Carter? You never know. As Yuri snaps his finger and the dolphin lets go of the bottle Oz was feeding it and comes over here.
Is it alright if I, touch it, bro?
Yeah, go ahead. Yuri, go ahead, Carter. I step out of way.
Carter will walk up and start petting it.
Same with Ricky?
Quite adorable, isn't it?
You're damn right it is. Carter. God, Carter. Gold over here's got the perfect pet, doesn't he?
That he does, the perfect pet. Extremely intelligent.
Extremely expensive. He steps closer.
So are you paying for the food, or is that on Tommy?
I am, yeah.
Isn't that gonna cost almost as much as... Isn't that gonna cost more than, like, interest?
Yeah. Tommy will stop the payments once he finally grows a pair and talks to Zol. Ask her out.
Hey, that's an incentive, bro.
I don't know if he will or not. He's never actually told me that. Either way, that's besides the point. He's looking down at the dolphin, smiling. And my mom doesn't know about this place or that purchase either, so.
Carter chuckles. I don't know if your mom would get mad at you for dating Soul. I don't think she would, but spending your entire life savings on this? Probably.
Oh, bro, my mom would kill me.
Oz, yeah, I don't think your mother would be mad. At the end of the day, if you two loved one another, which I think she's madly in love with you. So
Uh, yeah. Bro, the way she looks at you when you walk by, she's got a thing for you.
Carter looks up and nods at Colt. Yeah, she likes you, man.
he nods his head and shrugs. It's not that easy to broach the subject. It's difficult. It's not as easy as everybody makes it out to be. Oz just scoffed.
I wouldn't know. Never done it before, so I'll take your word on it.
Carter squints his eyes, looks at the dolphin and nods. I can definitely understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, and Soul isn't like out to make my life miserable 50% of the time, and then the other 50% lust over me like Memory Ann. So maybe I don't have it the worst, actually.
Bro, I'd say that they have a love-hate relationship, but I don't know what. I don't even know what to call it, man.
Thirst on both ends. Colt nods his head.
Yeah.
Carter chuckles. Yeah, hopefully thirst on both ends.
Trust me, she's thirsty for you, young man. I can see it in her eyes.
Yeah, I'd more question you than her, bro.
The way she swings her hips when only you are in her presence. Telltale sign of a classy woman. Rubbing Oz's shoulder just sighs.
Carter looks back at Yuri. You know, for some reason, you telling me that is the most reassuring thing that. Because multiple people have told me that you're the most reassuring one.
That is why I am Uncle Yuri. He's still rubbing Oz's shoulder.
Yeah, guys, would Uncle Yuri ever lie to us?
Benny, no.
Carter chuckles.
I, I don't know, though. What do you think, Benny? You think he should, both of them should take their shot?
I think Carter should finish his sentence.
I don't think Uncle Yuri is capable of lying.
I am not. Oz sighing as he rubs his shoulder harder. The dolphin back underwater. Time to go play. There he go.
Gotta admit, that's pretty badass, man.
Just tell her. Oz looking at Carter right in the eye.
Carter looks up at Oz and he shrugs. I don't know, man. It doesn't seem like she would want a relationship at this time.
What gives you that idea?
He shakes his head. Don't know, just a feeling, let's call it.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I think she wants you, but that's just me.
Colt, yeah.
Lust and love are two different things. He rubs the back of his neck. Maybe love is a strong word for it, but I don't know if she feels that way about me.
You're never going to know unless you ask, right, Ricky?
Yeah.
Carter shrugs. Yeah. He looks over at Colt. I suppose I am a bit of a hypocrite when it comes to that.
Colt, well, I mean, you know, it is not that easy. He's looking over at Oz, and I mean, you're one to talk, Mr. What was it? Ricky? Carter? Less than 5 minutes into meeting Laz, is your sister single?
He does have you there.
I wanted to get to know my co-pilot, thank you.
Carter looks at Oz, how is that going? Have you talked to her any?
No, I merely wanted to get to know my co-pilot. That's all. Benny, yeah. Squinting, pointing at Carter.
Aren't there like 8 other questions you could have asked that would have told you more about her, though?
I want to get to know her because I don't want some jealous boyfriend showing up on the ship beating me up because he thinks there's something going on. Besides, I'll give you all a tip because I could tell most of you have probably never had a girlfriend before. Any woman that reads that much in your presence is not interested in you. You don't see soul with her nose in a book when you're around. And Colt just, oh. True. You don't see Memory Ann doing it. She's always looking at you. And same goes for you, numbnuts. Benny just starts laughing.
Carter rubs the back of his neck again. That's sort of just Laz, though. When
Trust me, if they're interested in somebody, they have the brains enough to put down the book. It's instinct.
he looks at Oz, and when they're in the presence of family, they'll usually put down the book and talk too, right?
I don't know. Maybe she does. Does she? I guess she
No.
doesn't. Yeah.
She just likes reading. It's an escape for her. One of her favorite books is I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Dystopian sci-fi, right? She likes seeing how people of the past used to think the future might turn out. And then she laughs. She finds them sort of funny in that way. It can never happen, so she's not scared of them.
I did get her a replacement copy because of Uncle Yuri and Mr. Wiseau's action. Hand on his stomach, laughing.
Carter nods. That's good. And has she been reading it?
I've yet to give it to her. I'll give it to her today. We're doing some weapons training on the ship.
I mean, that's.
Carter nods. Yeah, that's really good.
Do you think we could go shopping since we're on Gateway? Benny speaks up. Uncle Yuri, anywhere you like.
And again, we ain't getting in trouble for it.
Uncle Yuri did not say that.
Right. Carter looks at Benny. What do you need to buy?
There's tons of cool, well, rainfall stores. He shrugs, smiling at Carter. There's a miniature store, video game store, movie store. I'd like to hit them all up as the door opens when he's saying hit them all up. What the fuck is going on? Oh, would you look at that? It's the blind bat himself, using echolocation to find his way to get Ricky!
Mr. Wiseau, it's good to see you, man.
Benny puts his hand out for a shake from Tommy, but Tommy ignores him and puts his arms out for a hug from Ricky.
Ricky will come up and reciprocate.
Oh, Ricky, what are you doing up here? Having a wonderful time?
Yeah, it's been pretty cool. Colt brought us up and showed us his dolphin.
Look what Tommy got you, Ricky. Pulls out a small case, and you can tell there's sunglasses. Open them up. See what's inside.
He's gonna open them up and look at them.
Sunglasses. Same brand as Tommy.
Oh, this is so cool, sir. Thank you.
Put them on. We are like twins.
He'll put them on.
Look at you. You look so much better this way. He moves you over, hands on your shoulders. Now you look suave and debonair, just like Tommy. Carter, have you fucked Memory on yet?
No, sir, I haven't.
We were just talking about that, actually. Oh. How things going down there? She treating you nice this week, Carter?
50-50, I suppose.
She's, yeah, 50-50 is how I describe it. She's, like, tolerant of Carter and then, like, so kind of wants to be, I won't say anything. Good. Everything is on track.
Carter tilts his head. On track?
Yes, back on track. Puts his arm around Ricky, rubs his shoulder.
Yeah, Mr. Wiseau knows what he's talking about, so whatever he means, it must be true.
Yuri coming up behind Carter, rubbing both Carter's shoulders. Oz takes a step away from Carter.
Carter's shoulders sort of go up when Yuri does it, and then he tries to relax them. Yeah, I'm sure Mr. Wiseau does know what he's talking about.
Do you like Dolphin?
Yeah, the dolphin's really cool.
Yes, he is. What do you think of him, Ricky?
Oh, I think it's sick. I think he should tell the person it's a gift for.
And that is why Ricky gets a pair of sunglasses, and nobody else. Benny, bro. We all want him to say something to her. We have taken care of things down there. Julius will have no cameras in base or town. Colt should feel more comfortable.
I think that's breaking some kind of rule of EarthGov to not have cameras around your military base.
Rules were meant to be broken, Carter. Right, Ricky?
Yeah, I mean, it's not cheating if you don't get caught.
Exactly. That's another thing. I'm not interested in complicating the Colonel's life anymore, dating his daughter. It just seems somewhat disrespectful. That is a shit attitude.
I mean, he's got us all
Carter.
together. Can't get that much more complicated.
Yeah, I could definitely see where you come from with that one, Oz. Not wanting to complicate someone's life.
Is she still reading all the time? Yes. Yeah. Benny, yeah. It's just,
Yeah.
Yep.
don't worry. Plans will be put in motion very soon. Take care of book problem. Ricky, you think you'll help Tommy with this?
Yeah, Mr. Wiseau, I can help you with whatever you need.
Good. Very good. You're a good. Still rubbing Carter's shoulders.
Carter turns around, looks at Yuri. Do you like rubbing shoulders, Uncle Yuri?
It's reassuring. Just be happy I'm not Uncle Scar.
That's true. That's true. I am happy you're not. He sort of shivers, Uncle Scar.
Ah, don't worry about Uncle Scar. He down Rainfall Lane. He never leave. You know that. You'll be fine.
Good. Yeah, good. He rubs his hands against his pants. Good. He's down at Rainfall Lane. Nothing to be scared of.
Nothing at all.
Why are you scared of your uncle?
He's the guy who played the Terminator in the first Terminator remake.
Yeah, that's correct. Because my uncle's a scary guy.
Alright, I guess.
His old school guy. He believes in old school values, which Tommy doesn't think are necessarily bad. But let's just say, while the girls got candy and treats and taken places by Uncle Scar, Carter learned to change tire.
Uh-huh.
Carter nods, and trust me, very thankful for everything that man taught me. Very useful skills to have.
Don't worry about him. Never fear. He will never make it to Woodbury. Trust me. He obsesses over golf course since all kids leave. Every day working at golf course, 10, 15 hours, making sure grass is perfect. Every blade. Stick man sometimes, I think.
Oh, geez, I didn't know he was that troubled.
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes there's boys named Carter who ruin the one joy he had left in his life. He smiles. Carter.
Carter rubs his face. That is true. Not everyone has boys named Carter.
Wait, you guys have a golf course at your house?
Yes, they do. Very nice golf course. And they never actually play golf.
Why the hell don't you go to your house on the weekends?
I ask Elizabeth the same thing all the time, and I personally don't really believe she's related to who she says she's related to. He just scoffed.
I mean, I, visit Mom from time to time. You don't even go to hang out on. It sounds like you basically live in an amusement park, dude.
A wonderland, really. A lot of, well, he gestures down to the water. A lot of animals like that, believe it or not. Extinct, endangered, or just exotic. Pets of Memory Ann's mother, most of them.
Carter nods. Yeah, Auntie Soletta, she's a bit of a collector, in the way of eclectic animals.
So you got a golf course and a zoo full of cool animals on your at your house.
Oh, the M Academy, many cool thing.
And
Yeah, lots of cool things.
And when's the last time you went back home?
Couple years ago.
He's gonna look over at Tommy. I don't know why, but this explains a lot.
Don't worry about it. That is step 2. First, we get them with our significant others.
Yes, sir.
It'll take a little bit of time, but we got that.
Carter just looks at Tommy, squints his eyes, and shakes his head. How many steps are there in this plan?
Well, hopefully 2. But if need add more, we'll add more.
Okay. Thank you for telling me that.
No problem, babyface. Babyface? Looking at Carter laughing.
That's what he's called me since I was young. Young enough to understand what he was saying. I honestly don't know where he got it from. My father says he used to get called Babyface by Tommy a lot, though.
The 2 original babyfaces, Aunt Icy and Julius.
Wasn't it confusing to call them both Babyface?
Still is someday, believe it or not, when go to see them in office.
That sounds funny. You're calling the Colonel Babyface. That's so cool.
And the General.
And the General, yeah.
But we have to watch our wording around Ranger General. Very scary woman. Cold side.
You didn't have a nickname for Colt's mom?
Ow. I'll tell you in private someday. He whispers to you. It's nothing bad. She's got the best set of legs in Tommy's opinion. Me too. Still rubbing Carter's shoulders. Colt.
All right.
You will meet her one day, Ricky.
Yeah, I'd love to meet the Ranger General sometime.
Someday you will. Let us just hope she is a fan of you. And don't ever wear those glasses around her.
Okay.
Carter tilts his head. The Ranger General doesn't like you?
No, she is a big fan of Tommy, actually. Executive producer on many Rainfall production movies that Tommy helped with. A good friend, best of friends. Just like Tommy and Ricky. Pats Ricky on the head.
Yes, sir.
Walking up to Carter. She hates him, whispering.
Carter leans over and whispers back, I sort of gathered that when he said not to wear the glasses around the Ranger General.
That's another thing. Take advantage of your last fucking name. Ranger General's son. To date one of these Rainfall women, it would appear, you have to either be a superhuman or legendary soldier like Elizabeth's father, I'm assuming. Right? He's the guy who played the president. Hunk is his name?
Yeah, that's right. Hunk. We call him Grandpa, but yeah, Hunk.
You
That's
gotta
what
be
everyone else calls him.
superhuman or have the right last name or this or that, so take advantage of it. He rubs Colt's other shoulder and Colt, yeah, yeah.
Carter goes to open his mouth and closes it. I was going to say that's not true, but evidence points to otherwise.
What evidence?
Well, everyone that gets married to Rainfall. Uncle Banksy is a Spartan. My mom is, the leader of Earthgut. Evidence points to what you just said being true. But I don't think it's true. You don't have to be superhuman or anything like that.
Could just be a really good pilot.
Yeah. See, I'm right, Ricky. We don't got a chance. And sorry, Benny. Benny, I just like having a friend to hang out with and play games. It's okay.
Yeah, a friend.
It's nice to have somebody who likes to play games. Tommy just watching and studying.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fun, Benny. I think you guys all have a chance. The girls like you.
I don't think so. I think Memorian is definitely out for Carter, and so out for the young Colt. But the rest of us, time to peck with the chickens. Can we leave? Tommy, you're free to leave at any time. Dropship's waiting for you. Bay 72. Benny, can I go shopping? Yes, just... You can go. Just don't talk to any rangers. Don't tell them you're here on Tommy Accord, okay? Benny, alright. And he walks off.
Carter watches him walk off. The stores that he's going to aren't on Ring 8, right?
No, Ring 7. He'll be okay. He's going to go to stores to buy Rainfall memorabilia. Probably spend all of his money. He is stupid. What can I say?
Okay, so we'll be fine then. Your mom doesn't have control of Ring 7 to my knowledge.
Yes, she does. What? Tommy lowering his glasses.
Wait, she does?
He owns the whole
Last time-
station now.
Oh, last time I heard it was just Ring 8.
I was not made aware of this. Since when? Called, I don't know, recently, Pequod put her in charge of the whole station. Your mom, the Primarch, excuse me, he straightens up.
Carter tilts his head. Oh, well, makes sense, Ranger General. Same thing happened with that old Ranger General Lorelei, right?
Tommy nervously takes a step back. My restaurant on Ring 7. You are always welcome to come and eat.
Is that a bad thing that she's in charge of it, sir?
No, it's not a bad thing. Not at all. Nervously wiping sweat from his brow.
Yeah. Um... I... I don't know, Tommy. Mr. Wiseau, it seems like you look like you want to jump in the pool to get away from here.
No. Just news to Tommy. Tommy very busy these days, Ricky, doing many things, many business adventures, and just did not know this was happening.
Okay. He's gonna look over at Colt. You sure we ain't gonna get in a lot of trouble for being here, bro?
We should be fine. Tommy, yes, everybody will be fine. Don't worry about it. Even him. You let him go spend some money, have some good time. He's going to buy things that will bring him and Elizabeth closer.
Okay. Alright. Just, hard not to get a little freaked out when you guys talk about how scary his mom is.
She's a scary woman. Yes. Very scary. Definitely the perfect choice for Ranger General. Let's just put it that way. Learned well from her predecessor, Tommy shall say.
Okay. All I ever heard about from people is my dad saying she was a great fighter and a friend. So that's all I know.
Yeah, that is another thing. You should probably not go to Ring 8 anytime soon, Ricky. Especially your father, very popular up there among Rangers. And don't know if your father talk about you or say things about you. So maybe men up there and women looking to beat you up. And trust me, they can.
What did I do to make them pissed at me?
Being a bad son is definitely a start. Rubbing your shoulder.
I don't think I've been a bad son, sir.
Right, because good sons sit in Antarctica when their mother's mother died. Rubbing your shoulder.
Uh, uh, yeah, yeah.
Yes, yes. You see, Tommy will help you, Ricky. Don't worry. Right, Carter?
Um, how are you gonna help me with that? There's nothing to fix. Things are good with mom, and nothing. Everything's fine.
I think it's okay to try and work on relationship with father.
What? Why would I want to do that?
Why not?
Ah, it. There's nothing there. He. He had that chance, Mr. Wiseau. It's that.
I see. Don't you like having good relationship with your father, Carter?
Yeah, I love my father, and even my father's a big believer of everyone needs a second chance.
Yeah, but your dad was always around, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. He rubs the back of his neck. My dad was always around.
I, Mr. Wiseau, if you knew what I know about my dad, you wouldn't want me to do anything with him.
Nah, trust me, Tommy, no. More than you, actually.
Then you know why I don't want nothing to do with him.
Yeah, but Tommy also know Tommy had a father at one time. Miss him every day. Been dead over 700 years. You only have one father, you only have one mother. Remember that.
Okay.
Imagine making your mother turn into an alcoholic. And he just stares at Carter, but the glasses are up, so Carter can't tell if he's looking at him or not.
Carter looks behind himself to the to Yuri behind him, and then looks back at Tommy.
Yuri
you
just
looking at me or
smiling down
Yuri?
at you.
I'm sorry, sir. Are you looking at me or Yuri?
Tommy still staring at Carter. Colt, this is uncomfortable, under his breath.
Carter, under his breath, I think he's looking at me.
Oz will step in front of Carter and Tommy's concentration break. No, Carter, you have something on your glasses, Carter.
Carter takes his glasses off, very closely looks at them, and oh, I guess I do have a little speck of water there, and he starts to clean them off.
Good, very good. Yeah, sorry about that. I know those glasses are special. And trust me, Tommy will never put any of you in harm's way. You'll be safe on the station. Just never talk to rangers, and never say you're here on Tommy Accord. Right.
All right.
What do we say if they do ask?
You'll say that Zanzibar sent you.
Oh, okay, yeah, I guess that'll make sense.
Who the fuck is Zanzibar? Colt starts laughing.
My one of my aunts I sees, like, animal companions.
Like a dog or what?
Drake, Haven Drake. Much bigger now, more spiky. You will see.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure Zanzibar. I'm sure I got a picture of Zanzibar somewhere.
I'll do
He
whatever.
starts looking through his pictures.
You have one.
He shows Oz a picture of like little baby him and Zanzibar holding him.
Yeah, no normal man has a chance with a woman in that family. Remember that. He looks over at Ricky.
I mean, I know I ain't got a chance. None of those girls got anything for me. So, yeah. But I really think you and Benny got a chance. I mean, I think he's the only one other than the girls Elizabeth hangs out with.
Yeah, maybe he does. I hope he does for his sake.
Carter looks at Oz. I personally believe you have some type of shot too. And you don't have to use the excuse of trying to get to know your co-pilot. Just get to know Lazuli.
He looks at Carter, and I'm sure some superhuman and or influential family name will come along long before that happens. Pulls out a pack of cigarettes and lights a cigarette. I mean, wow, Parliament lights. Maybe Tomic will have one. Comes over, takes a cigarette right out of the pack before Oz could even take one, and starts nervously smoking it.
I didn't know you smoked, Oz.
It is a nervous tick, you see. Only when he gets nervous, my young brother Tommy. Shut up.
Carter chuckles. Why you nervous, Oz?
You mean Tommy?
Yeah, Oz. Yeah, Tommy. Sorry.
No reason.
He chuckles. Okay. I'm sure everything's gonna be okay, Mr. Wiseau.
Everything will be fine. Ricky, Carter, all the boys here. Never smoke, never do drugs. You shouldn't be smoking these. Oz puts the pack away, smoking his cigarette. Anyway, listen. Why don't you go back to Woodbury? Go to Dropship Bay and get off station. Tommy will go find Benny. He runs off.
Uh-huh.
He is scared of Ranger General. She shoot him many years ago.
She shot him?
Colt starts laughing.
Yeah,
Carter starts to laugh.
I'm gonna go get on the dropship. See you guys there.
Why did she shoot him? He come into office, sit down in Julius's seat like he owned the place. RC coated bullets, so it actually hurt him. In the shoulder. Warning shot.
Carter starts to laugh even harder. Leave it to your mom, man.
Well, maybe now you guys can see why I'm just a teensy beansy a bit kind of afraid.
Yeah, I probably would have blacked out the cameras too.
Yeah, no, I take back having no reason to be scared. That's fair.
Rick, take the glasses off, mate. This camera's here.
Shit. He's gonna take them off and put them in his pocket.
Let us go. I will accompany you. Do not talk to anyone.
Yes, sir.
I take you to dropship. You go back home. As flashing down to the headhunter's base. The girls are in the kitchen. Memory Ann, they all went out for coffee. Just got back a little while ago. Memory Ann made nachos. And in the office, Julius is pondering in front of his computer screen that has all the cameras, and they're all blacked out as Okir and Bash stand in front of him.
Julius just has a finger up to his lips, tapping on them. Looks at Okir and Bash. Do you guys mind explaining this to me?
Under Mr. Wiseau's orders, sir.
Okay, under Mr. Wiseau's orders. What were the exact orders?
To spray paint all the cameras in base and in town. He pulls out a bottle of spray paint and shakes it with this, so Colt is more comfortable engaging in conversation and physical attraction with your daughter.
Julius blinks a couple times. Oh, Jesus Christ. He rubs his face. Is that why they're not together? He's scared his mother will say something?
Yeah, he is. And look, it's not that big of a deal. It's not like you have Pequod to fawn over anymore when she's up on the roof sunbathing. That hasn't happened in what, 5, 6 years, something like that. I don't stop.
Julius groans, looks back at the computer screen that's completely black. She will be back one day. I know she'll be back.
What's the saying? When pigs fly? Bash just groaned.
Well, you know what? In a world of magic and science, I'm sure there's someone who's made a pig fly, so she'll be back soon. He lays his forehead in his palm. Hopefully.
There is a reason she's the Primarch, sir. She knew how to raise troop morale.
Yes, she did. And she was very good at it. He looks back at the computer. You guys do realize I'm gonna need to get brand new cameras for the base, right?
Yeah, Mr. Wiseau has them in his warehouse. The sequestered portion of the town you gave to him will install them. Him and that big galoot Yuri.
Alright, yes, please install the new cameras ASAP. And you know what? If Tommy has another plan like this, at least inform me first.
Absolutely.
If I'm informed, I'll be less inclined to tell you to reverse it.
Absolutely, sir. I'm gonna go eat some ice cream. He walks out.
Julius watches him walk out, looks at Bash. I can count on you for this.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. I could just see Soul is fixing her sights on that young man, and I think he wants to have his sights fixed on her, so always willing to help them out.
Julius nods. I definitely think he's setting his sights on her. Do you think I should have a talk with him?
Sits down at his desk.
Opinion?
He sits down at his desk. Yeah, probably at some point. If I was him, I'd be afraid to make a move on the Colonel's daughter. The Colonel who saved the universe. Probably, pretty intimidating.
Julius nods. Yeah. Yeah, no. If I had known Pequod was the General's daughter, I would have been a lot more scared to date her, but yeah, I should have a talk with him, tell him it would be completely fine if he dated my daughter.
The boys went up to Gateway. They'll be back in a bit. They went up to, I don't know exactly what, but Tom's brother came down, picked him up, and something like that, yeah.
Julius leans back in his chair a bit, squints his eyes. Why would they go up to Gateway? Oh, well, Benny's into movies and video games and that kind of thing. Maybe he just wants to check out the selection up there.
Probably my guess. You never know with Mr. Wiseau. But damn, no offense, Colonel, but I do miss the days where your wife would grace us with her presence, too. Those are... Always with the yellow or blue two-piece. Those were the days.
Ah, that blue two-piece was my favorite thing in the world. Julius lets out a laugh. Oh, I really hope she's back soon. She, I just want to go up that elevator one day and just look up at that roof and see my beautiful wife just laying down sunbathing again.
Well, maybe what she's done kicked the bucket on drinking, from what I hear.
Julius groans. I don't think that'll happen until my stupid kids come home and we all talk to them or anything like that.
Maybe they just need. I mean, they're doing exceptionally well training. Carter and Ricky's shooting scores are improving slowly. Memory Ann seems to be warming up to them all in general, very slowly. I know they haven't gone on their first mission yet, but maybe we ought to consider Mad Max and Big Cat, keep them in our pocket just in case. Teach them a little more discipline than maybe me and Okir can give them.
Julius crosses his arms and nods. I've been keeping Mad Max and Big Cat in the back of my head since they first got down here, just in case. I suspected they would need it. Do you think it's that bad yet, or are we good to just see how things go for just a bit longer?
I would say let's send them on a mission or two, see how things go, and then you make your final decision. They haven't been on anything but training exercises.
True. Yeah, alright. We'll find a couple missions for them to go on, see how they go, see if they work well as a team, if they can put personal differences aside, everything like that. And if not, well, the hose and the M16, those are going to be going off for quite a while.
Do you see this? He pulls up a news story. Apparently, a lot of the libraries in the general vicinity of Melbourne and actually across the continent, books are disappearing. They're calling it the Library Bandit. Him, apparently. They don't have a picture of him yet, but yeah, it started happening last Wednesday.
What? He hops over his desk, looks at Bash's computer screen. Library Bandit.
Tons of different news stories. Look at this shit.
Huh, is there like any certain type of book that they're stealing?
No, they just steal. One day the librarians lock up the library. End of the day, they come back the next morning, all the books are gone. Makes no sense.
He rubs the back of his neck. We should keep an eye out on our medical libraries and things like that. See if anything turns up.
You'd have to be an idiot to try and steal from this town. Delta and the headhunters, good luck. And the colonel, huh?
Julius chuckles. Yeah, that's true, but, better safe than sorry.
There's some crazy shit out there in the world, Colonel. You gotta watch the news a little more. Over 10 million LED light bulbs were stolen from a factory in China. Last week. Last Thursday, he pulls up the news story.
What the hell? Who has use for 10 million LED light bulbs?
I have no idea, sir.
Julius laughs, looks at the screen and shakes his head. Oh god, what is the... Well, at least the world isn't as bad as it was when we were young and kicking, you know what I'm saying?
Now you're still young, you're still kicking, and no, you're right, yeah. No creepy medieval king of men that your hot mother... sorry. The Rainfall's got hot women. What can I say, sir?
The Rainfall women are all very attractive, yes.
They really are.
He laughs, but yeah, no creepy king of men or Tewas or the cult. Just weirdos who steal LED light bulbs.
And books. Books. Think about that. What the fuck are you gonna do with light bulbs and books?
Maybe they just need a light bulb for all the books they'll be reading.
That's true. He points at Julius. It's still early in the day, Friday morning, so Julius will continue back to work. As up here in the kitchen, the girls are enjoying nachos. It's around just hitting 11. Memory Ann's made them, and they have their Saint Bucks. Memory Ann doesn't have a cup.
Lazily, it takes a chip. It takes a bite of it and looks at Memorian, tilts her head. Did you not get yourself one?
Memory Ann looks exhausted. No. I As we were leaving, I forgot we didn't. I realized I didn't get one for Carter, so I just left mine in his room.
Soul smiles to herself and sips her drink. Looks over at Memorian. You had to get one for Carter, huh?
Yes, he needed one. She glares at.
Elizabeth looks at Memorian. Looks like you need one too. You're looking quite tired. She walks over, takes off her glove, and puts the back of her hand, on Memorian's forehead. Are you coming down with a fever? You look exhausted.
No, I just didn't sleep much the past couple nights.
Leslie nods. Is everything okay?
Yes, fine. Take off the mask. I can tint the windows in here.
Oh, yeah, right. I sort of need to take it off to eat and drink. Forgot about that. She presses the button and takes it off.
Upon seeing Elizabeth's face, Memory Ann starts rubbing her ears just like Suletta always does.
Elizabeth stares up at Memory Ann. Are you okay, ma'am?
You just look so much like your mom.
Oh. Oh, thank you. She reaches up to one of her hands and holds it. I really appreciate that. You're doing that thing that your mum always does.
Oh, you're just cute. You have cute ears. Your mom was always the coolest aunt.
Soul nods. Grandma was always pretty cool. And she stares at Memory Ann. You know, if you need to talk, we're all right here. We won't tell anyone anything you say.
She nods her head. What do you want to talk about? She'll let go of Elizabeth. Go eat. Point over here.
Elizabeth nods, walks back over here, as Soul looks at Memory Ann. I'm just a bit worried about you. Honestly, you haven't been sleeping. You seemed a bit taken aback and started rubbing your ears, which is a comforting mechanism when you saw Elizabeth's face, mentioning Davine. Are you okay, Memory Ann? Honestly.
I just miss home. What can I say?
Lazuli looks at Memory Ann and nods. I can understand that, truthfully. Soul keeps looking at Memory Ann. You're homesick?
She nods her head. I miss my mother. I miss Aunt Davine. You guys showing up was a reminder of everybody I missed. It's not your fault. Believe me, I was missing them before, but now it's in the flesh, so to speak.
Soul nods. Why don't you give one of them a call?
Maybe some other time. She starts cutting more tomato.
Leslie looks at Memory Ann, stands up, walks over to her, and puts a hand on her back. I'm sure they would love to hear from you, Memory Ann.
I'm sure they'd love to hear from any of us in this room. She glares at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth looks at her, rubs her cheek that was just that was slapped by Suletta and nods. Why, I think they would. They would love to hear from any of us.
Well, we don't have a busy weekend. I'm sure your father will let us off early. He tends to when the squad performs well during the week. So, maybe you could call home. Maybe we could all go back together someday. Smiles at last.
I would very much enjoy that. I would very much enjoy seeing you back on Rainfall Lane too. And she pets Memory Ann's hand, goes back over and sits back down, and pulls up her wrist computer and starts reading some news articles.
She sees the article for the library bandit.
Oh
Breaking news.
my! Oh my! Do you guys know anything about that bandit who's been stealing books all around the continent?
I heard about one who stole millions of light bulbs from China. I was up late last night reading my wrist computer.
Soul starts to laugh. Light bulbs?
Honestly, it seems like something when we were younger that Aunt Icy and Uncle Julius would do. She starts laughing.
Leslie chuckles. Maybe it is Mom, or Dad and Auntie. Who knows? Maybe they're planning one of their big pranks like they always used to.
Marianne laughed.
Elizabeth nods. That could be the case. Do they have any pictures or identification of that book bandit or whatever they're calling him? And Leslie shakes her head. No, just that he is in fact male and he goes around stealing thousands and thousands of books.
What a loser.
Soul nods. I would have to say so. You could choose to steal anything in the world and you choose books? She looks at Laz. No offense. And Laz shakes her head. No offense taken, just... I'm glad I live in Woodbury. No one would be dumb enough to steal books from here.
So you have more weapons training with Oswald today. She speaks up, cutting tomatoes.
Yes I do. He is coming along very well. And I'm going to be teaching him even more. Until he gets comfortable with the weapon systems.
She just looks over at the lab.
Laz smiles a bit. I have been meaning to ask you something, though, Memory Ann.
Sure.
Do you know if Oz is, single?
She thinks for a second. I really don't know. I think he is, yes. I assume. He's pretty private. We got along, we've always gotten along pretty well. It's just when I have my hissy fits, he probably smartly, correctly so distances himself. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Very good.
I don't really know for sure, though, because she'll set the knife down. He stays on base on weekends when... Well, the only reason he stays on base on weekends is because he didn't have a co-pilot. Ergo, the colonel requires somebody is here to fly the ship at all time. It's not the colonel's request, it's military protocols. Now that he has a co-pilot, he can go home. His last co-pilot, they would take shifts going home every other weekend. So...
Oh, of course, yeah. She takes a quick sip of her coffee. Very smart, very intelligent of the military to do that. Maybe he'll go visit his family this week. That would be good for him. She smiles.
I would assume so, yes. I know he has some brothers. 2 brothers, I believe. He told me a long time ago. He's from, Christchurch, New Zealand or somewhere, I don't know.
Yes, he mentioned that he was from there, and there was this earthquake that happened, and some of his models got destroyed. And she bites her bottom lip, thinking. And Soul shakes her head. I'm sorry, can we go back to the fact that you asked if he was single? And Laz looks over at Soul. Shrugs. I was just interested. I didn't know if someone like that would have someone in his life. She quickly puts a nacho into her mouth and looks at Moran. These are very good.
You can thank Ricky. The salsa made from the vegetables he spent all of his Wiseau credits on for us.
Soul starts to laugh. Why so credits? You and Carter come up with that name together?
Yes.
Ooh. She just takes another sip of coffee. So, have you two been getting along? I would rather you two not, butt heads every single second of the day.
I am always happy to see Carter.
Elizabeth nods. Sometimes it definitely seems like that. Other times it looks like you could bite his head off. Sorry.
She runs her hand down her face. Yes, that's true. At least Benny's talking to you now.
Yeah, he is. That's very good. I do enjoy talking to Benny. She smiles.
And then there's those of us who circle the orbit around Colt like a meteor.
The soul just sort of groans to herself and shakes her head. I mean, sometimes it definitely seems like he likes me. Other times he runs away as fast as he can, literally sprints away from me.
You want to know something interesting about Colt?
I would love to know something interesting about Colt.
I have access to the payment records for the headhunters. I help your father with payroll. Interestingly enough, most of his money, like his entire paycheck, goes to A1 Mr. Wiseau.
She squints. Why would he be paying Mr. Wiseau?
That's why he has no money. I don't know why. It's not like Mr. Wiseau needs money. Probably just takes Colt's money and gives it to fucking Ricky. She goes back to cutting tomato. Does anybody else think it's just weird how nice he is to Ricky and he just is so mean and fed up with all of us now?
Leslie tilts her head one way and then the other way. He was always really nice to all of us down at Rainfall Lane. The fact that he's this confrontational is quite odd. And Soul nods. Yeah, but maybe he just likes Ricky. Thinks he's cool and wants to hang out with him. Sees him like a younger self almost, maybe. I don't know.
Memory Ann, I think he's Ricky's father. Maybe an affair, an illegitimate son or something, but I think that Ricky is his son, yes.
Elizabeth chuckles a bit. So that's why you call Ricky Wiseau Jr.
Good nickname, don't you think, honey?
It is pretty good. I'll give you that much. She chuckles and takes a sip of her coffee.
Memory Ann continues cutting
Soul.
tomato.
Soul looks at Memory Ann. How much do you and Carter talk about Wiseau Jr.?
Yeah, not much. When we're together, we mostly talk about home.
Oh. Interesting. She looks back down at her coffee and starts to drink it.
Memory Ann keeps cutting tomatoes, thinking about home. As flashing home. At the ODM Academy. Davy and Suletta, the grandkids, and his own hover chair, Mr. The cat, Mr. Snuffles, is meow, licking his paws, just looking at Davine as Hunk is getting treats for Davine and Suletta.
Davine is moving some hair out of little Integra's face, and then she boops her on the nose and looks at Suletta. So, how are you today?
Suletta's just staring at Davy and then down at her hand. She's been like this all week.
She puts a hand on the hand that Suletta's staring at. Letty, darling, you've been like this all week. You're starting to worry me.
I miss Memory Ann. I miss Elizabeth. I miss all those idiots.
She lets out a sigh. So do I. I miss them all too, as stupid as I think some of them truly are.
Uncle set down a pristine ice cream sundae for Davine and give one to Suletta, who takes it. Thank you. Starts eating it quickly.
Davine looks up at Hunk, smiles, stands up so he could sit down, and then sits on his lap.
He sits down, she sits down, he hands her the ice cream. Well, you know you're safe when I'm bringing you the treats, though Mama Land did make it specially for you.
He sees Davine sort of shiver. Oh God. Being tracked is quite possibly the worst feeling ever. And she takes a spoonful and puts it up to Hunk's mouth.
He takes a bite. Yeah, you know, I know you got it on the wedding day, but they got us with a two-pronged attack. I told you vaguely about it, but they got us, me, Nicole, Pequod, Julius, all at once. That's why we were crying when you walked up with Julius. And because it was a happy day, but they really nailed us to the wall.
Oh my, a two-pronged attack. We've only ever been, or at least I've only ever been targeted by one of the tracks, never both. That must have been a sight to see. She looks over at Suletta.
Suletta nods, Hunk rubbing her thigh, and they knew everything. That's the crazy part. They knew everything. The troubles Nicole had, everything about Julius and Pequod's fucking relationship. They knew everything.
Davine shakes her head. I've always wondered how they get that kind of information, whether they're just very good at gathering it, or if someone on the inside is telling them.
I don't know. They're quiet, for the most part. They're gregarious by nature, but they sit back, watch, and listen often, I've noticed.
Davine nods her head. What's that saying? You always have to look out for the quiet ones? She looks at the kitchen area over to where Mama Lan and Zap are. They certainly are quiet.
And those two fucking kids of theirs.
Oh yes, look at them, Pad Pie and Segoy. She looks over at them. I am happy that they're here, don't get me wrong, but sometimes it can be just a bit funny to sit back and watch them work.
Suletta, they were so cute, so adorable when they were children, and then they hit 10 and just, like a balloon, they blew up, literally. They're 500, 600 pounds a pop.
Davine chuckles. And the spitting image of Zap.
You got that right. He's just staring at them. They're eating food together. Just chuckling. I like shooting hoops with them in the gymnasium. You shoot 2 or 3 hoops and then they're both winded and I gotta take a break.
Davine laughs. I've watched you play. You run circles around them and then they're tired. I do wonder if they have the ability that the other two tracks have. Of
Oh,
just,
God help us. He's staring at them.
we'll have to keep our eye on them every once in a while. Just make sure they're not going to try anything, try tracking one of us.
Hit us with a 4-pronged attack of guilt-tripping misery.
Oh God, just trap us in some type of square, each of the tracks at one corner of that square, guilt tripping us.
Hunk groans. I think it's Julius who coined the term weapons of emotional mass destruction. That's what they are. They don't look it, but they sure are.
Davian chuckles and nods. They are. I'm surprised. Did one of our children ever recommend the Tarax go after one of the members of the cult, or was I just imagining things?
I think Julius recommended they sick zap on Tewa. He starts chuckling. Guilt trip Tewa's the death.
I think Zap could have done it, truthfully. And she takes a bite of the ice cream.
Hunk, oh yeah. And if it didn't kill him, at least distract him long enough for Julius to finish the job.
And I'm sure he would have. She chuckles, smiles at Hunk, and gives him another spoonful.
He takes the bite. I caught the end of Air Force One. It was on TV when I woke up this morning and got to the paperwork. It got me thinking, I miss making the films. You've been retired for quite a while.
Davian sighs, puts a hand on her chest, and leans back onto him. Honestly, so do I. I miss making movies too. And with Scar as my assistant director, everything just seemed to flow easily.
I think it would be good for him. I know we're probably never going to be able to do it again, thanks to those kids. But I think it would be good, keep him busy. He misses it. Speaking of which, has anybody noticed how much time he spends out in the woods now? I think he's like mega depressed mode. I caught him walking out the gate when I was talking to Nightfall. Scar, why don't you come eat dinner with us? And, no, I gotta go hang out with. I'll see you later. He couldn't even finish a sentence. It was weird. And he was like totally passive, not passive aggressive. Jolanda,
Davian rubs her arm. Oh God. I wish there was more we could do for him. She shakes her head. Other than trying to find someone with him, try to set him up with someone, I can't think of much. Can either of you two?
Jolanda shakes her head. Hunk, it would take like a strong ass woman. It would take like one of you guys, somebody like you, or Integra, a strong-willed woman to manage the beast that is Scar Free Tooth Rainfall. Excuse me.
Davian chuckles, takes a bite of the ice cream sundae. That is true, and I don't believe there are many women like that around.
The door here opening, Icy coming in. She didn't even notice them, though. She goes back in the kitchen. And look at that. She doesn't even stop to say hi to us.
Davian sighs, watching where Icy went into the kitchen. I'm sure she'll say hi when she comes out.
What do you think she's doing
like
down
she was
there?
going in. I don't know. It looked like she was going in there with a purpose, though. Maybe she had to speak to the tracks about something, or maybe she's getting lunch for the Julius and Sasha.
Jolanda nods, most likely getting Hooligan a treat.
Davy nods. Yes, I'm sure that's what's happening. One of the logical explanations of the situation. She chuckles and takes another bite of the sundae.
Mama Lan and Icy come out. Mama Lan has a sundae. Icy noticing you guys lunch break, eating a tray of soft pretzel.
Davy nods. Yeah, we're all just sitting around having a small treat before having to get back to the grind, love.
She comes, sits down next to Hunk, and puts her head on his shoulder and eats. Mama Lan, I'll be going up to deliver this to the Ranger General. You know, gotta do and keep Sasha happy. She walks off.
Davy squints at Mama Lan as she walks off, then at Icy. Getting a small treat for Sasha?
Yeah, well, you know, her relationship with Tommy, and Tommy brought the boys onto Gateway and unauthorized, and Sasha saw them all walking around, and so keeping her happy, Mom.
Oh my, yes. Well, I can definitely understand the need for the Sunday then. She shakes her head. I still can't believe she shot Tommy. And
Starts
she puts
immediately laughing. Suletta.
It when I had first heard about it, I didn't believe it. All I had heard is Sasha shot Tommy in the shoulder, and then when I next saw Tommy, I saw his arm in a sling, and he said to me, "It was very good shot. I could see why she Ranger General." And that was all that ever came of that. I suppose he would be frightened of her too.
Hunk is laughing so hard, Davey can tell he's starting to sweat, his face red. Suletta the same way. I see. Well, Sasha said sitting in Julius's seat so casually, carefree, disrespected Julius.
Davy starts to laugh. Well, I very much appreciate Sasha protecting my son's honor like that. I very much do.
The best part about it was Julius's face. He was getting a soda, and then the gunshot went off.
Let me guess, he looked terrified, ready to throw down, didn't he?
Yes, he did. As Tommy, Tommy's shoulder hurt. Help me! Can't believe she fucking shot me.
Davy starts to laugh, slapping her thigh a bit. Oh my. I would have paid quite a few credits to be able to see that.
I have the footage.
She looks at Icy. And you've never shown us the footage.
You can have it. She'll send it to Davey's Rick's computer. Julius and I watch it all the time when Sasha's out doing Ranger General stuff. She shrugged.
Davy inhales happily and then gives Icy a kiss on the head. Thank you very much, Istrum.
Anything for Mom. She looks over at Suletta. So how are things going down with the kids? Suletta speaks up. Icy, from what I hear, terrible.
Davy raises her eyebrows. Why did I expect anything more?
Hunk shrugs. I figured Elizabeth would have called home once at least, but yeah.
Davy sighs. I'm sure she'll call home eventually. As with the other kids, they will all come to their senses eventually.
Shaletta, I personally see it as very disrespectful that... let's not get into Memory Ann. She's her own can of worms. Far more disrespectful than Elizabeth, but I personally think Elizabeth is being highly disrespectful to the entire family. I see, I bet you do. Just smile.
Davy nods. She has been quite disrespectful to the entire family, and she rubs her face. If we could just talk with her, maybe could talk through things with her, but she would need to call home for that, and she will. She will call home. Or come home, she will. I am sure of it, because she is my daughter, and I like to believe that I know her.
Hunk just shrugs. Positive mental attitude, not even thinking about it. I just hope she's safe. Do you ever go down and keep an eye on things, Nicole? I see. No, I guess they hate me. They all hate me too, so I don't go down. I'm going down today, but I'll make sure none of them see me. Hunk.
Davy groans and rubs her forehead. I'm sure they don't hate you, Istrum. There. I personally believe it's very hard for anyone to hate you.
He shrugs. I have no idea. I could read their minds, figure out exactly what they're thinking, but I think I'll get kind of angry if I do.
Davy nods and sighs. I understand, darling. And she pats Icy's hand.
Icy will kiss her hand. I gotta go. Back to the grind. I'm taking these for Sasha as well. I'll see you guys later. Oh, by the way, just so you know, Pequod's already started her way to the beach house. Flying on Des, drunk. She nods her head, smiling. Oh, Christ.
Davy groans and rubs her face. Oh, God. Well, that is just not good.
Hunk, maybe we could leave early today. Can we just leave now? I mean, the rest of the staff got it. Why did she go to the beach house? Icy, best memories. Hunk now.
Davy sighs. She stands up. Yes, we can leave right now. I wouldn't mind taking an early day myself.
Uncle, okay. You'll bring Julius bring Julius and the rest of the gang to the house. Mom and Dad and Auntie will go there.
Davy nods. She walks over to Icy, grabs her cheeks, and gives her a big kiss on the forehead. I love you very much, my daughter.
I love you too. She rubs her nose on Davine's nose, and those two aren't causing problems like the other kids, are they?
No, of course not. Other than Hale occasionally lifting up something she shouldn't. Other than that, they are perfectly angels.
Yes, they are, and they're never joining the military. Icy, damn straight. She'll walk back in the direction Mama Lan left, and Hunk will sigh and let's go take care of our other daughter. Though I don't know what the hell we can do.
I'm not sure either. Perhaps I can have a conversation with her.
If she's lucid by the time we get there. Suletta, we just sick Mr. Freetooth on those ungrateful brats. That's what we should do.
Davy chuckles. I believe he'll only focus his attentions on Carter.
Buy the girls ice cream cones as Carter's getting his head ripped off.
I would very much suspect that is what would happen.
Hunk will pick Davine up, the hover chairs following them. They will leave for the beach house. As flashing back down to Earth, the boys are here. One pivotal question. Does Ricky have the glasses on or off?
He's left them off after everything happened. He didn't think to put them back on yet.
Okay, there you go. You're good to go. Boys in here, girls in here, windows untinted, mask back on.
Carter looks at the drink that's in front of him. He picks it up and smiles and takes a sip of it.
Sitting right on Carter's bed, still chilled. She's kept it chilled through magic.
Yeah, she totally doesn't feel the same way about you.
Right? Colt, still rationing out his sunflower seeds, opening the bag.
Carter looks over at Colt. You know, if you ask, she'll just probably buy you more, my sister.
No, I don't want your sister buying me anything. It should be the other way around. My father bought my mother everything she has, for the most part. And that's, I think, how it should be. So I need to just get the debt of Mr. Wiseau off my back by showing your sister, and we'll get there. Sunflower seeds, Rick. He holds the bag up.
Nah, you're rationing them. Keep them, bro.
2 a day. He looks down.
Two sunflower seeds. Jesus Christ, man, I'll just buy you a bag if you don't want to ask my sister.
Sure, that'd be nice, yeah. She bought me all these
Alright.
clothes.
Yeah, she bought you more clothes than I've ever owned, bro. And isn't that a nice ass store she took you to, too?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I will pay her back some way, somehow, in the future.
Carter smiles, takes a sip of his coffee, and looks at Colt. Have you at least said thank you?
Yeah, I did. I said thank you when we talked a little bit and I tried them all on for her. I'll thank her again.
Yeah. I think your thanks, knowing that her action was appreciated, might be enough for me.
Yeah. And I mean, if it fails, you can just get her a very specific kind of ring in a while and give her that to pay her back.
He looks down at the bag. I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Carter smiles. Neither would she, I think.
It's at this point Ricky notices the drink is somehow still perfectly frosted.
What kind of magic did she use on that, bro? That thing hasn't melted at all, and you've been drinking it.
Ice magic.
Carter shrugs. There's a lot ice magic can do, and Marianne is a very powerful spellcaster.
Concentration
smiles,
spell,
looks down at
right? So she's concentrating it on keeping it cold for you.
Ah, so she's thinking about him constantly.
You could say that again.
And how long ago did she get that for you?
Carter looks at the cup. I'm not sure. I just walked in and the cup was on my bed.
Uh-huh.
Carter sighs. I should go thank her. Yeah.
They're all in their kitchen eating. The door. I don't know if the door is locked, but yeah. I was gonna go see Soul, but just yeah. When they want to come out, girls in their group like a pack of velociraptors.
Yeah. Wonder what they're talking about.
Carter shrugs. I don't know, but I'm gonna go in, or at least knock to see if I am allowed to come in. As he'll start to walk out toward.
Come on, Cole.
Yeah, come on, Rick. Let's go.
Yeah, let's give him moral support.
We're stronger in numbers too. He's gonna.
Yeah, man.
Carter knocks on the door.
Carter. Yeah,
Go ahead.
Carter knocks on the door.
It opens.
Soul look. Oh, okay. He walks in. Hey, I just wanted to thank you for the Saint Bucks that was on my bed. You didn't have to do that. As he looks at Marianne.
Arms wrapped around herself, head bobbing up and down.
Carter squints. He brought the Saint Bucks with him, and he walks up next to her as the three girls are just watching him, and he sets the Saint Bucks down in front of her.
She wakes up. Looks around. Hi, Carter.
Hi, Marianne. Are you feeling okay?
Tired. You got your coffee.
I did. You should have some.
I got it for you.
And I want you to have some. Please.
She will take a sip. You just want my spit on.
You got me red-handed.
She takes a
He
very long
smiles at-
sip.
He smiles the longer the sip goes. Yeah, that and I want you more awake. Some caffeine might do you some good. Although it might not do you some good either. He puts a hand on her shoulder and just rubs it a bit.
I need it. I need it. We're going to teach you how to drive today. The colonel's already told us we're done early for today, so we just have to make sure the place is nice and clean, and it mostly is. Ricky, come have some nachos. I would have never believed you had a green thumb.
Oh shit. Thanks. He's gonna take some and try it. Damn, you guys put this together?
Yeah, I made them for lunch. Ground meat, nachos, before somebody has to go do their weapons training with Oz.
Yeah.
Laz clears her throat, smiles, and looks at the time. Which should be coming up pretty soon. Carter shrugs. Huh? Maybe it's something to look forward to for you. And Laz nods. It is. I enjoy teaching him about the weapon systems.
Do you read while you teach him?
If there is nothing else to do, yes, I'll read a bit.
Rolls her eyes, memory, and rolling her eyes.
Oh, this is a pretty cool dude, right?
Laz nods. I don't know much about him, but yes, I personally believe he is pretty cool. As Soul looks back at Colt and just sort of rolls her eyes.
He looks down at her and smiles. Memory, and seeing him smiling at her. So what did you guys do up on Gateway with Uncle Yuri?
Just said hi.
Carter face palms as Soul looks at Ricky. You just said hi. To who?
Said hi to your Uncle Yuri, and then Mr. Wiseau came in, and then we had to leave very quickly because we were scared that Colt's mom would kill us.
And then Benny bought a bunch of Rainfall merchandise, and he's setting up his little room down here, Elizabeth, if you want to go see him. He said he wanted to come, he wanted you to see all this stuff, but you guys were sequestered away in here, so he didn't want to bother you.
Elizabeth stands up. I'll definitely go see what's going on with Benny. She turns around to all the girls and nods at them all. Oh, see you guys all in a bit, then. And she runs off down towards Benny.
Memory and watching her. You don't see her run that fast that often. Those little legs.
No, you don't.
Carter chuckles. She is definitely faster than her size. Would tell you. He looks at her, taking another sip of the coffee.
Gladly. She will. She drinks about a quarter of the cup.
Oh yeah, and Mr. Wiseau gave me these, and he's gonna take the glasses out and put them on.
Memory Ann, still drinking her coffee, eyes dart to the corner of her eyes, looking at Ricky. Haha. Lowering the cup, both laughing, sitting down behind Soul at another table.
Pretty cool, right?
You look yes.
Carter leans over to Memory Ann and whispers, Yes, Ricky is, I mean.
He's his son. For sure, whispering in your ear as Colt, same brand as Tommy wears, actually. So, absurdly expensive.
Oh yeah, I don't even want to know how much these cost.
Soul just sort of sighs, shakes her head. And he just gave them to you. As a present?
He said they'd be twins. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, gave them to me, had me put them on, and then had me stand with him.
Laz looks at Ricky. Mr. Wiseau must really enjoy your presence.
I guess so. I don't know. I don't know. He's nice, and I just am respectful, like everyone said to be to him.
Whatever you say, Ricky Wiseau.
You know, I wouldn't complain about that, ma'am.
Soul just sort of pouts and looks over at Colt. You never gave any of us those kind of sunglasses.
Well, maybe somebody has a better gift for you.
She perks up. Yeah, maybe someone does. She looks at him, tilts her head, and smiles very sweetly at him.
He'll put his hand up.
Her eyebrows shoot up just the tiniest bit, and she puts her hand in his.
He'll take her hand and walk her out in this direction. Walking by these guys who are just talking amongst themselves, really. And he'll take her in here, which is not a radioactive area. And memory on watching them leave. About fucking time.
Ricky's gonna look at Carter with just a big smile on his face and 2 thumbs up. He's actually doing it, bro.
You look ridiculous with those on. You are never to wear those on a mission. If you want to wear them around the base, that is fine.
Understood, ma'am. Will do.
Probably worth more than my fucking car.
Oh god, don't say that. I don't even have a case for him.
Carter laughs. Maybe that's something you can buy with your paycheck.
You guys keep talking about that. I bought a bunch of plants. That put it into the team, right?
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure you'll be getting more, I don't know, free liquidity from Mr. Wiseau.
He just says they're tips for me helping him. I'm just being nice to him like we were told to.
She shakes her head, and rests her head on Carter's shoulder.
Carter puts his arm around her. And he looks down at her. You could take a nap if you want.
I could. I feel like it.
Then if you feel like it, and nothing would happen if you did, you should take a nap.
I might.
He smiles down at her and shrugs. Then it's up to you. But if you did, I wouldn't be remiss in staying like this for a good couple hours.
Her arms wrapped around herself, but head on Carter's shoulder, and Carter's saying that. Then he hears her, not snoring, but she's sleeping, he can tell.
He looks down at her and smiles. Good. Very good. As Laz stands up, I'll leave so you guys, I won't wake her up accidentally. And Carter looks at Laz and nods. Thank you. Stay safe on weapons training, please. Yeah? As Laz looks back at him. I will, Carter. And she smiles. I'm always safe while training people. Chuckles and then leaves the kitchen to head up to the ship to get some things ready.
Oh, she's got to get Oz first.
Yeah. She'll go towards Oz.
Well, Ricky's left with a plate of nachos.
He's gonna look down at him, look up. I gotta go do something real quick. I'll leave you 2 in here alone, alright?
Carter gives Ricky a thumbs up.
He's gonna nod, walk out over here, and immediately try to start messaging Tommy about what he's seeing.
Ricky starts that. What's happening down here?
Laz walks up behind Oz and checks to see if they're having an important conversation she doesn't want to interrupt.
No. Okir is
And
literally just talking about a soap opera he liked.
she nods and then taps Oz on the shoulder.
He jumps slightly and turns around and looks at her. Ma'am?
I apologize, I didn't mean to startle you. I was just wondering if you were ready to go and do some weapons training?
Fixes his glasses. It's that time already? Looks at his wrist computer. Right. Yeah, wait till we gotta get somewhere alone. Yeah.
She tilts her head. I'm sorry, I didn't catch all that. If you aren't ready, we can push it off to a different time.
No, I'm ready. We gotta get somewhere alone. I got something I have to tell you about what we saw up on Gateway.
Oh, of course, yeah. Uh, then we should go to the ship. We'll be alone there.
Let's get out of here. Would you believe he's walking her to the elevator? Would you believe me if I said Colt's mother shot Mr. Wiseau once?
She nods. I would believe it. I remember my mother was laughing very hard when she heard about it.
Laughing? That's a strange sense of humor, dear. As he's typing on the button to lift the elevator.
Lazuli chuckles. My mother and I guess myself, we both have a very strange sense of humor.
Oh, that's a good thing. As they'll go up, he can't wait to tell her about the dolphin. That's really what he wants to tell her. As they go up the elevator, they'll head to the ship for weapons training. Down here, Colt points in here. We'll get to them. But look at all that crap he bought her. Or he bought himself, I should say. But I think in a way bought her, because he just kept saying, look at all this stuff I got, me and Elizabeth can do together.
Soul peeks into the door and smiles. He is a very sweet kid, and smiles up at Colt.
Spent his whole paycheck. Well, paychecks over the past, couple years.
She chuckles to herself. I personally believe that Benny is a bit smitten with Elizabeth, and Elizabeth is smitten with him too. So I wouldn't expect anything less out of someone who's in love.
Yeah, you could say that again. He looks in at them. He's showing her around. We'll get to them, though. Yeah.
She looks at Colt and smiles. Is everything okay? It seems like you want to say something.
Just thank you again for all the clothing you bought me.
She stands up straight, puts a hand on her chest. It really is no problem, Colt. For you, I would do anything that I thought you would need done. She smiles right at him.
He'll put both his hands out, extending his arms.
She puts both of her hands into his.
He just pulls her right in. Full body contact.
Oh! She seems a touch bit surprised. Looks around. Looks up right at him and smirks a bit. And she puts her arms around his neck.
No problems with this? I didn't think so.
She shakes her head. No problems. She closes her eyes tightly for a second and then opens them. Would you mind if I kissed you?
I have been dreaming about kissing. Wait. He starts reaching in his back pocket. I've been dreaming about that since I guess I was like 14. He pulls out a terrible doodle. Like stick figure level doodle. I used to doodle these, and then I kept doodling them through basic. See, you're the stick figure with the red hair.
She takes a hold of the little doodle and looks at it, grips it a bit tightly, and smiles up at him with the biggest smile she's ever had.
There's just some things in the way. That's why I've been acting strangely, which I promise I'll explain to you once I figure them out. And hopefully survive them.
Well, if it's anything I can help with. She stands on her tippy toes a bit, gets in very close to his face, and puts her hand against his cheek. I would love to help you, Colt.
He'll take her hand and kiss it.
She looks at her hand, then looks right at him, and she gives him a kiss on the lips.
As they're doing that, Benny is taking Elizabeth around. We'll get into each and everything he has here. He's just started, and he turns around and, He's like, look at that!
At them, and puts a hand onto Benny's bicep and starts jumping up and down. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
He must have told her about the dolphin.
The what?
He bought her a dolphin. That's why he's poor.
She covers where her mouth would be on the mask, and a big old surprise emoticon happens. He bought her a dolphin?
Yeah, it's awesome looking. Mr. Wiseau keeps it for him. Feeds it, stuff like that.
Oh my god. She looks out the door. You know, she's been wanting to kiss that boy for, like, years and years, right?
Well, he's afraid of his mom. He says his mom will kill him because it's fraternizing with a squad mate or something ridiculous like that. I think it's stupid.
She tilts her head. That is a bit stupid, isn't it? Well, if she ever needs it. Elizabeth looks at Zol. I have a direct line to the Ranger General, so I could always tell her about that if she gets really desperate.
I'd like to meet her someday. Mr. Wiseau said she had a nice pair of legs.
Elizabeth looks at Benny and then looks down at her somewhat short legs and looks back up at him. Do you like legs?
Yeah, I guess. More or less, if Mr. Wiseau finds somebody attractive, they've probably got to be pretty attractive overall.
Yeah, she nods. I suppose that is true. Sasha, the General is quite beautiful.
You know her?
Yeah, she came down every Friday for, well, not every Friday, but most Fridays for spaghetti dinner.
This guy's really your dad. He has a poster of Hunk from some ridiculous movie.
Yeah, that's my dad. Everyone calls him Hunk.
And this is really your aunt, and it's a very, very young picture of Suletta when she was incredibly young.
Elizabeth walks over to the picture, puts her hand next to it, and then rubs her cheek a bit. Yeah, that's my auntie.
It's a picture from some cartoon anime show, I guess. He points over to the robot your family made about her. Look at this! Because I spent so much money, they gave me a free poster of the Primarch.
Elizabeth looks over at her and nods. That is a really good picture of Pequod, isn't it?
But not as cool as this. He points at a poster of Air Force One.
Elizabeth giggles slightly. That is quite a good picture. That's one of your favorite movies, right?
It is my absolute favorite. And this, I got us a tea box, though I don't have any money for games. But next paycheck, I'll get us a bunch of games. I got a poster of, well, you say he's your uncle, Uncle Banksy, and a bunch of these miniatures from Snurf's workshop. I spent all my money. I think they felt sorry for me. He's looking down at them.
Elizabeth chuckles a bit and looks at Benny. I can buy us the games if you want. Just tell me any that you want and I can get them.
Well, we should probably just go through the catalog of games together. There's tons of. We don't have to play first person shooters. There's co op games, park building games, strategy games, you name it. Third person shooter, space combat games. He turns the machine on.
A smile emoticon happens on her mask as she looks at Benny. I would love to go through the catalog with you.
Oh, and then I found this. This was in the bargain bin for $3. The Chronicles of Young Davine. That's the lady you said is your mom. Never heard of it.
He hears Elizabeth sigh and she shakes her head. It's just the anime Attack on Titan.
Oh,
It's sort of a joke. Mikasa sort of looks like my mom, so everyone just sort of calls it the Chronicles of Young Davine.
oh. He looks down at the box, but it's a good show regardless.
It's a very good show, in my opinion at least. I enjoy watching it.
Oh, then we can watch it whenever you want. This thing can play DVD chits, whatever we need. Old DVDs too.
She looks at the tea box. That is really cool. She strokes her chin for a second. The T stands for Tommy, doesn't it?
Yeah. He's looking down at the box.
Well, leave it to Tommy to make a very nice gaming system. You can play old DVDs, DVD chits, everything. Very nice.
It's the deluxe edition and comes with a 10-month subscription to the Rainfall streaming service. So, have you ever seen that one show where this old guy with a beard, and it's like a weird kid show, but it's supposed to be... It seems more adult than kid because he just vomits on this mailman.
Right. It's like Colonel Chance's Neighborhood or something like that.
Yeah, and it just sounds like this. He starts laughing.
Elizabeth starts to laugh. I've asked about that show quite a bit. The only one who's really willing to talk about it at all is my brother, and even then, he doesn't like to talk about it that much.
Maybe somebody in your family could tell us about it. Wanted to get an action figure of, you say she's your Aunt Icy, but they didn't have any that, well, they were all out of my price range, and her miniature was sold out, but these guys in black armor are pretty cool.
She looks at the miniatures, and she nods. Yeah, that's Reaper Squad. They protect. She gestures all around her. Rainfall Lane is what we call it.
This, when I saw this, he points back here, I could see the resemblance between Memory and...
Yeah, right. They even have that same like hair swoop that Memoran has. They both have it when they're younger. She looks at the picture. My auntie is a very beautiful woman, isn't she?
She nice. He's looking at the picture. Looks kind of scary.
She can be very nice. Just she looks down at her feet. Just don't make her angry, I suppose.
He nods his head. Don't plan to. Pats the chair next to it.
She sits next to him and leans on his shoulder.
He looks around. We gotta work on, better furniture in here. Sofa, be way more comfortable. Maybe a recliner. We had cool recliners back home for me. Massage ones, actually. He's looking around the room, and a mini fridge, and the captain said he'll make sure these windows here and here can tint, so if you want to come in here alone or with me, you can demask.
She looks at Benny and nods. I would absolutely love that. Make this a good old gaming room, or a little spot that just the two of us can come in and hang out, play video games together.
He looks around and nods. I think we'll expand to this room too, and we can share both rooms, but this one will be for us. He smiles, because this one has the tea box.
She looks up at him. The smile emoticon happens. And she looks around. Would you want me to take my mask off now?
He puts his hand up. Nah, wait till we get the windows tinted and then you can relax more.
Okay. She nods. Whatever you want, Benny. And she goes back to leaning on his shoulder.
That guy's really your dad? He looks over his shoulder.
She looks over her shoulder. Yeah, that's my daddy.
Miss that guy?
More than you can know. She looks down at her lap, plays with her hands a bit. He's a very, very nice man. Always knew what I was thinking somehow. I love my dad a lot.
Did he like working in the movies? Because he seemed to be a pretty good actor. And then they just stopped.
She sighs. They all really liked being in the movies and making the movies. My brother, Dad, my mom, who directed most of them. She shakes her head. They sort of stopped because drama in the family, I suppose you can call it.
He nods his head. Well, Picks up the controller. Look at this. Colonel Hawk down. I've seen this before. It's some old bearded guy just talking to him. He starts laughing. It's
She
terrible.
nods. It is quite terrible. The bearded man. There's another bearded man with white hair. I believe his name is Ash, and then my brother is in it too. Oh, and Uncle Scar. He gets blown up.
Uncle Scott gets. Oh, that's right. He won an Oscar for that.
Yeah, he did. It was his first Oscar win, and he made a very nice speech about my family.
Well, you want to turn it on and watch it for a while? I'm getting tired of watching that. He looks up. They're still kissing.
She looks out the door, then looks back at Benny. They've both been wanting to do that for a while. Just give him some time. But yes, please go put on the movie.
We'll have to make sure these windows are tintable very soon for their sake so they can come in here. He looks up for their kissy time.
Elizabeth starts to laugh. I'm sure they would very much appreciate us getting everything more comfortable in here for their hissy time.
He'll put his arm around her, turn on the horrible Malcolm movie from ages ago. As up here, Ricky's phone call to Tommy has went through. Tommy coming up here. Ricky, what is going on? Where you get those nachos?
The girls made them out of the stuff I grew, but that's not important. Look at what's going on in there, and he's gonna put the wrist computer just high enough that Tommy can see what's going on in there.
Oh. Sweet Jesus. It's finally happening.
She's asleep on her shoulder, Mr. Wiseau. This is great.
Very good. Good for Carter's self-esteem.
Yeah. And I don't know what they're doing because I called you as soon as I saw that. He's in a point up there. But I know Colt just pulled Soul out of the room to talk to her in private.
You tell her about Dolphin?
I don't know. I think so.
Take me to them. Covertly. Remember, you wear the glasses of Tommy. You have a reputation to live up to now.
Of course. He's gonna sneak off to where they were and peek in the window.
Well, you and Tommy both see them kissing.
Tommy, or Mr. Wiseau, I don't even know what to say. Do you see what I see?
I see it, Ricky, and I see 50,000 credits in your future for all your help.
Thank you, sir. And I don't know what Benny and Elizabeth are doing, but I think we've got enough good stuff on our plate right now, man.
What about that fucking bookworm?
All I saw was that she had some training with Ozzy today, and they're gonna go do it.
Ridiculous. As you see in the background, a dump truck dumping out thousands of books, and Yuri with a shovel getting the ones that are stuck on the edges of the.
Um, should I ask what you're doing, sir?
Oh, don't worry about it. Ricky, remember what I tell you? Don't tell anybody about me. Not to officers, not to squad, not to ranger general, not to anybody. Tommy will call you back in a little while. Keep an eye on things down there. I need your help with power loader very soon.
Uh, yeah, I can do that, sir.
Put those in the incinerator. Get rid of them. I'll call you back very soon. Be ready.
Okay.
Hangs up. The last thing you see is Yuri grabbing books out of the back of the dump truck.
Smile on his face. I don't even care. He's gonna come up and just lean on the wall there. Look over at them. It's a good day, sirs.
Yeah, it sure is. Friday, getting out early. You talk to that girl, the one that I threw you into the building to. In my culture, a show of force gets you a mate. Walk up to her, sock her right in the jaw. Yeah, let's not do that.
Yeah, no. No, I haven't. I've been, very busy with training, sir.
Okir just groans at you, Bash. You can train all your life, but you're gonna end up unhappy.
I don't know. See him kind of stumbling and rubbing the back of his neck. I just don't think, it's necessary for me to ask her out. I don't think she'd say yes.
You don't know until you try, and if she says no, there's always other fish in the sea.
Yeah. I, how do you even do that? I don't even know how you'd do something like that.
You walk up and punch her in the face.
I don't think that's how it works here. I think I'd get arrested and kicked out of the military if I did that.
You just go in and introduce yourself. That's it. And then you say something like, I've seen you around. I'm here because blank. And your reason would be, in this case, you're a new headhunter recruit. And then you could talk about you can talk about your fighting style, why you made it to the headhunters, as opposed to, the rank and file troopers. And from there, let her talk and just continue to try and relate as she talks.
Okay. And it's that simple.
No, it's not simple at all. But you have to do it if you want to. If you want it, you have to do it. I'm not saying it's easy or simple. He cracks open a beer. You're dismissed early Friday, as per usual, because you guys have done a good enough job this week, so beer time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything about that. I think we should celebrate too.
Yeah, I saw Colt and Soul down there, stuck in face.
You seen what's going on in the kitchen?
As long as it's copacetic between memory and what's going on. He starts chugging his beer.
She passed out on his shoulder, bro.
What's that mean? It's good. That's good.
It's really good. Oh man, that's two of them that seem like they're actually growing a brain. Two groups of them. Now we just need Laz and us to get together, because you know they like each other, sir.
Yeah. I mean, last I heard, Oz, well, yeah. He had a girlfriend when he first got here, I think. But they broke up, so, I don't know. That was a long time ago. He's been here a long time, Rick. Long fucking time. 5 years. Starts drinking, sitting down. Okir eating ice cream.
You mind if I sit with you?
No, come on.
You'll sit down. So he's been here that long, huh? Any other girlfriends?
Not that I know of. But yeah. Who knows? He could have one. Ask him. Ask him.
I hadn't asked him if he has one, but I don't think he does. He keeps talking about how normal guys like me and him don't have a chance with the rainfalls.
Oh. Well, that's a defeatist attitude. He's looking at his beer.
Yeah. I mean,
I'd say a normal guy is across the way there with the biggest chance of any guy, so. Yeah.
he's gonna look where he just pointed. Yeah, I'd say that. I don't know. I think that she likes him, but she's kind of hard to read. Does that make sense?
Who? Laz?
Laz, yeah.
I don't know. She just got here. You guys have been here a couple weeks. I mean, seems older, more refined, at least more mature. Maybe not a lot older. I think they look good together.
Oh yeah, and he keeps saying that shit, and it just I don't know. He said something like, "Everyone who's gotten with one of the rainfalls is either really important or some kind of superpowered badass." So I don't know.
Not giving himself a chance. Is that right?
That's it. Yeah.
Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Uh-huh. He'll hand you an ice cream bowl.
Thank you.
As down here, it's just a puppy love kiss, but they've held it for a while, pulls off of her. His eyes are crossed.
She is breathing heavily, smiling at him as she scratches his cheek.
How about he's gonna take her hands and wrap them around his waist. How about we stroll past the colonel's, how about we just kiss again? And then we'll go get a funnel cake. I got some money. I have some.
She smiles at him. Sure, if you want to get a funnel cake after we kiss again, I'm up for that.
Well, I've been waiting a long time for that.
Oh, trust me, Colt. She leans up, gets very close to his face again. I have been too.
Rainfall Lane, it could accommodate aquatic life forms.
Yeah, of course. We have every kind of, like a biome, is what they call them. We have every kind of biome to accommodate animals, given that Auntie Soletta likes to collect a lot of them.
It's been a while since I've been there, but I always liked being there. It was like its own world within a world, and I was personally okay with that.
She looks down at her feet and nods. It's a very nice place to live.
Miss it?
Yeah, I do. She shrugs. I really do miss it. She looks at him. But that's okay. Everyone gets homesick every once in a while, right?
What if we went back one of the weekends? Just us. You got the scarf. We can get through the teleporter.
She smiles at him, and I could definitely bring you through the teleporter.
Then I say we go. Maybe not this weekend, but one of these weekends coming up.
She nods. I say we go too.
We can be like your parents. He looks right at her. We could straddle one another on the golf course. When I was a kid and I'd see them doing that, I had no idea what was going on. And then, after the fact, hindsight, thinking back, like, oh yeah, they had a good time on that golf course.
She looks right at him, a flush coming across her cheeks a small bit as she smirks, and she holds him tighter and closer to her, and she pushes her chest against him. Are you saying you want to straddle me, Mr. Browse?
I've wanted to say that for quite a while.
I have no idea why you haven't then. And she gives him another kiss.
They hold the kiss as these three are just, talking and watching. Memory Ann's still sleeping on Julius's shoulder. They're watching the terribleness that is Colonel Hawk down. And coming through the teleporter in Julius's office, they melted. hot fudge sundae, and she has a torch, a cooking torch, that she's melting it. How you doing, Julius?
Julius looks up, sets his paperwork down, and looks at her. How are you, Mama Lan?
Doing wonderful, thanks for asking. I've come on your behest and Nicole's. It's time for Elizabeth to have some ice cream.
Julius smiles and nods. I believe it is time for her to have some ice cream, Mama Lan.
Mama Lan looking out the door. But would you look at that? Her and Benjamin, somehow she knows his name, done watching a movie together. Tell you what, Julius, I'll done go up that elevator. In about 20 minutes, I'd like you to initiate a fire drill, if that's okay, and have 'em all come upstairs into the town, and Mama Lan will find Elizabeth there.
Julius smiles at Mama Lan. I think we just happen to have a fire drill scheduled for 20 minutes from now.
Thank you kindly, Julius. You look so handsome behind that desk.
Thank you, Mama Lan, and you look beautiful as always.
She fixes her hair, sneaks out as much as that woman can sneak, and goes up the elevator, nobody noticing her. And Julius hears another strange noise coming from the teleporter. His head peeking through.
Julius looks at Zanzibar. What are you doing here?
He comes right up to your desk and starts pounding his hand, the back of his hand, into his other open hand, and you can't understand him. And following him through, not interrupting him, is icy. And he slams his fist down on your desk, knocking everything off the desk.
Julius watches everything fall off the desk and then looks at Icy.
He looks around, sits on Julius's desk, and smiles down at him.
He looks at Zanzibar, looks back at Icy. So, what was he saying?
He was saying that, she stops. He was saying that Pequod has denounced alcohol and is not drinking and is doing wonderfully. Smiles at you.
Julius looks at Icy and puts his head on the desk. I really wish I could believe that.
What he was actually saying was Pequod and him drank some of that funny liquid this morning, and then she got on Dez's back and flew to the beach house, and he blames you for this because you're the head of the pack. Remember, he's not that smart. Pushes some buttons on the door, starts wandering around the base. Oh.
Julius groans a bit. He can wander if he wants. Shakes his head. Did you say she was flying inebriated?
Well, the dragon, Dez, is flying her, and he's not inebriated. She snaps her finger and smiles, so there's that. Going to the beach house.
Oh, God. He rubs his face. Do Mom and Dad know?
Yeah, I told them. Yeah, they're on their way. They probably should be there by now, actually.
Okay, thank you. I would at least want someone there with her. Just in case something happens.
I'm thinking euros.
Julius leans back, snaps his fingers, and points at Icy. Euros. Damn good idea.
I will go to Watertown, get her favorite brand, if you get me a club sandwich from upstairs.
Hey, deal. Julius stands up. I need some sun and I need to stretch my legs anyway.
And Mama Lan is... He looks around. Where is she?
Oh, she went up the elevator. Said I should do a fire alarm in about... He looks at his Where's computer? 17 minutes from now. So all the kids can go up there and she can track Elizabeth.
What's that? What, it's like chumming the water? Is that what we're doing for the shark that is Mama Land Giraffe?
You know what? I think that is her intent. It just wait. The anticipation is building up just to make everything better for her.
Icy starts laughing as Memory Ann, Icy's presence, she could feel her presence, and so can Carter, spellcasters. Memory Ann sharply wakes up. Aunt Icy.
Julius sits up. Yeah, Aunt Icy.
Was I sleeping on your shoulder?
Carter looks down at her and smiles. Yes, you were.
It's pretty comfortable. Crosses her arms and puts her nose up.
Yeah, it is. You're welcome to sleep on it. He pushes some hair behind her ear, like he's seen Julius do to Pequod so many times. You can sleep on it at any time you want.
She rubs the side of her neck, puts her hand out.
He looks down at her hand and puts his in hers.
She'll walk Carter out this way. Now, the doors in Julius's office are locked. They can see her, and then Memory Ann, huge smile on her face. He's scratching his head, looking around. Bash, what the fuck? Huh?
What is that?
Now, he's huge. He's not the Zanzibar from anymore. He's barely fitting in the military bunker, and he's got more spikes on his back. He's definitely way more ripped. And when he unfurls his scales, you see mana glowing under them. And his saliva is like mana, basically. But he drools a fair bit. Bash, I assume that's a rainfall pet. That thing looks like it could eat Ricky alive.
That thing looks like it could eat you alive, sir.
Crazy. Colt, look at that.
Soul pulls away, looks behind herself. Oh my god, that's Zanzibar!
Tommy said we'd see. We were talking about Zanzibar up on Gateway, and he said, nah, you'll see. Something like that.
Soul looks at Colt. Maybe he can tell the future.
I've always kind of thought that, and so has my mother. But then my mom said he can't because he didn't see the future enough to know he was about to get shot.
Soul starts to laugh.
Actually happened.
Yeah, I remember my mom telling us about it.
You have the footage? I've always wanted to see. Oh, help me, Julius!
She thinks for a second. Yeah, I do. I asked Aunt Icy to give it to me a long time ago. I thought it was really funny. And she pulls it up for him.
I say we watch it over a funnel cake after we go see him. I haven't seen him since I was like, I guess 15.
Soul nods. Sounds like a plan, handsome. She grabs his hand and starts walking out.
They walk out, and Benny hasn't noticed him, but Elizabeth's noticed him out there. Just looking around at everybody.
Elizabeth sits up straight. That's sensible.
Nah, this guy's name is Malcolm. He points back to the screen.
Well, yes, his name is Malcolm. But she pats him on the shoulder and points out to Zanzibar. That's Zanzibar.
That's a Haven Drake. He looks over his shot.
Yeah. My sister. That's like her animal companion.
Really? He stands up.
Yeah, a Haven Drake. Dad got it for her. When she was pretty young.
Can we go pet him? Is he friendly?
She thinks for a second. He might have to get used to you. He's friendly to women.
Well, I want to see him regardless. I think I've seen miniatures of him before. Let's go. He puts his hand up.
She takes his hand.
They go out here. Bash. Oh, well, captain's duty. Come on, Rick. Why don't you get in front of the captain there and let's go see what this is all about.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
He'll stand in front of him and walk up.
Zanzibar's just looking around confused, looks at Carter, comes over and starts sniffing Carter and Memory Ann, who Memory Ann just hugs him, and he hugs her back.
Carter starts to pet him lightly. How you been, Zanzibar?
Memory Ann starts crying. I missed how stupid he sounded.
He looks at Memory Ann and puts a hand on her back and rubs it. He does sound pretty stupid, doesn't he?
He really does. Turns and starts patting Elizabeth on the head.
She lets him, and she looks up at him and hugs him around his arm. How you been, Sansi?
He picks her up and puts her on his back. Starts sniffing Benny. Is this normal?
Elizabeth nods and she leans forward and whispers into Zanzibar's ear. He's my friend. He's a very nice boy and I enjoy him quite a bit, so be nice to him.
He nods his head up at Elizabeth, gently moves him out of the way. Awesome. And picks Soul up and puts her on with Elizabeth.
Soul starts petting the top of Zanzibar's head and just gives it a big kiss. You been good, Zanzi?
He nods his head. Bash, looks like you got some competition there, Colt. Makes Colt laugh.
Bro, he's your pet?
Carter leans over. My aunt's animal companion, Zanzibar. We were talking about him up on Gateway, remember?
This is Zanzibar. That's fucking badass, dude.
What's he doing here? Bash drinking his beer.
Carter leans back and looks into his father's office. Aunt Icy is here. We felt her presence.
Oh, the general! He puts his beer away! Oh, care, no ice cream. Puts it away. Memory Ann, trust me, she won't care.
Ricky's gonna move.
Carter.
You go.
Carter looks at Memory Ann and just starts to continue to rub her back.
She's holding onto his neck, still tearing up. Haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah. Do you want to at least try and go talk to Aunt Icy?
It's like a piece of home. She's head rubbing on his neck. She's actually here? I just figured it was him.
Carter leans back. Are the windows tinted to Julius's
No.
office?
They can see in. She's just sitting on the desk, talking to Julia.
They're there, talking to each other right now.
Do you want to go? She looks at Carter and then the other rainfall.
Sol and Elizabeth nod, and Carter looks at her, puts a hand on to hers, and nods. Yeah, I'll go.
Zanzibar will set the Elizabeth and Soul down, patting their heads. Ugh.
Sol and Elizabeth both give Zanzibar pats on his head, and then Carter will take a step forward like this and put
She
his hand
grabs
out
your
to
hand.
Marianne.
She grabs it before you can put it out.
He smiles at her, takes another step forward, and knocks on the office door.
While he's, walking up to do that, Colt will, I haven't seen Icy in a while. Soul.
Sol turns around, puts her hand out to him. Then we should go see her.
Go ahead, squad, go meet her. Rick, Benny, go ahead. Awesome. Comes up behind Elizabeth.
Yes, thank you, sir. It'll be cool to meet someone like that.
In the office while that was all going on, Icy is telling Julius, or they're watching the footage of Tommy being shot. I finally showed Mom and Dad. Oh, Julius, help!
Julius starts to laugh. He wipes a tear from his eye. Yeah, that footage is pretty great. I was scared shitless when that happened.
RC energy bullets. I expect nothing less from the Ranger General. She's laughing.
Do you think she carries around RC bullets just so she can shoot Tommy?
I think so. Nodding her head. I really think so. And then Icy looks over his shoulder as the group is gathering. Time for that fire drill, I think.
Julius leans forward, looks at the door, and looks at Icy. Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I'm supposed to be the nice one. Besides, I'm pretty sure they all hate me, so... Except the ones that don't know me. He winks at Julius, so I'll teleport Zanzibar out of here and go get some Euro.
Julius sighs, pats Icy's hand. Alright, be safe. I'll start the fire drill.
Can you please try to raise a child that doesn't hate me? Integra.
Julius chuckles, looks at Icy. Honestly, at this point, Mom and Dad are raising Integra.
True.
They got a goddamn monopoly on our kids.
Maybe it's for the best. He looks over, makes eye contact with Carter, and snaps herself out. Zanzibar, sniffing the back of Ricky's neck, disappears. Bash, I only had one beer. Where did that fucker go?
I guess she had to do something?
Carter was just about to knock as he made eye contact with Icy, and then he puts his hand down. Okay then. He turns around. She teleported away.
I mean, she's a general, right? Maybe she's just got stuff she has to do.
Yeah. He looks at Marianne. Yeah, maybe she just had stuff to do.
She shakes her head.
Carter nods. Yeah. Oh well, I guess. We'll catch her next time.
Maybe she just didn't want to see you guys.
Soul clears her throat. I think that's pretty likely, Benny.
Nah, why would your aunt not want to see you guys? You're cool.
It's not like you're fuck-ups or anything.
Yeah, he's right. You're not.
Carter looks at Ricky. Ricky, we're fuck-ups.
I don't think so. You're all good fighters, good to me. I don't see how you're a fuck-up.
Maybe she thinks you hate her. He's just looking at her.
Elizabeth sighs, wraps her arms around herself, and starts looking around like some gears are starting to turn in her head. Yeah, maybe she thinks we hate her. A comforting thought. He puts his hands in his pockets.
Ricky's wrist computer going off.
Gonna answer?
Ricky, take some more prime.
Yeah, I gotta take this, guys. I'll be right back. And he'll run up to the barracks.
Ricky, listen to Tommy very carefully. Julia's going to start fire drill very soon. I need your help up here. Time to lift power loader. Before Carter come up. You have to come now. Get them all off the elevator. You come up first. You can do this. Tommy has the utmost faith and confidence in you. You have the glasses. Never forget them.
Yeah, will do. Thank you so much for letting me get out of here right now.
You are no problem. Tell Tommy all about it when you come up. Get them off the elevator. Don't ask how I know where they are.
Yes, sir, will do.
He hangs up.
He's gonna come back out. I need to go up and do something. Can you guys jump off the elevator real quick?
I wanted to meet her. He's just staring in sadly.
Elizabeth nods. I wanted to say her. And Soul nods. I think we all did.
We can see her next time. He'll take Soul's hand, kiss it in front of Memory Ann and Carter, and it doesn't draw a reaction from Memory Ann. She just comes, stands over here.
Carter will just follow Memory Ann and lean against the wall behind him.
Benny, you want to get a soda? He puts his hand out to Elizabeth.
Elizabeth takes Benny's hand.
They go into the kitchen to get a soda. Bashful. Oh, if you're going up the elevator.
I think so.
Bashful, if you're going up the elevator, Rick, make sure you do something productive up there, not lift weights or run across the beach and train. Move out of the way.
Yes, sir.
Colt will take Soul over here. You go up the elevator.
See you guys in a bit.
Colt will. What was that all about?
Soul shrugs, looking at Ricky. Maybe he had to pick something up at the front of the base or something. She rubs the back of her neck.
Oh no,
It's
I
a
mean
Colt.
your aunt.
Oh, my aunt. I suspect she just doesn't want to see us. I shouldn't say we, but the kids, sort of ruined the rainfalls.
I missed a lot when I was in basic, huh?
She shakes her head. Something happens with spellcasters. We have a freak out at some point when we are trying to mature. We have it. Carter had his, and it sort of... She puts her two hands together and then breaks them apart quickly and jaggedly.
This is ridiculous. Quickly and jaggedly.
She shakes her head. It sort of broke everything apart.
Okay. He nods his head. But this doesn't sound like a problem that can't be fixed.
I think he can. I've tried to tell him that all he needs to do is apologize to Laz. That's all he needs to do. And she'll forgive him. I know she will. Just he doesn't... He's stupid and thinks she won't.
He shakes his head. Oh, maybe we could brainstorm on ways to get him to. Or we just confront him about it.
I think... She rubs her face. I think we should just confront him about it.
Fine by me. We'll pick my turf, Delta territory, up in the city.
She looks up at him and smiles. You'd really do that for me?
Sure. Not that I want to join Delta, but there's 18 of them on standby for hostage rescue, all willing to help beat Carter up if it came to that.
The soul starts to laugh. I wouldn't want to see my brother hurt like that. So hopefully he'll be able to see reason.
He's a smart guy. I think he will. And I'll get us a funnel. Let's just do it over a funnel cake. Everything's better over a funnel cake.
I do enjoy myself a good funnel cake. She puts her hand out for him to take.
I've kind of always wanted to just kind of do this. He takes her legs out from under her and picks her up. I mean,
She looks down at him, starts to blush. I've sort of always wanted you to do that too.
he looks at her for another kiss. He's like moving his head closer as Julius hits the fire alarm button. Hold, what the hell? Looking her up.
And she looks up at the fire alarm. Fire alarm?
Right.
Did we have...
groans.
We didn't have a drill scheduled today, did we?
I don't think as Benny and Elizabeth have already come out. Is there a fire? He's holding a soda for Elizabeth.
And Soul turns around and shrugs. I don't think so. Maybe it's just a drill, an unscheduled drill.
Everybody to the elevator as Memory Ann groans. Walk me to the elevator court.
He grabs her hand and...
Okay, all right, everybody, we're going upstairs. I don't know why he's having a fire drill at this time of the day and month, but he's just sitting there like nothing's wrong. So we will all go up together. Let's go. And the kids will go up the elevator, following in Ricky's footsteps. As at the beach house, Hunk, Davine, and Suletta have arrived with the grandchildren, and Hunk is at the door. Davine holding Hale, Integra, Hunk. I really don't want to see her this way. I hope she is not that shit-faced.
Davine sighs. I don't either, but we must do what we must because we are good parents. She looks at him and smiles.
He opens the door. I can smell the booze from... Oh. He looks down here. There's some empty vodka bottles here.
Davine sighs. Those weren't there before.
Wonderful!
She starts to look around for any sign of Pequod.
Suletta opening the door here.
She'll walk up next to her. Oh.
She's already
She
passed
steps
out on
into
the...
room.
Oh, God, this is ridiculous. She's already passed out on the bed.
She just stares down at her. Oh, that poor girl. She takes a step forward and puts her hand on her thigh and sort of shakes it a bit.
Hunk situates the grandchildren in their chairs and sits down at the foot of the bed and starts shaking his head.
She looks at Hunk. Do you think she'll wake up?
Looks at his wrist computer. There's 2 empty bottles of vodka, some Minute Maid orange juice, so she was drinking screwdrivers. Probably started a few hours ago, so she's probably going to be out at least a couple hours. I don't know how much she slept last night. Probably not at all. You know, I got a mind to go down there and just... I can't ever see myself hitting any of the girls, but even Elizabeth at this point, just clocking them.
Davine sits down next to the bed and shakes her head. Oh, trust me, I could too. I don't think I could hit any of... I don't think, at least Elizabeth, I don't think I could hit her, but any of the other ones, they're fair game.
Especially, he starts rubbing Pequod's leg, covering her up. Especially Carter. Now I sound like fucking Scar. Suletta chuckle.
She shakes her head. Well, maybe Scott has a point.
I think he does. I don't think they realize how lucky they are to have a good mother. He's still rubbing her leg. And I don't like how... whatever. This does not do any favors for Julius either. So, yeah, it doesn't do any favors for anybody. Their father... Yeah.
She shakes her head. No, it does not. The soon... She closes her mouth and then opens it again. The sooner those kids wise up, the sooner all of this ceases. She sighs and rubs her face. Hopefully they wise up soon enough.
Suletta, looking at her hand, then up at Davine. Yes. Hopefully. Playing with Hale's hair.
She shakes her head and then holds Pequod's hand. The sooner the better, and if push comes to shove, perhaps we should go down there and just have a... She does quotations. A talk with those kids.
Suletta nods. Hunk, yeah, maybe. Or, like, we just unleash Scar. Well, again, he'll go for Carter, but, I don't know what to do.
She shakes her head. I don't know if there is much we can do. Maybe... It is up to those kids to wise up and make the correct choice. We've done all we can raising them as best we can. Hopefully they'll be smart for once.
Suletta, you would think. Just playing with her finger. But I'm not getting my hopes up, especially Memory Ann.
Davine sighs. Yes, I suppose optimism is somewhat stupid, but optimism is the best thing for this situation, I think. We just need to have it and hope beyond hope that those kids will come back to us.
Nicole said that Tom is on the job, so I guess we have to put our faith in Mr. Wiseau, Tommy. I have faith. I also would like to take bets, rubbing Pequod's leg if Sasha will shoot him again.
Davine chuckles. Maybe he will. Maybe she will. Who knows?
Did you see how fast
She-
she whipped that pistol out?
It was like she was a quick draw from the Wild West. She whipped it out so fast, Tommy didn't even have a chance to react.
Suppose he can't see all the future. She starts chuckling.
Davine chuckles. Maybe he can only see the future up to a certain point.
Hunt,
Like, if he looks too far into the future, he can't see that. He can't see a minute ahead. He can only see 20 years ahead.
Julia, so nice to see you. Mind if I sit down here, have some tea with you? Bang, bang, bang.
Davine starts to chuckle. Maybe we should show that video to Pequod. Perhaps it'll cheer her up.
Well, you know, he looks around the room. The Saints' demise always cheered her up.
She nods. Maybe we can show her all those videos. Maybe that'll help her out.
Jolanda shrugs. I even enjoy a good viewing of the Saints' final moments. My favorite part is actually when he tripped down the hill. He had his wrist computer on, mumbling to himself about Carter. Trips down the hill, gashes his thigh open, and then he crawls as if he's in agony 2.5 miles to his ship when he could have just stood up and walked. Oh, God.
Davine starts to laugh. Everything just sort of coalesced into that man committing suicide, and he didn't even mean to do it.
Mr. Wiseau was, to this day, he's still very distraught. I'm sorry. Covers her mouth with her hand and starts laughing.
There's no need to be sorry. It's quite funny.
Hunkin, she made his death anniversary a national holiday. Gave those kids Rainfall Lane. The best health insurance possible. Most anything they wanted growing up. And those fuckwads, I mean, I know she made them join the military, but, oh, whatever. If I think about it too much, I'm gonna go down there and give them a talking to.
Davin sighs. Yes. Perhaps one day we'll give them a talking to, but for right now, she rubs her hand on the top of Pequod's head. Right now, I think we have some more things to worry about.
Just let him, why don't you? She shrugs, just go down and Dad voiced them. No, he'll sit on the other side of the bed, rubbing Pequod's forehead. Well, at least she doesn't have a fever, I guess. No, I think the last thing Elizabeth needs is to see me.
Davin looks up at Hunk. Maybe, but maybe she would like to see you.
I don't think so. Jolanda, did you know she joined the military to make friends? What? He glares over at Suletta.
Davin does the same. What?
How do you know? Looking at Suletta. She told me. She told me.
When did she tell you this?
Suletta stops for a second, purses her lip. The day she left her basic.
And you didn't think to tell us?
Well, she made me swear confidence.
Davin sighs, rubs her face. Oh my god.
She left to make fucking friends? Was she gonna walk out of the fucking gate? He's starting to raise his voice. So let it. He punches the wall lightly, looking down at Pequod.
Davin walks over, puts her hand onto Hunk's arm. How does this have to be the stupidest reason I've ever heard for joining the military, but she opens her eyes. Perhaps we could show her that it is, in fact, very stupid.
I don't know. Oh boy. I don't think we have to. I think if Julius passes them and sends them on missions, she's gonna. I don't want it to happen to her, but she'll find out the hard way. It's not easy seeing somebody die, whether they're your friend or your enemy.
Davy nods. No, it isn't. It's not easy to see someone's life leave their eyes. She shakes her head. Maybe she'll see that and come back to us.
Suletta, her reasons are the stupidest I've ever heard. Save for Memory Ann, who is the stupidest, leaving just to spite me. At least she's not as dumb as my daughter. She smiles at Davy.
Davy smiles a bit sadly at Memory Ann, or Suletta, and holds her hand. Her reasoning is also quite stupid. And again, the offer still stands. I am willing to give her that talking to.
Yes, very soon. Suletta smiles. Very soon.
She nods. Then I shall give it to her very soon. And she tightens her grip on Suletta's hand a bit.
Punk rubbing his chin, looking down at Pequod. I'm gonna go get us grape leaves from Amels. I'll be back. Like 10 minutes. Just get a spread of food, Mise. She wakes up. She needs to eat. The bag's under her eyes. She needs to eat. And then hold it down. So something light.
Davian looks up at Hunk and nods and gives him a kiss on the cheek. All right, honey, just stay safe, okay? I'll stay here to keep an eye on her, help her out if she wakes up.
Yeah, no, you two stay here. I'm gonna go scream in the car about my daughter leaving to make friends. And he storms out quietly. To let up. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
Davian sighs. No, it's good that you said something. We needed to know, I believe.
Jolanda shakes her head.
She looks at Soletta. How do you think they'll come back to us? Truthfully?
No.
Davian sighs, nods, and goes back to just petting the top of Pequod's head.
I think they're spoiled brats. That's what I think. Every single one of them, including Elizabeth. They grew up in a life of luxury, sure. Maybe they had to work for a thing or two. But they don't really know what it's really like to be a normal person, live a normal life, live paycheck to paycheck. I do. I did a long time ago. They don't know what it's like to suffer loss, death, lose their parents. They'll learn, just like he said. And then they'll come crawling back when the military life has PTSD'd them, crawling back. And I will slap every single one of them. Except Elizabeth, of course. She nods her head.
Davian chuckles, looks at Soletta. I think Elizabeth would be one of the ones that deserved it the most, though.
She looks at her hand and sets it on her leg and starts rubbing it. She's just too cute. You'd have to be a monster to hit her.
She is very cute, isn't she? She smiles a bit. Oh, she takes after her mom a lot.
Joletta shakes her head, David holding Pequod's hand. As on the ship, they're just in the ship together. They've landed in town. Laz has given him all the training they need. They were in the air. They've landed in town. Oz takes off his helmet. Well, that was fun.
Laz takes off her helmet. Yes, it was. You're improving tremendously, Oz.
Thank you. Like I said, if you want to be the main pilot, I wouldn't mind being the co.
She rubs the back of her neck. Honestly, I just don't want to step on your toes, Oz. You have more experience in flying this kind of ship in the missions that we're going to be going on than I do. I think it would be better if you were the main pilot.
If that's what you'd like, then that's what we'll do. But Marine dropship pilot, right? Some Ranger dropship, I think you're the more decorated of the two.
She shrugs. How long have you been in the Headhunters or the military as a whole?
5.5 years. Basic, and then pilot school, and then straight to the Headhunters with your father.
She nods. I think you're the more experienced pilot, and when it comes to piloting, missions experience trumps all, I think.
He looks over at her and starts shaking his head with a smile. Glorified babysitting is really what it is. And with this lot we have now, oh yeah.
Leslie chuckles, taps her fingers on the little stick that she uses to control the ship. Yeah, glorified babysitting is a good way to put it.
Tell me something. He pulls out a pack of cigarettes, lights a cigarette. Has Carter always been so... He goes to say something, stop. Goes to say something again, stops. Feminine? You know what I mean? It just, has he always been so feminine-like?
She chuckles slightly and looks at him. Thank you for putting it nicely. She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath. He's always been sensitive. We'll say sensitive.
Well, that's the politically correct way to put it, yeah.
She nods. He's always felt strongly, I think. It's not something people realize about him a lot. She tilts her head. What about you? Do you have any siblings?
I'm sorry, what did you say? Go back and redeliver the line.
She nods. I don't think it's something that people realize about Carter a lot. He feels strongly. He's apparently a lot like our father in that way.
Oh, okay. He nods his head. Well, it's nothing a little memory and action can't fix, I think.
She chuckles and smiles to herself. Yeah. Hopefully that'll fix everything up with him.
Well, so, how do you think your little sister would feel if Colt bought her a real-life dolphin? Because that's what's up on Gateway.
She looks surprised over at Oz. He bought her a dolphin? Oh, she'd probably jump on him very quickly, if you understand my meaning.
Yeah, Mr. Wiseau got it for him. Last of its kind. He wants to find a way to get a male so they can breed them together and your sister can help bring the species. It's ridiculous. But a good move on his part, I think.
Leslie nods. A very good move on his part. Her favorite animal is dolphins, so I'm sure she'll love it, and bringing back an endangered species like that, I think she'll love that even more.
Yeah, well, still afraid of his mother, Colt. Apparently, Mr. Wiseau, Yuri, and Bash and Okia blacked out the cameras on base. So, at Colt's request. So there's that. He starts laughing.
Leslie chuckles, shakes her head. That is very odd, but stupid. It's stupid is what it is.
You said when we were at the mall, his mother wants them together.
Yes, she does. She wants them together. I think she's always has. Well, ever since he started to develop feelings for Soul, at least.
He strokes his chin. I think your sister seems like a real go-getter. Probably takes after Mom in that regard. somebody just let her know at some point, and I think the problem will resolve itself.
Hopefully. She rubs her forehead. Hopefully it will. Um, if not, I could always... She chuckles a bit. I could always tell Sol that Elizabeth has a direct line to the general.
He nods his head. I still don't get why she does, but not my place to ask.
Neither do I. She shrugs. Maybe she just had it before? In case something happened with her?
Maybe. Don't know. He looks out the cockpit window, still smoking.
She scrunches up her nose a small bit and looks out the cockpit window with him. She clears her throat. I'm sorry. Would you mind putting that out for me?
He pulls it out of his mouth and will pull out a little container he can put lit ones in to put them out and put it out. Done and dust. I didn't know it bothered you.
No, I'm sorry. It just I don't really like inhaling smoke like that. I apologize.
High class, I get it, trust me.
She smiles at him. You're full of little compliments, aren't you?
Oh, I try. He winks at her. I have siblings. I have siblings. I have 2 brothers.
Oh, what are their names?
Well, I'm the middle kid. 3 of us. I'm the middle one. My parents had my older brother Steve when they were very young. But yeah, and then I fell in the middle, and then my younger brother, he was only 2 years younger than me, so his name was Zane. Parents got more creative with names as time went on, apparently. But yeah, but Steve is like estranged.
She tilts her head. Why is he estranged, if you don't mind my asking?
Oh no, I don't mind at all. So originally we were from Great Britain, and I was very, very young. I knew Steve when I was like 5 years old. That's the last time I saw him, 6. And he developed schizophrenia. And we moved to Christchurch, and he didn't want to come with us because I can't really remember I was young, and my parents don't talk about him anymore. But apparently he thinks we all died in that earthquake, and yeah. They call him Crazy Steve, darling.
Oh, they call him... She clasps her hands together. Is he Steve, you say, and he said you all died in the earthquake in Christchurch?
Yeah, I only know this because apparently somewhere out there is a YouTube channel. Well, multiple, I think. He has like 10. I have very few memories of him. He was into tennis, into like some video game named SWOTOR, some type of MMO. I think your parents own it.
She nods. Yeah, my mom started it back up.
Well, he played that game with, a lot of people. But yeah, no, Crazy Steve is his name. My parents know his YouTube channel. If you want, I can get it for you if you're that interested.
She smiles at him. I would enjoy watching some of his videos, I think.
Would you like to see a photo of him?
Her eyes widen a bit. I would love to see a photo of him.
This is the only known photo in existence of him. It's not great, but it's the best we've got, darling.
What? Is he wearing a bicycle helmet on his head?
Bicycle helmet with tin foil underneath to protect against the heart attack weapon. Yes.
She closes her eyes, opens them back up, and looks at the picture. A terrible thing, schizophrenia it is.
Not, dear, not really. He refuses to get help. That's what my mother. My mother tries to stay in contact with him, but it's hard because when she calls him, he thinks he's talking to a goat. You know where I'm going with this?
And he thinks that it's either some type of trick or you're trying to contact him from the other side.
An agent of Nick is what he says. I think I will ask my mother, but and get more details for you if you really want them.
Laz nods. I would love to learn more about you and your family.
Oh, good. Okay. I will. Yeah. He refuses to get help. So I hear from my mother last I spoke to her, Steve had made some new video. That's how she keeps up with him, truly, is she watches his YouTube channel. He made some video about biking at 4 a.m. and being vehicularly harassed, which I don't even know what that means. A 45-minute video of him talking about an ambulance parked on the side of a street at 2 in the morning. I don't know.
As he's talking, her eyes are getting wider and wider and her jaw is becoming more and more slack. Really?
Yeah. Yeah. You okay?
She gives him a very sweet smile and claps her hands together. I am just great, Oz.
You see that printer in the picture? That's from like 2001. He only uses old, antiquated technology, so this Nick fellow cannot track him.
She tilts her head. That is very interesting. I wonder where he got that printer from, though.
I have no idea. I haven't been home in a while because I was the only pilot on standby here. Now that you're here, I can go home. But my last time I was home, Mom tried to show me a video of him running up and down the stairs at 2 a.m. to confuse Nick's heart attack weapon. I have no idea. I will get you the man's YouTube channel and you can have at it.
She coughs slightly to try and hide a slight chuckle. I would appreciate that. And if you want to, you can go visit your family this weekend. I'm more than willing to stay behind and pilot in case something happens.
I appreciate it. I will be, yeah. It's been a while. Somebody has to stay here and watch the Rugrat.
She chuckles. I'll watch the Rugrats. Stands up, walks behind him, and puts both of her hands on his shoulders.
You'll be okay. Oh, gotcha this. Reaches into his pocket. We couldn't salvage the copy Yuri dropped in the fucking toilet. So, there you go. Fresh copy.
She holds the book. Oh my god! She holds it close to her chest and looks at him. Thank you so much, Oz!
You're welcome. And good timing, too, with the library thief going around. But I bought that one, so should keep you busy for a few hours.
She nods and smiles at him. Thank you, I'll read it and I'll cherish it. And she looks down at her feet after she says that. Sorry, that sounded a bit weird, didn't it?
No, it's a good book, probably. I've never read it.
She chuckles. It's about the end of the world, and then a supercomputer named Am keeps 5 people alive and basically tortures them. I only like it because it's funny to see what people used to think the future could be like.
I'll give it a read sometime. My younger brother liked to read. He was into all the books.
She tilts her head. Like?
Yeah, he did. He liked to read. So, how much do you want? Do you want to take bets? See if Carter and Memrian are necking one another when we get off the ship. Because it looks like the Colonel initiated a fire drill.
She chuckles, looks out the cockpit. I don't think they'll be necking each other.
Well, they need to. He stands up. They need to. Just get it out of their system. Get together. Be good for them.
I agree. I think it would be good for them too.
Be good for all of us if she was just in a better mood. In general.
She sighs. I definitely think it would be better for all of us.
He'll push some buttons, open the ramp. Let's go, ma'am.
Yes, sir. She gives him a slight salute and
They will be exiting the ship as Ricky has been called down here by Tommy. The other rainfalls are here, except Colt. He's getting a funnel cake. He's off. But Carter, Memory Ann, Elizabeth, Benny, and Soul's waiting for Colt. She's got his sunflower seeds. Memory Ann's head leaning on Carter's shoulder. Benny holding Elizabeth's soda for her.
Carter just he has his arm around Memory Ann, and Elizabeth holds Benny's hand.
Looking good, Carter. Memory Ann, shut up, Benny. Benny, just laugh.
Carter chuckles. Feeling good, actually.
And he holds the soda up to Elizabeth. You have a slit on that mask you can at least drink through?
She reaches up, pulls a slight slit down. Yeah, here. And she'll put the straw in and take a sip of it.
He holds it up so she can sip it. Memory Ann, are you blushing? Looking at Soul.
Soul looks at Memory Ann. Maybe just a little.
Is my head on your brother's shoulder making you hot?
No. She looks to her left and sees Colt coming towards her. He's making me hot.
Oh, has he finally made a move?
We sort of kissed. Yeah.
She smiles softly at Soul. I'm very happy for you.
Carter nods. Yeah, that's really good. I'm happy for you too, Soul. And Soul smiles big and wide at the both of them. I'm happy for myself too. Thank you.
Funnel cake. He sets it down. He'll set it down between everybody. Boom, boom. Benny, nice. Starts eating a little bit of it. As down here, Tommy, now they're not within earshot. Tommy, okay, listen to me. This power loader, you see?
Yes, sir, it's massive.
No, but I know you and Yuri can lift it. Problem is, those motherfucking kids right over there. I want Carter to be surprised when he sees this. Shock of his fucking short life. But don't you worry. Tommy always has a plan, Ricky. I want you to come around the corner and watch something with me very carefully, so you'll learn your lesson. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Good, Tom. He's gonna take Ricky here. You guys watching the Rainfall Children. They don't notice you. Cue the Jaws music. A melted ice cream sundae slams down next to Elizabeth on the table they're sitting at.
Elizabeth jumps slightly, looks at the ice cream, and then looks up.
She's just staring at Elizabeth.
Mama Lan? Is that you?
Memory Ann, Mama Land, big smile on her face. Colt, isn't that Zap? Hello, ma'am. How y'all doing?
Hi. Elizabeth stands up and gives Mama Lan a big hug.
Oh, sweetheart, I miss you dearly. Everything going well for you here?
I'd like to think so. It's quite nice. around here with everyone.
Good.
Everyone's quite nice to me.
Over here, Tommy. This is Mama Landtrack. Emotional weapon of mass fucking destruction. Just watch, Ricky.
The little old lady's that scary.
You'll wait. You'll watch. Looks can be deceiving. Trust me. He arm around Ricky's shoulder. She comes over and so, just like your mother, so beautiful. Give Mama Lan a hug.
Soul stands up and gives Mama Lan a hug. Hi, Mama Lan, how have you been?
Good. Just missing y'all running around the lane, and this must be your handsome boyfriend. She comes over and pats Colt's cheek.
Soul smiles. Yeah, it is.
Oh, he's so handsome. Sasha's son, right? Yes, ma'am. You two look perfect together. Just perfect. Smiles at Soul.
Thank you. She holds Colt's hand. I think so too.
Memory Ann standing up straight, big smile, arms out, and you. Oh, I miss you dearly. Done making you your vanilla milkshakes, root beer float treats at the academy. Memory Ann starts crying into Mama Lan's shoulder. Why is she crying, Carter?
She's been missing the lane and everyone around it quite a lot.
Rubbing the back of Memory Ann's head. You know you always welcome in Mama Lan's kitchen. She starts really crying.
Carter smiles and whispers a bit. See, I told you.
She's nodding her hand, clutching onto Mama Lynn's pigtails, but Mama Lynn makes her let go. And Carter, just as handsome as your father. Rubbing Carter's head.
He stands up and gives Mama a hug. Thank you. It means a lot coming from you.
Good. Now you take good care of her, Carter. She's fragile.
Carter smiles. I will, Mama Lan, I will.
And you must... Who are you? I know you! You're the Rainfall Lane catering lady. I saw you on behind-the-scene document. That's right. Me and my husband, Zach. Nice to meet you. Shaking hands with Betty. Memory Ann, he really likes Rainfall movies. Wiping tears out of her eye.
Carter nods. Yep. Yes, he does.
We should take him sometime. Back with us. Probably make his day. Make his year.
Yeah, getting to meet everyone who worked on those movies. Most of them who acted in them. That'd be pretty cool for him.
She nods her head. Mama Land sits down and slides the melted sundae towards Elizabeth as Tommy... Ricky, in the animal kingdom, there's an animal called Komodo dragon. If they bite you, poison you, then you slowly die because your blood clot. You wander away a little bit, fall over dead. Then they eat you. This is what you're seeing right now. She just venomed them. Now she go in for the kill. He nods his head. Yuri dragging the power loader as quietly as possible on a huge dolly.
Going for the kill?
Just watch. And be grateful that her axe shall never be turned against you. So, Elizabeth, I see you got yourself a funnel cake there. I'm sorry I didn't bring more sundaes for everyone. I was just missing you dearly, darling. But unfortunately, it melted. In this heat.
Elizabeth looks at Mama Lan. Oh, that's okay. I'll still eat it. I'm sure it's still delicious.
You know what this sundae done remind me of in this state? Melted. You know what it... Tell me, what do you think it reminds Mama Lan of?
She tilts her head, looks at the sundae. I don't know, some kind of thick soup?
Your parents' hopes and dreams for you. Melted.
Oh. She looks at the sundae and up at Mama Lan. not sure I understand.
Mama Lamb pulling out a plastic spoon, putting it in the sundae for Elizabeth. What a shame. Things so turmoil back at home. Your mom and dad, the past couple months fighting non-stop.
She stares at Mama Lan and a very worried looking emoticon pops up.
I know you're scared and worried. I was just done at the lane. Davine done finalizing the divorce papers right now. Their daughter leaving home to make friends. Clearly they did something wrong as parents. And your mother blamed your father for everything. For coddling you. She stops talking and just smiles slightly at Elizabeth. Pushes the sundae towards her more.
All of the kids can see Elizabeth's entire body start to shake. She looks down at the sundae and up at Mama Lan.
But what a good decision. She comes around rubbing Elizabeth's shoulders. To leave Rainfall Lane. Leans in behind where Elizabeth's ear would be. Spit in the face of everything your family did for you. Like save the universe. We'll slide the sundae right in front of her, start stirring it with the spoon. To leave home to make friends. And congratulations, you made one. There's a high probability you'll see his head blown off. Welcome to the military. Rubbing her shoulders. Oh my god!
Carter and Soul's face look exactly the same. Eyes wide, mouths wide open. As Laz is watching Mama Lan. She's being direct.
What the hell? What the fuck? He's just shocked. But don't worry, darling. You had to make your own decisions, and I accepted them. Just, it caused so much turmoil that your home's ruined, your parents divorced, and the best part is, since you hate your mother and father, but mostly your father, he won't even get to see you on weekends. Your mother requested full custody of you.
What?
Don't worry, you'll never have to see that pathetic, terrible father who coddled you and didn't provide everything for you, you dumb fucking idiot. Again! Huh? He's just looking shocked! Now, she'll reach down and start patting the same cheeks Suletta slapped her on. You enjoy that ice cream, darling. I made it special for you.
She just slowly nods. Okay, Mama Lan.
It's a shame. If you like that young man over there, you make sure you never have children. Hunk and Davine, your parents, they had the best of marriage. Up until recently. Good thing you never called home.
She looks down at her hands, then at her wrist computer. I'm sorry. She stands up. I have to go make a call now.
You run on. You go make that call. Get out of here. Take your ice cream with you, honey. You eat it.
She looks at her ice cream, picks it up, and starts booking it off towards the base.
Mama Lan looks the other Rainfall children over memory and shocked. Arms wrapped around her. I'll see y'all later. You enjoy the rest of your weekend. And you know, she comes over, moves some of Soul's hair away, and whispers so only Soul can hear. Honey, if your last name's such a problem, we could have done just ripped up your birth certificate a long time ago. You remember that. If you ever need that done, just give Mama Lan a call, okay?
Soul's eyes widen as she leans back a bit. No, thank you, Mama Lan. Thank you for the offer, though.
The offer will remain on the table for you. We know that last name's been such a hindrance. She'll walk off, waddling off. Excuse me, lovely sunglasses.
Thanks.
Tommy, you'll say? Rubbing Ricky's shoulder.
Is what she said true?
Come with me. He's watching you as far away as possible. You're walking up, helping Yuri finish moving the loader. What was that about?
That's what we in the Rainfalls call being terracked.
Is that why I heard you say you're all fuck-ups? Marianne, yes, sits down and starts picking at the funnel cake.
Carter nods, sits down, and does the same. Yeah, that's pretty much why.
Is that a common occurrence around your family? Standing, not sitting. He pulled the chair out for Laz to wait for her to sit.
She takes a seat and shakes her head, holding the book close to her chest. Not recently, at least. For like a good 10, 15 years, there was never a terracking incident. That was the first time any of us have really seen it in recent memory.
Benny's clutching his stomach. I even feel guilty, and I don't even know you guys that well yet. Oz, I'm sweating, wiping his brow.
That's the kind of effect the interact will have on people.
I don't even know that fucking woman.
Carter shakes his head. Yeah. He puts his hands in his head. Just be glad they don't do it to you. Somehow they know things about you that you've never told anyone else.
And your family employs them? Colt, Marianne, most of the time they're lovely people. It's not like they're not saying stuff that doesn't need to be said. Sometimes oh, good God. Hand over her mouth, poor Elizabeth.
Leslie nods. Most of the time, they are lovely people, like Marianne said. They give us treats and are very nice to us and talk to us about our problems. And then other times they're like that.
Benny, I hope she calls her parents. Looking worried at the funnel cake.
Soul nods. I hope so too. I really do.
Colt will take some of the funnel cake apart and put it up to Soul's mouth. This will make you feel better.
She looks at the funnel cake, then him in the eyes, and takes the bite of funnel cake. Thank you very much, Colt.
You're welcome. Oz, how did she even get in the city?
Carter rose the back of his neck. My guess would be the teleporter, maybe?
Oh,
The colonel.
that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, that's either that or somehow she flew here, and I don't think she has any piloting experience.
I would hope not. Otherwise, she could get on a ship and broadcast from a fucking speaker. Marianne shivers at the thought.
Lazuli turns around and looks at Oz. That is truly a terrifying statement.
Yeah. Well, at least Elizabeth was the only one that drew the eye of Mama Lan.
Carter looks at where Elizabeth was just sitting and shakes his head. I feel like that was just a warning of things to come.
Colt.
Soul looks at Carter. What do you mean? Carter looks at Soul. I have a feeling the Tarax will be making a few more appearances in Woodbury. If you catch my meaning, as he chuckles.
Marianne, well, I did enjoy seeing her up until it started.
Soul nods. Yeah, it was quite nice to see her at least. And she clears her throat and shakes her head.
Handing Laz her book. Do you think her parents are really getting divorced? And Marianne, no, I doubt that very much.
Carter nods. They're not getting divorced. They're quite possibly the most loving couple I have ever seen in my life.
Gave me
And
heart
that's
palpitation.
including my parents. Soul laughs. Yeah, heart palpitations. Are you okay though? Do you need to go to the medic or anything?
Fine, I'm just fine. It's brutal. Never saw a tracking. I've heard about it.
Carter nods. It's not a pretty sight.
Oz will look.
I haven't borne witness to one in many years, but there we go. That's a tracking.
Oz will look down at Laz. Okay, you're all situated. Enjoy the book. Looking off in the direction Elizabeth went.
She looks up at Oz. I will. Do you not want to join us for some funnel cake?
I gotta go get some things set up. Just afraid to go into the base, but that Walren woman's still there. I'll scout the area out. He'll walk off.
As he's walking off, she'll wave him. Okay, be safe, bye-bye.
He lights a cigarette, keeps walking. Up here, Tommy. Ricky has helped you remove the power loader. What did you think of what you just saw, Ricky?
I thought it was fucking brutal. That was something else, sir. I'd never seen someone make a girl cry like that before.
Anytime they come at you with sweets or salty treats, watch out.
Is, that stuff about her parents true?
No, they're not getting divorced, trust me.
Oh, that's messed up, man.
He also puts his hands in his back pockets. Yeah, you can say that, yeah, it is. But sometimes, this is the only way to get through to stupid people.
I guess. Whatever you think is best, sir. I just can't help but just feel bad for her and, you know.
I understand.
You know, she's my friend. My squad mate. They're, you know, like the nicest people I know and everything. So you know.
Don't worry about it. It's for her own good. Did Tommy not tell you they would have to learn lessons the hard way? Last week? At Mo?
Oh, you did? I just didn't expect that.
Well, this is the only way some people can learn, as I say. But you know what will make people feel better? He pulls out a bikini, multiple. Look at this. What do you think?
It's a bikini, sir.
Multiple, different colors, all types. Good. You're going to take this and suggest to the girls that they go to the beach for a while. Go.
Mr. Wiseau, I don't know if I should do that. Isn't that gonna come across as kind of creepy if I suddenly go up to them and ask that?
No, not if Yuri go with you. He go with you. I do last minute check on power loader.
You'd see him rubbing his shoulders kind of nervously. Yeah, I can do that if Yuri's there.
Hand the bikinis to Yuri, make him look like the idiot. You are the useful one, he is the idiot. Yes. Taking them from Ricky.
Yes, sir. He'll hand him over. Let's go, Uncle Yuri.
And tell the boys we will go fishing. Tell me how fishing rods. Same beach. You'll not be far from them.
Okay, yes, sir.
Alright, go ahead. Very good. Get to it. You have the glasses. You fear nothing.
Yes, sir. He'll make his way over with Yuri.
As the rainfalls are recovering from their tracking, boom. Ricky and
Hey, guys, is everyone okay?
Soul looks over at Ricky. We're fine. Yeah, we're good. Well, what's up, man? What's up?
Well, I'm coming over to see what's going on. I saw Elizabeth run by and it's hard to tell with the helmet, but she seemed upset.
Carter nods. Yeah, she was. Mama Lan came down and they're very good at guilt tripping.
I'm not sure who Mama Lan is, but if it's like that, I get it. You know what'd probably make you guys feel better? I think we should go down to the beach. Right, Yuri?
lifting up the bikinis. What do you think? Memory Ann, tilts her head. Yeah.
You know, you guys could hang out in the water. The boys, we could go fishing with Mr. Wiseau. Come on, it's better than sitting around here stewing over nothing, right?
I'm just going to fall asleep. But yeah, she shrugged.
Soul nods. I suppose it has been a while since I actually just relaxed at the beach. Yeah, I think we could do that.
Yeah. It sounds like a good time, right, guys?
Memory Ann puts her hand up. We'll wait for Elizabeth to come back. Then we'll go. She's not back in 20 minutes. We'll go get her. But yeah.
Yeah, I hope she's alright, because she looked really upset.
She is fine. Arm around Ricky, rubbing his shoulder. Do not worry about her. The boys will don't you like to fish, Carter? I know you like to fish, for sex fish runs in the blood.
Carter's eyes widen a bit. How do you know about that?
I hear from Domi. Sex fish? What's that? They both look at Carter.
Yeah, what's that?
Carter puts his hand up. I'll tell you guys later, okay? Just, it's a bit of a family secret, but I'll let you guys in on it.
Alright, man, your family's got a lot of cool secrets, I guess.
And one of them attracts. He smiled.
Yeah, one of our secret weapons, you could call them, are the tracks.
Pick my color, Carter. Yuri, have every color here. Blue, yellow, pink, red, whatever you like.
Carter looks at Memory Hand, looks at her up and down. Looks at, Yuri. Blue.
Blue. He'll hand one to Soul, who Memory Ann puts her hand up to take.
Soul hands her the bikini, and Soul looks at Colt. What do you think will look good on me?
Yellow.
She gets taken aback by how quickly he responds. Looks at Yuri. Yellow it is.
Good. A man who knows what he likes. Answer the yellow one. Where is Oswald? Maybe he could come join us.
He said he had to go take care of some things, get some things ready. She looks at all the swimsuits. I guess I'll just wear a green one for now.
He nods his head. Here you go, honey. Handing it to Soul, who can hand it to Laz. And the boys will come fishing. We won't be too far away, don't worry. pick up that funnel cake and get ready. She will be coming back soon. Elizabeth, don't worry about her.
Carter nods. Alright. But yeah, if she doesn't come back in like 20 minutes, we'll go get her.
Well, I will get her. You are not allowed to go that way. Not yet.
Okay. I won't go that way then.
Good, you stay right here. Have big surprise for you. Smiles at Carter.
He narrows his eyes. Okay. I enjoy a good surprise every once in a while.
I thought we put this book in the toilet. He's looking at the book. Penny starts laughing.
Laz holds it close to her chest. Please don't. Oz gave it to me.
Very kind of him, don't you agree, Ricky?
Yeah, it sounds like a really thoughtful and nice gift to me.
I agree.
She-
Smiles down at
She nods. It is extremely thoughtful of him. I should actually do something. She stands up. I'm gonna make a quick call myself. Just give me one moment.
Of course, my
And
beauty.
she'll walk off for some privacy as she makes a call to Icy.
Got it. 1 second. Yuri will, and this funnel cake. Maybe Uncle Yuri can have some. Come sit, Ricky, eat with Uncle Yuri.
Yes, sir. He'll sit down.
Memory Ann, I lost my appetite after the tracking. Colt, yeah, I'm just gonna take half. Hands a little bit more to Soul.
She eats it and nods at him. I think that's all I can handle after that.
Yeah, that was horrible. Memory Ann, they know how to twist the knife. As Yuri just takes the rest of the cake and eats it.
I mean, whoever it was, seems like they really did a number on her.
She'll be fine.
I hope so. I don't think I've ever. Couldn't even see her face, and I knew I'd never seen a girl cry that hard.
I was gonna go after her, but I think she needs her privacy. I felt bad, but then at the same time, I don't know if I could have walked after that mama landlady.
I mean, that's fair.
My knees felt wobbly and I was sitting down.
Carter chuckles. Yeah, I don't think I can even run half as fast as she just did.
I mean, I'm pretty sure she'd appreciate you coming to check on her, bro.
He looks off in the direction she ran. If she's calling home, you're probably right, but if she's calling home, give her space this time around.
Makes sense.
Carter nods. Yeah, I mean, whatever you want to do, man. And he pats him on the shoulder.
He nods his head. I saw her running off with ice cream sundae. Was melted.
Yeah, what was with that?
The Chiracs have a way with flair, from what I hear.
Yeah, they use sweets or savory snacks and then give them to them, give you a false sense of security, and then tear it down through guilt tripping.
So they lure you in with candy before snatching you like someone in a white van.
Colt starts laughing.
Carter chuckles. Yeah, sort of. With the sundae specifically, it was melted because that was the representation of her parents' hopes and dreams.
Oh, come on. There's no way it's that bad, right?
That was brutal. That is what she said. He holds his finger up. My God.
Shit, bro. No wonder she was bawling her eyes out.
Soul nods. They are very good at making you feel like shit.
Remind me to run if I ever see whoever this Tarak person is coming towards me.
Colt will, why don't you let Ricky have that other chair? So, sit here. Pats his lap. Let him put his legs up.
Soul smiles widely at him as she stands up and sits right on Colt's lap.
Brienne lets out a sharp whistle. Colt, ah! There you go. Now Ricky can put his legs up and actually be comfortable.
Yeah. Thank you. So, I see you two are having a good time.
Yeah. Great day up until that. But, yeah, if you ever see... There's actually 2 Taraks. So, there's Zap and her. Well, 4, technically.
Oh, shit. That many people that can come at you like that? Oh, no.
We grew up with their kids. They work at, their grandmother's academy.
Huh. I don't know. The name Zap's familiar. Swear I heard the name somewhere before.
He's pretty cool. I've seen him on behind-the-scenes DVDs doing electricity work and catering work. Always chuckling to himself, big beer belly.
Yeah,
How long has your family known the dude? He seems cool, other than the terrifying gaslighting.
She laughed.
Soul starts to laugh as Carter chuckles. Just about 20 years, give or take 2 or 3.
Huh. Well, I swear I heard the name before, but whatever. I don't know. At the very least, it looks like the rest of you got away relatively unscathed.
Memrianne smacks her lips sharply. This time, we got away, Ricardo. This time.
Hey, at least now you know, run if you see one of them with treats, I guess.
They'll catch you. They always do.
They're like wolves. They'll just follow you till you fall over exhausted.
She nods her head.
Sounds like a... He starts juggling. Sounds like a Terminator.
Carter laughs. Maybe instead of Uncle Scar, it should have been the Tarax as the Terminators.
Maybe Uncle Scar is coming soon, Carter. She raises her eyebrow.
Carter, stiffens up when he hears that and he looks at her. Please don't say that.
Memrianne looks at Soul and Colt and, Come here, Carter.
He scoots over to her.
She will pat her lap.
He raises his eyebrow. If anything, you're gonna sit on my lap.
Sit. Just like when she was when Carter was a little boy. She just sit.
He rolls his eyes and sits onto Memrianne's lap.
She starts running her hands through his hair. When he was a baby, Ricardo, he would sit like this all the time. Benny looks comfortable.
Yeah? So you two knew each other that long, huh?
Mm-hmm. Twisting his hair in her finger.
Carter looks extremely calm as she's doing this, and he's sitting in a way that he could just put his hand onto her thigh and rub his thumb on it. Yeah, we used to sit like this quite a bit.
Then when he was being very bad, I would pull him in like this. She pulls him all the way onto her lap. And I'd have to rub the back of his head like this.
Carter just seems way more calm when she does that, and instead of just using his thumb, he uses his entire hand to rub her thigh.
As this is going on, you see Ricky's face get progressively redder. Yeah. Looks over at Benny. You ever feel like a fifth wheel?
Nah. Yeah. He's sitting here now all the time. Well, not all the time. Just went, whatever. Let him have it.
No, I'm happy for them. Just really happy for them.
Hopefully it stays this way.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hell, almost a little jealous of them.
He's nodding his head, watching as she's just lightly scratching the top of Carter's skull.
Soul looks at them, looks at Colt. They did used to do that all the time.
Only one that could calm him down, huh?
Oh, that's very much true. She looks at Marianne doing that to Carter, and she starts scratching Colt's cheek with her nails.
That's pretty calming.
Yeah? She looks at him. I'll do that for you way more often now.
He'll catch her hand and kiss it. Yuri.
Yeah, good. What are we supposed to do here, Benny? I kind of feel like there ain't nothing to do.
You see, this why we black out camera lenses.
Because they like each other?
He says it aloud.
Yeah, Soul sits up and looks over at Yuri. You did what?
Don't worry, young miss. We do anything for you. I am your favorite Uncle Yuri. Always remember that.
Okay. She looks at Colt. They blacked out the camera lenses?
You know those wise-os. Right, Ricky?
Yeah, you know the wise-os. If they think something's gonna help us, they do it. I mean, no.
Like Wile E. Coyote or something.
Yeah, no matter what it takes, they'll do it. And he's gonna look right at Colt. That means there's no scary ranger general who can see what's going on. Lifts
Colt.
his eyebrows slightly.
Colt nodding his head. Colt nodding his head as cutting to the beach house. Hank comes in with the biggest tray of grape leaves Davine has ever seen. He looks down at the tray. Maybe I got too many. There's over 400 here.
Oh my. Well, I'm pretty hungry right now. I'm sure I can slam down at least a couple.
Yeah, I think I'm entering the stress eating phase. Seeing her like this, hearing the Elizabeth. You guys, it's a good thing we own aimballs. I punched the window in frustration and it's shattered. The door window. Thinking about making friends is why you joined the. Anyway, let's eat. He'll set it down and just shake his head.
Davine sighs. She stands from her place next to Pequod, walks over, sits on the edge of the bed, and starts to eat some grape leaves.
Good?
Oh, perfect as always. She looks over at Hunk and smiles.
His hand's bleeding? Yeah, okay. He doesn't even realize it's bleeding. He starts eating one. Oh, yeah. Still good?
She looks at his hand, looks at off of his belt, and starts to wrap up his hand.
What are you doing?
Your hand, darling. It's bleeding.
There's tons of glass in his hand.
Oh shit. She takes out the tweezers and this might hurt a bit, darling. And she starts to take out the glass pieces.
Ow!
I know, I'm sorry. I need to take these out so I can clean it properly.
You are horrifying when you get angry. absolutely horrifying. And you wonder why that dragon flies away from you? Oh god. I punched the glass, it broke. I threw the credits down, walked out. Okay?
She shakes her head. Yes, well, I can't really say anything. I probably would have done the same too. She looks up at him and smiles as she takes out the alcohol, puts some on a cotton ball, and starts cleaning the wound.
Thank you, honey. He'll kiss her lightly on the nose.
She smiles at him. Anything for you, my love.
Stiletto watching them with a smile. Well, if it's any consolation, Patricia started mumbling in her sleep. So that's a plus. Putting a grape leaf in her mouth. What'd she say? Stiletto, about how much of a horrible mother she is.
Davy just sighs heavily. And she shakes her head. She truly believes it.
Maybe I should have punched both the windows.
Davy chuckles. Yes, maybe you should have, but that would just mean I would have to take more glass out of your knuckles, darling.
True. True. Yeah, let me help you. He starts pulling out with some of the glass with his finger.
She chuckles and looks at him. If she's lucid enough, I should give her a talk at some point and tell her that she is in fact a good mother. Maybe hearing it from me might help her with that.
Hunk nods. Yeah. I mean, she's a complicated, as Davine finishes. He puts his hand out for her.
Hello?
She's a complicated girl.
Davy nods. Yes, she is quite the complicated person.
I mean, I don't know. I never delved into the particulars about her relationship with her parents, but the one thing she always tells me is that we're the only actual family she's ever known, so yeah. I get why she's taking it so poorly, but yeah.
As do I. Well, it is happening to me too, but it's difficult to explain, I suppose. If I was in a different position, I would be reacting in the same way.
She finishes wrapping Hunk's hand, and he will pull out a Davine's seat over here. I'll make you a plate of the grape leaves, and I got some other food. I'll go get it from the car. Give me 1 sec.
She smiles and nods at him as she takes her seat.
The first person she should see when she wakes up is Mom. Like, you are her mom, so...
And I will make sure she sees me. And she looks down, smiles at Pequod, and rubs her forehead with her thumb.
He goes out to the car right quick. He's not going to be long. Davine's wrist computer starts ringing. It's Elizabeth calling home.
Davine jumps when she reads the name. Oh my god! And she answers the call.
There she is.
She answers the call. Hello? Hi, Mum. I just need to make sure something. You and Dad aren't gonna get divorced, are you? No. Darling, no. We're not going to get divorced. Why would I ever get divorced? From my... Is everything okay? Are you crying? Yeah, I was just... I just thought that you two were gonna get divorced because I'm such a bad daughter. And, Davine and Suletta can hear she's just absolutely sobbing on the other end. As Davine looks up at Suletta a bit confused.
Suletta looks at her, shrug, looks out the window.
Davine shakes her head. We would never get divorced, darling. It's okay. She looks around. And we all make mistakes. As children and parents and everything like that. We would never get divorced because of one of our children. And we would not get divorced either way. And Elizabeth nods. Right. Okay. She looks on the screen. She looks down and then looks back at Davine. I'm gonna come and visit. I'm gonna come and visit you guys. I want to see everyone, and I want to see you, and I want to see Dad. Okay? I really want to see Dad. And Davine smiles and nods. And you will. You will see Dad. We will welcome you with open arms. Okay, darling? And she, pats the screen like she's patting Elizabeth on the head, and Elizabeth nods.
He's walked in, but he's
Dad, actually.
He's got his hands up. He's got his hands up, shaking his head no.
Davine looks over and looks at Elizabeth. He's a bit preoccupied at the moment, darling. I am so sorry. But when you come and visit, you can talk to him. And Elizabeth nods. Okay. Okay, just tell him for me that I love him very much. That he is the best dad ever. And I am going to give him the biggest hug, and I miss him so much. And Davy nods. I will, darling. I'll tell him everything. Okay? Okay. I can't wait to see you all. And tell Auntie and Uncle Banksy and Julius and everyone. Just tell everyone that I say that I love them very much, okay? And she nods. And Davine says, I love you, as she hangs up the call. She looks at Hunk. Did you hear most of that?
Yeah. Yep. Hands Davine a plate. Feta cheese, grape leaves, some hummus. Yeah, there you go.
She sighs, looks at the plate and looks up at him. You heard what she said about you, correct?
Sure did. Looking down, playing with a grape leaf. Yep. Suletta's just nose up to the air, looking out the window.
She nods. Okay. Well, she's going to come visit. And she puts a hand on Hunk's. She loves you very much. I think that shows it. Although, I don't know where she would get the idea that me and you would be divorced.
I have no idea. I just didn't want to bother her, so.
She sighs. I don't think it would have bothered her when she asked for you, darling.
Well, she's got my number, honey. So, she could have used it any time in the last year and a half.
Davy nods. Yes, she could have. And she just used my number and she wanted to speak to you. Does that not mean anything?
Me. It means that, oh, we're probably all gonna have a crying fit when she walks through the teleporter. That's for damn sure. I hope she's okay. It's probably just, I would get struck by, like, homesickness sometimes when I first joined. Though I never got the idea my parents are getting divorced.
She shakes her head. She said it was because she was such a terrible child that it drove us two apart or something like that.
Suletta, sounds like classic homesickness.
Davian sighs. Maybe it was just she needed a case of homesickness to realize what she lost. And she shrugs.
Uncle shrug, yeah. I mean, maybe. When she comes back, I can't wait to see her. But the fact still stands, she had my number for a whole year. So, and I'm going to let her know. Whether you like it or not.
Davy nods. As you should. You should let her know.
I'll raise the dad voice. Oh, God.
Davian chuckles slightly. That'll certainly get her to listen, my love.
Honestly, I'll just be happy to see her and won't be able to bring myself to do it. He starts chuckling, eating a grape leaf, but yeah. Now, Carter, on the other hand, and Stoll, different story.
Davian chuckles. I very much hope that those two are a different story. I want you to use the dad voice on them the next time you see those two.
It'd be like, the crappy wrestling stuff. We'll do the tag team. Me and Scar taking turns. Put a piece of feta cheese to Davian's mouth.
She eats it and shakes her head. I don't know, maybe Scar would feel like you're stepping on his territory when it comes to yelling at Carter.
Tag me in, Scar. You sit over there, mother effer. This bitch is mine.
She chuckles. That does sound like something that Scar would say.
Yeah, it really does. Suletta, I'm glad she got homesick, and I'm glad she was crying. I'm crying, huh? Oh, jeez.
Davian sighs. Yep, she was crying. Well, she'll be visiting, at least. She seemed very adamant about it. So at least there's that. She takes a bite of the grape leaf.
Punk will, cheese, hold up the cheese.
She takes another bite of cheese.
He'll nod his head. I say we just, we don't call her and ask what weekend she's coming. Just let her come when she's ready. My guess is the homesickness will pass and she just won't come. That's why I'm not getting my hopes up. I'm sure you expect me to be more thrilled, but I don't get my hopes up anymore. Not when it comes to her.
Understandable, darling. Very understandable. We will wait until she comes to visit us, and if it never happens, that would be quite depressing. She thins her lips and nods. But hopefully the homesickness doesn't pass, and she does come to visit.
Oh, if she's not here by next weekend.
Davian laughs. Then we'll have me and you, Letty, will both go down there and have a little conversation with the good old Elizabeth.
She had your number. She had mine. She could have called her favorite aunt.
She had everyone's numbers. She shakes her head. And yet she didn't call any of them.
Jolanda shakes her head, hunk. When she's ready, she'll come home. Eat. This is actually really good.
She smiles at him, holds up a grape leaf to his mouth. You too, mister.
He will take a bite, shifting back to the town. Now. About the same spot. Elizabeth's coming. She's free to come back whenever she likes, but she comes up the elevator and notices this just standing here.
Elizabeth stares at it, looks over at Okir and Bash, and points at the power loader.
Yeah, honey, I don't know. He shrugs. Don't know, I think it's Mr. Wiseau's brother dragging it here. So yeah.
Elizabeth walks up to it, and then she reels back a bit. Oh my god. This is Uncle Scar's.
It's got a chain gun attached to it. That's military grade.
And it has a bunch of anti-electricity measures. Look! And she starts pointing to like a bunch of insulation all over the power loader.
Bash coming over. Yeah, the bullets loaded in the chain gun are RC coded. Yeah. I don't know what this is all about, but Captain Bash is staying out of it. He nods his head and pats her on the head.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, I would probably stay out of it too, if I didn't know what's going on. She just keeps staring at the power loader. You said Yuri was dragging it?
Yeah, and then Tommy was saying something about you guys are gonna go to the beach, so.
Oh, we're gonna go to the beach, are we?
Apparently, he's looking at the power loader.
Elizabeth nods. Then I should probably go find everyone.
You know what to do. They're down in the same spot, I think.
She nods and looks at Bash and actually gives him a quick hug.
He smiles watching her walk off. Now down here.
Before she runs off.
Okay. He smiles and watches her walk off. Down here. Carter is on Memory Ann's lap still, but fully pulled on, leaning back against her, and she's massaging the back of his ears. And when he was a little kid, Ricardo, and he was being very unruly, his mother would plop him down on my lap like so. And a little bit of this, rubbing the top of his ears, would usually set him straight.
Carter's ears like peek up at that, and they get just the tiniest bit red as she's doing it.
Seems like it works, ma'am.
Colt watching, doing the same thing to so.
Her reaction is basically the same, but her ears are completely red as he's doing it to her.
Smart boy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Elizabeth runs up and sees the two couples doing that. That's quite nice. And she
Benny
walks over here and takes a seat.
Benny will come behind her and start rubbing her mouth where her ears are. There you go. That should make you feel better.
A quick surprised emoticon and then a smiling emoticon pops up as she puts a hand on Benny's and nods. It does make me feel better. Thank you.
Everything okay at home, honey? Still rubbing Carter's ear.
She sighs slightly. Yes, they're not getting divorced. I don't know why I would really think they would, but they're doing okay. I'm gonna go visit them either this weekend or next weekend.
I mean, that's good. That's a good thing. You should. And I mean, if they miss you that much and you miss them that much, you might as well, right?
Yeah.
She nods. Yeah, yeah, I'm definitely gonna go visit them. I'm definitely gonna give him the biggest hug I can. She looks up and does a emoticon smile at all the kids. Yeah, and Carter seems to like snap out of a trance that he's in. Yeah, that's a good idea. You should go. And he like goes back into a trance as she continues to rub his ears.
Honestly, we probably all could do with going home for a bit, you know?
Memory Ann stops rubbing Carter's ears and then goes back to, with her nails, massaging the top of his skull. Colt, just does the exact same thing.
When he does it, Soul wraps her arms around his chest and holds him tighter as he's scratching the top of her skull.
He would whine like a little baby, cry for attention. His mother, being the Primarch Ricardo, wanted to give it to him, but there was times she was just factually speaking too busy, so it fell to me to pamper Carter.
So, things kind of stayed the same then? I'm kidding.
Ha! She laughed.
Carter chuckles a bit. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if things just stayed the same, or as they are right now. And he puts his hand on Memory Hand's free hand that isn't like scratching his head.
She smiles. We'll arrest her. She smiles and rests her lips on the back of Carter's neck.
He tilts his head back a bit and then smiles to himself as he rubs his thumb on the top of her knuckle.
Benny rubbing the top of Elizabeth's helmet, smiling.
Ricky's gonna lean in and whisper to where Yuri's the only one who can hear him. God damn that helmet.
It's okay. In due time. In due time.
Yeah, it just would be so much better if it weren't there right now. Look at that. If all three of them.
The fact he is trying even with helmet on shows good intentions in the right place.
Yeah, you're right. So, yeah. You sure you're doing alright, Elizabeth? You seemed kind of upset there.
Elizabeth nods. After calling my mum, it made me feel quite a bit better, actually. I'm not doing great right now, but I'm doing better, definitely.
Memory Ann, speaking up, she's now rubbing the sides of Carter's neck with both of her hands. I really don't want to hear, well, you can go back, just go back from any of you. So just save it. I'm too tired to be nice. I know, contrary to what she looks at Carter, what I'm doing right now. But why would you, have you called home to your father at all in the past year?
Elizabeth looks at her feet, shakes her head.
Are you just that stupid? Really?
She sighs. I think I am just that stupid.
Do you know how stupid you have to be to draw the ire of a Chirac? You have to be, categorically speaking, brain dead. At least that's what my mother used to say. It's very hard to get Chirac. You have to try actively. Right, Carter?
Carter just nods as Elizabeth. Yeah. You have to try pretty damn hard to be direct.
Why? What benefit did you gain, really?
She shakes her head. I didn't really gain anything from not calling them, at least.
Is there a problem between you and them? Did you tell them you despise them and hate them as I did with my mother when you left?
No, I didn't tell them anything like that.
Then why? She blankly stares at Elizabeth and she sees Suletta sitting there, not Memory Ann.
Elizabeth leans back a bit. Because I'm stupid. And I didn't think to call home, and I thought everything was going to be okay.
You'll go home next weekend, or I will throw you through the teleporter myself. She smiles at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth nods. Yes, ma'am. I will go home next weekend, ma'am.
Good. Now it's time for one of Carter's favorite pressure points. She'll start rubbing Carter's ribs in circular motion with both of her hands.
Carter's eyes shoot open as he grabs onto Memory Ann's thigh and holds her hand just the tiniest bit tighter.
Colt, may I? Down to soul.
Please do, handsome.
Take notes, Ricardo, if you wish to succeed with Delilah Country.
Yeah, ma'am. I'll take notes for if I ever have a girlfriend. Yeah.
Benny will. I won't rub you there, because that's... Yeah, but what I will do is this. He'll just go back to rubbing the top of her helmet.
Elizabeth chuckles a bit and shrugs. I mean, I wouldn't really mind if you would do that to me.
Sure. He'll start, even though she's got the, her clothes on, and her clothes are a little more armored than others. But yeah, he does. Does this just work for all rainfall? Memory Ann, I suppose. I think it just works in general, but especially for the pampered little baby Carter.
Carter looks over at Ricky. What are you laughing at, Ricardo?
I just think it's funny to hear that about you, bro. And you seem like you're really enjoying it.
It is very enjoyable when it comes from Memory Ann.
I took the best care of him I could when he was a baby.
Seems like you're taking pretty good care of him now, too, ma'am.
Still my job.
Carter smiles, and I am glad you believe it is your job, ma'am.
Can you really call it a job if you enjoy it, too?
No, I suppose you're right. You're far more intelligent than you look, with those stupid glasses on.
Oh, come on, they look cool, don't they?
I suppose. If you're going to try and talk to, Delilah, do not wear them. Colt starts laughing, kisses Soul on the top of the head.
I don't know why I'd go talk to Delilah. I am not injured at the moment.
That can be arranged. Looking down at Ricky.
I don't want any trouble, Uncle Yuri.
What do you think, Carter? We just rough him up in the alley and throw him in the med center.
Carter chuckles. I mean, if that'll get him to talk to Delilah, then sure, why not?
Nobody will be hurling Ricky. Coming up here. Oh, look who it is. She starts rubbing Carter's sides up and down.
Thank you, Mr. Wiseau.
Wow, what the hell is going on here?
Just a bonding experience, I suppose, sir.
Copying Memory Ann. I see. Hands in his pockets, big smile.
Yeah, Yeah, everyone's doing well, and, Elizabeth seems to be feeling a little better, sir.
Good. Elizabeth, you okay?
Elizabeth looks at Tommy. I'm alright, Mr. Wiseau. I'm doing okay.
Good. That is good. I really do not want to break this up. Trust me, I don't. But Carter, I need to show you something. Something strange here. Yuri did not want you to see. He told you can't come this way. Tommy tried to get to the bottom of it. He shrugs. Can't figure out how this happened.
Carter raises his eyebrows. Okay, sure, I'll come along.
No, come with me. Ricky, you come too. Ricky was in general vicinity when it happened, I think. Or at least, I think. I will consult Oh, we can't! Because camera's blacked out. Fuck. I will ask your aunt. Maybe she can read minds or something. Come with me, Carter. Memory and arms wrapped around Carter's waist.
Carter looks down at Marianne. Is it okay if I take her with me?
Sure. Come on. Everybody, come with Tommy. I will move all the tokens. Do not move them. And Tommy brings everybody right here. He's standing next to the power loader, Yuri, stroking his chin with a confused, we'll say, look on his face. And Tommy, this thing show up. I ask Bash and Okira. They don't know. Marianne staring at it, standing in front of Carter.
Carter stares at the power loader, his eyes wide, and he starts to sweat.
What's wrong, bro? What is this?
That's Uncle Scar's power loader. As he takes in a deep breath, and his hands start to shake.
Why would Uncle Scar need a chain gun outfitted with RC bullets? Colt is carrying Soul, just whistling looking at it. That power loader is more or less like an APU unit. That is not a civilian grade power loader anymore.
Soul shakes her head. No, it is not. As she stares at the power loader. Carter stares at the power loader. He threatened me with this power loader. He would use it to fight me, he said. Scar, if I ever set foot on Rainfall Lane again.
Marianne will open the cockpit. She gets hit with the smell of coffee and cigarettes. Oh my god, this is Uncle Scar.
Carter nods. Yeah. He covers his nose. That's Uncle Scar, all right.
God, it smells like the teacher's bathroom at a high school.
Benny laughing at that comment. Still rubbing the head of her helmet for her. Marianne, it has electricity dampening measures. He made this to 1v1 you?
My perfect enemy. Just as he said it would be. He just continues to stare at it, afraid to move in fear that it would move to shoot at him or try to hurt him.
Listen to me. Why don't we go to the beach? How about we beach? Go get in bathing suits. Tommy will get fishing rods, and Tommy will look for a way to get us out of here to relax you, Carter. This is very strange, don't you think?
Very strange indeed. I wonder how it got here. and if he had any help, as he starts to bite his lip.
I don't know, Scar, a very strong man. I think he could, with a dolly, probably get this, sir.
I don't know, man. All I know is I heard like scraping for a bit, and then I saw this thing there. Didn't think anything of it because I just thought it was something that the colonel had ordered.
You two, down there. Bash, didn't see a thing. Right, Elizabeth?
Elizabeth looks over at Bash. No, sir. No, didn't see anything.
This is very strange. Tommy will get to the bottom of this. I promise you many times. No, nothing will happen to you under Tommy's watchful guise. Colt, take Soul downstairs, and then to beach. Carter, do the same with Memorian. Please.
Yes, sir. As Carter, still staring at the power loader, picks up Memorian and goes down to the base.
Jesus, just eyes locked on this thing. As you guys go down the elevator, they got their bathing suits. Tommy, there you go, Ricky. 50,000 credits. Just for you.
Thank you, sir.
And for keeping your mouth shut, darling, 30,000. Hands Elizabeth a 30,000 credit check.
Her eyes... Well, a surprised emoticon pops up. Thank you, sir.
Nice, we can buy more stuff for downstairs. No, you buy something for your fucking parents with it. And stuff downstairs. Oh, yeah!
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, I'm going to buy my mum a bouquet of asters. My dad. Oh, I got to think about this. I got a week. I could order anything I need off the eNet. As she starts to rub her hands together.
You have time. Brainstorm with Benny here.
Elizabeth looks at Benny and nods. Would you mind trying to come up with presents with me?
Not at all. He'll put his hand out. We'll head down to the beach, just the one outside of town, Tommy. Yes, near the pier.
Yeah, that sounds good. As she takes his hand.
They will walk off because he knows where he's going. Tommy, go get Laz. Get her, tell her come get changed. Beach time. Ricky. It flips Ricky another 10,000 credit shit. 60,000. Very good job.
Thank you, sir. We got 3 of the 4 almost there, sir.
Yes, yes we do. He pumps his fist in the air. Yuri, good, go get Laz. I will look for Oswald. He goes down the elevator.
Yes, sir. He's gonna start making his way there.
Laz is called on Icy, and she did pick up for Laz. She sees Icy buying euros. Hello.
Hi, Auntie. How are you?
Good.
It's good. That's very good. I was wondering, could I ask you a favor?
Of course.
I have this Halcyon class, little model that's hanging up in my room. Do you remember it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you mind sending it or getting it to me in Woodbury?
You want it now or later? That's the real question. She bites a euro.
She smiles. A bit later. The person I want to give it to, he's a bit busy at the moment.
Ah, wiping some tzatziki from her cheek. I see how it is.
Leslie smiles, rocks back and forth on her feet a bit. Yeah, it is a little bit like that. That and he lost his model in a earthquake when he was younger, so I want to give him mine.
Icy nod. You're on the right track then. You can have this now. She'll teleport a euro to her hand.
She looks at the euro, then at the wrist computer. Thank you, ma'am. You didn't have to do that for me.
She goes to say something, stops. I know you don't hate me, but I'm pretty sure the rest of the kids hate me. So that's why I teleported away today. Don't worry about it. Just eat your sandwich.
She tilts her head. Okay. They all wanted to see you, and they all wanted to say hi. They got really excited at the prospect of seeing you, man. But yeah, I'll just eat my sandwich.
She nods her head and shrugs. At least they got to see Zanzibar. It's not every day you get to see a Haven Drake. These are for your mom, so I gotta go. I'll have the model shipped down to you by. I'll just teleport it Monday.
Alright, thank you. I love you, Auntie.
Love you too, honey. Bye bye. As she eats more of her gyro and disappears. Ricky coming up onto the end of the conversation.
How you doing, Laz?
She turns around, smiles, holding a euro. I'm doing just fine, Ricky. Thanks for asking.
Good. Before I tell you, where did you get that?
Oh, my auntie teleported it into my hand for me.
You guys got a cool ass family, man. But Mr. Wiseau asked me to come on over and tell you that we're gonna go to the beach, so he's got like bathing suits for you guys that you should probably go get changed.
Oh, right, the beach.
Yeah, we're gonna be heading out pretty soon. So.
I had almost forgotten. I'll head down there and... Right, yeah, of course. She smiles at Ricky. I'll be down there as soon as possible. And she'll run off to get changed.
Sick. He's gonna make his way back to Tommy.
He's waiting for you.
She's on her way to get changed, sir.
Good. Very good, Ricky. Excellent job. Now, here's some fishing rods. He hands you a bunch of fishing rods. Come with me down to the beach. We're set up. We're going to do a big play down on the beach, Ricky. I'll cue you in. Going to have my good friend, Brandon Law. Terrible martial artist. Don't worry about him. You could beat him, blindfolded. He going to come up, talk to the girls. Try to make the boys jealous. You know what I'm saying?
Do you want me to needle at him?
Yes, please do.
It gives me something to do, because I don't know how to fish, Mr. Wiseau.
Tommy will teach you. Actually, Tommy doesn't know how to fish either.
Then we'll figure it out together.
Yes, we will figure it out together. Puts his arm around Ricky. Maybe Delilah Country could teach you. How about that?
I don't know what you mean by that, sir.
You remember when Tommy said you have to learn lesson the hard way? Don't be stupid.
Yes.
Do you want to end up like them?
No, sir.
Then take a chance. As he walks Ricky down to the beach, at least consider talking to her by Monday.
I'll try, Mr. Wiseau.
As he walks Ricky to the beach, everybody else coming along, Carter definitely sees the power loader on his way back up. The boys up here, Oz is not here though, Yuri couldn't find him, unfortunately. And the girls down here, Memory Ann, where did you... Her mouth's watering, it's the most awake she's looked all day besides when she was pampering Carter. Get that. It's mostly eaten.
She looks down at the euro and goes to hand Memory and the rest of it.
She takes it and eats it in one bite. I have not had one of these in years. This is Watertown brand.
Leslie nods. Yep, yes it is.
And where did you get it? Because I know you didn't take a jaunt to Watertown.
I had to call Aunt Icy up for something, and she just teleported it into my hand.
Oh, she answers! Well, I've never actually tried to call her. Marianne looks down at her lap. All the girls in their bikinis, except Elizabeth.
Leslie nods. Yeah, she answers.
Maybe I should try. I just figured she wouldn't answer, and after seeing her teleport away today, it's...
Leslie bites her lip. Yeah, I understand why you wouldn't call her, but she shrugs. Maybe you should? Not trying to put words in your mouth or anything like that, though.
Maybe we all should. She looks at Elizabeth, and that's so. Like Tommy says, together!
The both of them nod. Yeah, I think it would be a good idea to call him up and just check in. So, literally the least we can do.
Call him up, take Colt back to Rainfall Lane, and show him off.
Soul smirks at Marianne. I would enjoy showing Colt off to the people at Rainfall Lane. Most definitely.
They blacked out the cameras of the whole city and the base. Clearly, he's afraid of your father. He's raised by the Ranger General. My guess is he feels it's disrespectful to your father's position and command. She shrugs, lays out on her bathing chair.
She strokes her chin. Maybe I should ask Dad to have a conversation with him. Tell him that it would be okay to date me. And then she shrugs. But for right now, and she flops back onto her mat. Just bathing in the sun for right now.
Just enjoy what you have. She chuckled.
Soul chuckles to herself. Yeah, I'll do my best.
Up here, Tommy has this fishing rod that was clearly meant for Oz. This is how you do it! Now, Carter knows how to fish. Colt knows how, Benny does not. And Ricky doesn't know how to fish, but he can tell Tommy has no fucking clue what he's doing. Watch me very closely! Rears the rod back, throws it out, and he starts to get wrapped up in the rod because it comes back. This is, well, you said this is how they do the fly fishing, right? Ricky, you understand? This is fly fishing. I'm used to fly fishing, you see, not regular fishing.
Yes, sir, that looks right. As far as I know, yeah.
Good. Rubbing Benny's shoulders. Benny, I think you just do it like this. Cast the line out normally, and then you just wait for a bite. Tommy, show off, motherfucker.
Carter leans forward and nods. Yeah, that was really good, Benny. Have you ever fished?
No, but I've seen people fish on TV, and they made the Rainfall Jaws remake they made, which was really awesome. Uncle Scar played that, like, disgruntled boat owner guy who gets eaten by Jaws.
Oh, right, yeah. That one was pretty funny to me.
Your dad smile, you son of a bitch, and he blows up Jaws. And then I think your granddad, if I'm understanding all the relations right, played Richard Dreyfuss.
Yeah, he did. And then the two of them swam off to the shore together.
Naked. I don't know why they were naked, but
it's something that my mom and grandma in general, Lorelai, if I believe the stories correctly, would request that the two of them would be like shirtless or nude or anything like that.
in that movie they were completely naked. I saw the behind the scenes extra. Colt starts laughing.
Your mom and grandma I kind of get, but a general asked about that?
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I believe that. I mean, Benny, you would know her the best, right?
Yeah.
Does that sound like something that she would do?
I didn't know her that well, all things considered, so no. Colt, my mom always used to say General Lorelai had the hots for your father. But it was like, her and my dad were always laughing about it, and in such a joking manner, I just assumed it's like a myth that they all kind of made up together. Inside joke kind of thing. Motherfucker, got this wire. Ricky, come help me get this off of me.
Yes, sir. He'll get up, set his rod into the sand, come over and try and help him. So wait, your whole family has this rumor that the former Ranger General has the hots for your dad.
Yeah, but I suppose it's something that Memory Ann would call like one of the Colonel's tall tales. It it just never really seemed believable to me.
Colt, I don't believe it, personally.
Mr. Wiseau, you've said you've known them for years. Is it true?
I can't remember right now. Tied up in wire. Ricky, get that knife over there. Cut Tommy out of this. This suit costs more than Memorion's car.
Yes, sir. He'll get the knife and very carefully start cutting the wire.
Benny, hey. He looks around. Where's Oz? Could not find him. I look everywhere in base. I could maybe in girls' barracks, but you're not going there. Oh. Oh well.
Yeah, I I don't think Goss would be the type of person to sneak into the girls' barracks.
Nah, I don't think so.
I'd hope not. I think Memory Ann would kill him.
Maybe. She's in a good mood today. She got to touch Carter all over his body.
Yeah.
Carter just sort of chuckles and nods. Yes, yes, she did.
I'm just saying you three are very lucky men.
Yes, I am. Or we are, but yeah. He's just reeling in the wire. So, sex fish. What's this all about? Oh, it is legend. But true legend.
Carter nods. So my family, they own this beach house, right? And at this beach house, a rare type of fish is like bred there. That it's the only place that you can find it. And when you catch this fish and feed it to someone, be it male or female, I believe, it just skyrockets their libido and they want to, well, have sex.
Puts the women in heat, puts the men in heat.
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
And you guys can just get this thing whenever where you live?
In the lakes at Rainfall Lane as well.
Yeah, but you sort of need a specialized bait to catch them. So, not all the time, only if you have the bait.
Grandpa Hunk of our good at catching them. Julius, extremely good.
Yep. I always wondered what that fish they would feed to, like, Mom and Grandma would be. And then they taught me about it, and everything seemed to make sense after that.
So, that's another magically cool thing that's on your damn property, bro. I take back what I said about it being an amusement park. It sounds like a damn paradise.
Damn straight. He's slowly reeling in his wire. Tommy, down here too. Hook near my crotch. Make sure you cut gently.
Will do, sir. As he's cutting, is there anything else at this Rainfall Lane place? Because at this point, I'm expecting there to be like a built-in Disneyland.
Carter shrugs. There's a lot at Rainfall Lane. It's a really cool place to live.
Yeah, it sounds like it, bro.
Good job, Ricky.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I mean, it sounds like you guys are really damn lucky to grow up where you did.
I agree. What were you going to say, Carl?
No, yeah, just that it's a very nice place to live. And yes, we are very lucky to have grown up there.
I don't know, man. I mean, it's nice here. It's certainly better than Antarctica. But, kind of wish I'd be able to go to whatever that Rainfall Lane place. It sounds like it's sick.
As Ricky says that, Carter's stomach starts to groan. He's hungry.
Carter rubs the back of his neck. Jesus, I should have eaten something.
Popping into Carter's lap.
He looks down at it.
What's that
The hell?
smell?
He, unwraps it, holds up the euro. A euro? From Watertown?
Ha.
Did someone chuck a euro at him?
Yes, magical lady, general, you see her. Turn the euro around, you will see poorly drawn Zanzibar picture.
He turns it around, looks at the picture. Wow. I don't know if you're reading my mind right now, Auntie, but thank you very much.
Down here, Memory Ann she sighs, looking at her lap. Boop. 3 more pop in. Memory Ann, oh my goodness.
Soul
Even
jumps.
though she probably doesn't want one, because she's already eaten one.
Soul jumps, and she looks down. 4 more euros, huh? She looks at Marianne and shrugs.
Maybe she doesn't hate me.
She chuckles. I mean, yeah. I don't think she would. I don't think it's possible for Aunt Icy to hate anyone.
Elizabeth's is deconstructed so she can eat it later. Because she's out in public.
She looks at the deconstructed euro, going through all the pieces, and wraps it up very nice and securely and puts it away so she can eat it later. That has to be one of the most considerate people I've ever met.
And excellent timing. I wish I could read minds like that. She starts eating it, ravenously almost.
Yes, so do I. And Soul starts to do the same. She eats it very quickly.
The girls eating as up here tell me, well, it looks like lunch was delivered.
I guess it was. As Carter will look at it, look across all of them. Do any of you want some?
Benny, nah. I could probably eat that whole thing. Huh? Boop. Boop. Delivery on demand. That's why you should wish you were a wizard and not fucking Kai fighter.
Yeah. No magic for me. Sorry, sir.
I wish I could have. Boop. What? Good. That is good, Carter. He just starts eating it.
Ricky's gonna look up. I don't know if you're listening, ma'am, but, thank you.
Well, yeah, I've not had one of these in a long time. These are like a rainfall tradition. He shakes it and starts eating it.
Carter nods. Yeah, they're my mom's favorite, as he starts to eat his.
Tommy gets one dropped to him. Here, Ricky, you eat. You'll need it. Calories, not hungry.
Thank you, sir. He's gonna tuck in his. Shit. This thing's good. This thing's better than the one I had with Mom when we were going through the Mediterranean when I was a kid.
Eats his in one bite, right in front of Carter.
Carter's eyes widen at Yuri. That was actually pretty impressive.
Swallows in one gulp.
Oh my god, you didn't even chew it.
No time.
He shakes his head. What do you... Oh yeah, okay. You're pretty cool, Uncle Yuri. As he starts to finish to eat his.
He smiles, rubbing Carter's back. Tommy saw, enjoying getting pampered by Memorion.
Carter looks down at the hero and looks over at Tommy. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely was.
When you was young, like very young, before you could remember, All the time you like that. On the set of The Room was when I think her parents actually first start to notice, believe it or not.
Carter nods. Hmm. I wouldn't know when it first started. But one of my first memories is of Memory Ann doing like those kind of things, just rubbing my ears, sort of.
Benny, it's a lot nicer than her screaming at it, you, and in turn us. I wish Oz was here though. He shrugs, biting the gyro. It's nice to have a group of friends that isn't like linked to video games or pop culture, I guess is what I'm trying to say, and Oz is one of them to me. Ah, well, he's getting ready to go visit his dead brother.
Oh. Wish I'd known I would have offered to go with him.
Tommy shrugs. Yeah, we die. He gets shot in the head. Barsad. Colt. Oh. Looking down at the Euro.
Shit up. Oh god.
Joining the military, not all fun and games. He smiles at everybody.
No, it does not sound like it. He stares down at his euro.
You know, most people in the military right now, no matter where they're stationed, probably working. You'll have Friday off early. Make sure you thank the colonel. He nods his head.
Yes, sir. I'll definitely thank the colonel.
Yeah, we'll do.
Colt, I put my hands all over his daughter, but I'll thank him. Yeah. Oh, God.
I mean, you should probably thank him for that too.
I should have asked permission first, actually. Bites the Euro. Tommy, don't worry about it. This is what he wants, trust me.
Better to ask for forgiveness than permission at this point, dude.
That is why Ricky is my helper. Starts rubbing Ricky's shoulder.
Yeah, it is, sir.
Carter chuckles, shakes his head. He really does look like Mr. Wiseau Jr., sir.
I take that as a compliment.
Yeah, you're damn right. I take it as one too.
Very handsome man. Tommy not this handsome when he his age.
I'm sure you were, sir.
Not even close. You should have seen me someday. I'll show you all baby picture as down here. This strange individual has approached.
Soul seems a bit taken aback. Hello.
How you doing? I'm Brandon Law. Puts out his hand. Memory Ann eating her Euro. Brandon. Oh, you're Mr. Wiseau's friend. Yeah, that's right. At least somebody remembers my name. You're the guy Uncle Julius punted out of the, I've seen the footage when I was a child. Some type of convention. Yep, that's me. I was, at your parents' wedding. I was a wedding photographer. I'm in town with Tom. He told me just to come down and check on you. You know how Tom is.
Oh, yeah, of course. Well, Tommy's up there, and she'll point towards Tommy. But we're all doing pretty okay.
Anything I can get for you guys? Anything at all?
Soul looks around, and Liza shakes her head, and Elizabeth does the same. You, Memory Ann?
I don't like asking of people. But I could use a drink to wash this down. These are heavy. I'll go get them. I'll be right back. What would you like? Memory and just water, whatever. I'll get them. I'll be right back. Into Ricky's ear. So it begins. They all see. They all look. Go.
Hey guys, you see what's going on over there?
Carter, layering over at the girls. Yeah, I did see that.
That, guy seemed like he was getting pretty friendly with them, huh?
He groans slightly. Yeah, he was. I'm sure it's nothing, just some guy trying to hit on them. As he starts to grip the fishing rod tighter.
Yeah, but that guy looks almost old enough to be their dad, or even older, huh, Mr. Wiseau?
Ah, he was standing very close to Soul. He's just staring down, eyes locked on a Soul. Very close. Kind of make me worried a little bit.
Yeah, he was almost looming over her, huh?
Oh, look at that! This motherfucker. Look at that motherfucker. He coming back with sparkling water. A case of it. Here you guys go. He sets it down.
I think he's really trying to get in their pants.
Marianne, thank you, Mr. Law. Do you mind if I show the girls the footage of you getting launched at the convention? Nah, go ahead. He's handing out the water. She pulls up the footage. Young Julius punting Brandon out of the convention.
All three of the Rainfall girls start to laugh wildly. They find it very funny.
Not my best day. Let's just put it that way. As up here, Colt has wrapped his Euro up, set it down, and starts walking down this direction. Benny takes the fishing rod with him.
Carter also takes a fishing rod with him, starts to walk down with Colt and Benny.
I think you guys have got it handled.
Yes, they got it. Don't worry about that. As the guys walk down. Brad, they are all cackling at the top of their lungs. She's red in the face, laughing. Mariana's closed the footage, though. I don't know Elizabeth's, the other's reaction, but yeah, he's telling stories about how. And then I hit this building. Oh, look who's here!
Carter looks at him. Hello, sir.
Hi, how you doing?
Help?
Oh, well,
I'm doing well.
My name is actually, and he goes to put his hand out as Benny comes up and cracks him in the head with a fishing rod, knocking him out.
Carter looks down at Brandon Law and then over at Benny. I was just gonna intimidate him so he ran away and never came back.
General Lorelei always said direct action is the best way to go. As the rod is broken and he drops it on Brandon's body. What the fuck is wrong with you?
So, what? Why'd you do that?
What?
Carter looks at them. The guy was being a creep and he was hitting on you. No, he wasn't. He was just... He was the guy that Dad launched out of the comic convention. He was the guy who did the wedding video.
For Grandma and Grandpa and your mother and your fucking father. And Aunt Icy and Uncle Banksy.
Carter looks at the fishing rod that he has, puts it onto his shoulder, looks down at Brandon Law. Uh-oh. He kneels down and checks Brandon's pulse.
He has a pulse. He's fine. He's just unconscious. Yuri comes over. I will clean up this mess. Don't worry. He picks him up, throws him over his shoulder. Come with me, Brandon. Hey, Carter, hand me that broken fishing rod.
Carter picks up the fishing rod and hands it over to Yuri.
Good, that is good. Uncle Yuri, clean this up. As he walks off, Colt sets his fishing rod down on the sand. Just looks down at Soul, scratches his cheek, whatever, picks her up, sits her down on top of his lap. There you go. I think this chair should hold us both.
She looks at him, smiles, turns her body so she straddles him and hugs around his chest and lays her head on his shoulder.
Marianne, poor Mr. Law. I had my reservations about you in combat. She points at Benny now. She starts chuckling. I don't. Thanks. He comes up, takes a bottle of water, and he'll sit down next to Elizabeth.
Elizabeth looks over at him. That was a one-hit KO.
Pretty funny. He starts laughing.
She starts to laugh, and she lays her head onto his chest.
You got sandwiches too. His memory Ann will pat her lap. Come here. Just like when you were a little boy.
He smirks, walks over, and sits onto her lap.
She sighs. Ears, neck, or skull. She'll start scratching his skull again.
He smiles. That was the correct choice, ma'am.
You think I could read minds? She's already eaten her gyro. You guys got sandwiches too?
Yeah. I felt really hungry, and then boom, gyro popped up into my lap.
Come with me, Ricky. As they come down, bringing all the gyros the other guys left. Here you go. Ricky's got his too. So, we beat the shit out of my good friend Brandon Law. Oh. Penny looks shocked.
I'm sorry, sir. You should have understood the situation better.
Don't worry about it. Tommy should have said something. Was too busy admiring Ricky's handsome features that remind him of Tommy.
Yeah, and, I mean, the thing that's nice is you guys were ready to jump to their defense, so that's a good thing.
Colt, yeah, I was gonna hit him, but Benny beat me to it. So he was... Yeah.
Benny,
He kissed his soul on the head.
Benny, you mollywopped that guy.
He starts laughing. Did your mask record it, Elizabeth?
Elizabeth nods. It's basically always recording, unless I deem it to not record.
Maybe that's the gift you should give to your dad. Memory, and given our senses of humor, I think they'd probably enjoy that. But we should figure out an actual gift too.
She smiles and nods. I think so. They will enjoy the video, though, if I know anything about my parents.
That's very good. Tommy, go back into town. Come get you later. Relax. Enjoy your sandwiches. You don't need me over you, breathing down your necks all the time. He stops, sees Memory Ann scratching rubbing the back of Carter's ears. What's Carter doing?
Carter has his hands reaching around with his hands on her hips.
You notice Tommy gives you 2 thumbs up, Carter.
Carter smiles at Tommy and gives him a nod.
He walks off. Well, that was eventful.
Yeah, it was.
Carter looks back at her. Carter nods. Yeah, it was. Elizabeth looks at Benny. It was an impressive hit, though. I don't think any of us could have. You are much stronger than you look, Benny.
They used to say at the orphanage when I'd get angry, I'd get like brute strength.
And it was perfect for him, too.
I have no formal training besides basic. Memory Ann, I struggle to believe that. Starting to rub the back of Carter's neck.
Elizabeth chuckles. It sort of sounds like my dad. Whenever he gets angry, he just sort of becomes superhuman almost.
Oh my god, I remember seeing him mangle a steering wheel when I was 8 or 9. Not at Rainfall Lane, it was a golf course somewhere. I don't remember the details, but he mangled a steering wheel in one punch.
Jeez.
He must have been real angry then.
You know, we should have gotten Benny here pissed off and had him try and knock over Oak here on the first day we were here. Probably would have gotten the day off.
I don't know. I don't want to get whipped into a mountainside. It looks so Ricky. That looked like it hurt.
Oh, it did. It did. It's cool, though.
S-
Not a lot of people can whip me around like that.
Soul laughs. Okir seems very strong. Stronger than his unique personality might express, you know?
I think it's like Tommy says about his brother. God's way of compensating. He looks down at Soul and smiles.
Soul looks at him, smiles, and just gives him a slight giggle.
I'll tell you from experience, he's even stronger than he looks. When he's training me, he ties me up in knots even if I'm fighting back as hard as I can.
Colt, glad I'm the sniper, not hand-to-hand specialist. Maybe they'll bring Uncle Scar down to give Carter private hand-to-hand lessons.
Carter immediately tenses when Colt says that.
Oh, relax. She starts rubbing Carter's stomach with her fingernails. Circular motion.
He just leans back against her and rests his head against her cheek.
I'll just put up an ice wall. He can't get through that, at least without the loader. You see, Ricky, this is what you must do. You must pamper him like a little baby.
Yes, ma'am. And hey, if he shows up, I'll help you. We'll die together.
He won't get through my ice wall.
I'm sure he won't, ma'am.
Carter smiles. I'm sure he won't. He looks at Marianne. I trust that he won't lay a hand on me when you're around.
Pamper and protect the Primarch's baby boy. He starts rubbing his sides up and down.
Carter chuckles. I mean, it's true, but I will only ever let you pamper me like this.
This is where I'd say, but you let Hazel, but I'm just too tired. And don't feel like being vindictive anymore. That's progress. He speaks.
Elizabeth covers a laugh as Soul nods. It is progress.
Yeah, it is. I just need a little more.
How much do you guys want to bet? Okay, I know I don't have a lot of money. But how much does anybody here want to bet that he sent Brandon Law up to make us do that?
Well, I'd bet a pretty penny that you're right.
How much did he tip you today, Rick? Colt looking at Rick.
I can neither confirm or deny that I've been tipped today.
Uh-huh. She's just humming in Carter's ear, rubbing the back of his neck again.
Carter looks at Ricky. Oh, you definitely knew it was gonna happen.
I don't know what you're talking about. What I will say is, expect some very fancy vegetables to be in the greenhouse by the end of the week.
Marianne nods, and I will make us excellent food out of them.
I hear there's a very cool kind of tomato that grows on a Nova that apparently makes some fantastic food.
She nods her head. Maybe we could get Uncle Lugnut to come down and make us steaks.
Elizabeth rubs her stomach. Oh, that would be amazing if he did that. And Soul nods. I make a pretty good beer steak, but... Oh, Uncle Banksy's steaks. They were the best.
You think he'd autograph my poster of him? Marianne starts laughing.
Elizabeth nods. Most definitely he would.
Awesome.
I'm gonna hold you to getting one of those steaks from him someday because you cannot tease me with something like that and never materialize it.
He's Aunt Icy's husband. She sent us euros, I assume. Zanzibar. Horrible Zanzibar drawing on the wrapper, so... Apparently, we're still on her good side. Come closer, Carter. She starts massaging the back of Carter's skull.
He scoots closer to her and manages to reach around and wrap his arms around her waist.
He would always clutch my arm or waist, even when he was a baby.
Yeah, I would. I guess even as a baby, I knew what I wanted my hands on.
In other news, Oz has a dead brother. Marianne, you really have no social skills. You know that, Benny. Benny, what? Oh.
Laz looks up and looks at Benny. Wait, one of his brothers dead?
Shot in the... We didn't get the details. Tommy, in his Tommy way, said just a shot in the head, something like that. We did not get the details. And this is not how you broach these type of topics, Benjamin. Benny, sorry.
She puts a hand over her mouth. That's why he was talking about his brother in past tense.
Yeah, apparently he's going to, I guess, according to what Tommy said, I'm guessing he's going to visit his grave right now.
Well, it makes sense. He can actually leave base on weekends now that you're here.
Lazuli sighs. Oh, if I would have known, I would have given him some flowers to put on his brother's grave.
We should have got him a sandwich. Or saved him one. He's looking around.
I haven't touched my extra one. He can have it.
If we see him, we'll give it to him. That'll make food always makes me feel better. Colt into Soul's ear, he has zero social skills, like legitimately zero.
Soul nods. Yeah, it's a little weird to see someone with zero social skills.
I get why him and Elizabeth get along so well. No offense.
Soul laughs. No, I get it too, handsome. And she gives him a kiss on the jaw.
Marianne will sigh while massaging the back of Carter's scalp. Well, if we're lucky, we'll see him before he leaves town.
Laz nods. Yeah, and then we could give him the sandwich, and who knows, maybe I can pick some flowers. Or maybe I shouldn't. He didn't tell me anything of his brother being dead, so maybe I shouldn't even bring it up.
Marianne will do what you think is best. That's all a woman can do. She rubs Carter's sides again up and down.
Yeah, follow your gut. That's what I do, and it works most of the time.
Carter chuckles. It certainly gets you into the position of Wiseau Jr.
Hey, man. I will gladly take that over, him hating me.
A fair point.
Yeah, he chuckles. It's very fair. Soul looks around. Well, at least it's a beautiful, handsome day on the beach, isn't that right, handsome? She starts to scratch his cheeks.
Yes, it is. He'll stop the scratching and kiss her fingers.
She lets him, and as he does, she moves one of her fingers out of the way and puts her lips in the way.
Ooh! He kisses her on the lips, Marianne watching, and when Carter was being a real brat. This is what you had to do to calm him down, Ricarda. She kisses him on the cheek. See?
Carter's eyes open, and everyone can see a blush coming over his face.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it seems like it works. He's gonna turn his head towards Benny and kind of tilt it towards Elizabeth.
Benny watching, nodding, typing on his wrist computer. Remember, yeah, and he was such a brat. He'd throw temper tantrums left and right, and he grew up to be such, twisting Carter's hair a brat.
Carter's head twists along with his hair. Yes, yes, ma'am. As he just sort of rubs the cheek that she kissed.
Flashing up to Gateway, Ash, every person Ash walks by knows Ash. They all stop to greet Ash, all Rangers. Ash is going to see town. The only non-Ranger left on this ring.
He's making his way there, waving, greeting anyone as he passes.
The windows to his office are tinted.
Um,
Ash has a special knock. He knocks 3 times, then twice, then 3 more times, and that's how Towns knows to let him in.
he's gonna do the special knock.
Door open.
Hello, Towns.
Oh, always happy to see you.
Always happy to see you. I see you got everything locked down today.
Yeah. He's looking around out the window. Come on in more so I can close the door. A little too much Ranger action out there for me.
No, you're good. Comes in more. So, what's going on today?
Sasha asked me to check out some bounty hunter that you bumped into.
Yes, sir. The one in the mysterious armor that vanished from our recordings.
Yeah. Well, I checked with Gondar. He never heard of a Kaz guy. Checked with Lorelei. Figured maybe, she might know, didn't know of anybody named Kaz. His name is Kaz, though. He pulls up a picture from it looks like an old news article. A frontier news article. Like from some small frontier planet. He points down to it. This is from a colony called B1. And it's way, 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 way out there. Past Andromeda 4. And Ash knows that means it's like past the fringe.
That's so far out that I don't even think the frontier is a good word for it. That's wild space.
That's what I would put it as. And there's a small colony on this B1, and they had this on a bounty board. That's literally the only thing I've been able to pull up on this guy. Not a bounty board, excuse me, like a board a poster board. I can't even describe it. It was like Gallia level shit. You come into the bar and they had, a board up with advertisements like this is handwritten. It's Gallia level shit. He hands you the actual paper. I just took it off and stealthed out.
He's gonna look at it. What does it say? Is it like a wanted poster or an advertisement?
It is an advertisement for his services.
Huh. He's gonna hand it back. This doesn't make any sense. If anything, this just adds more questions.
He leans back, but at least we have his name. Kaz, K-A-Z. That's what he goes by, and the number on this thing goes to some type of automated line, which is most definitely a robot. So, you don't even get in contact with him. He does his business through some type of proxy droid. He shrugs.
That makes sense. If you're working freelance, you want some kind of middleman, so you don't get fucked by somebody, trying to kill you when you come to talk about the job. But I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. He's got this advanced of armor, yet he's handwriting and drawing his own advertisement?
Out on the frontier in wild space. I mean, there's more EarthGov colonies on the frontier than ever nowadays. So I guess this is clearly he wants to stay away from, EarthGov colonies.
I guess, but if he wanted just money, with what he's got on, he could probably make way more as private bodyguard for the rich and famous. This, I don't know, it doesn't make sense, right?
If you want to just keep this between you and me, and I could be wrong, but I don't want to alert anybody. I had the techs here look at the picture that we got off your footage. They cleaned it up. It's definitely a military-grade scrambling device that's built into that armor. They can only look and analyze and make guesses. It's akin to the same type of armor this guy he was the medic from the Scary Guys.
Epsilon.
It's akin to that, at least that would be their guess. The original scans we did of their armor, but it looks completely different. It's worn, his armor, the Keller, it looks like the paint job is worn off, which got me thinking. You see him running his finger in a circle on the table. When we first heard of those guys, there was originally 10 of them. When we fought them, there was 9. He shows you from 20 years ago the same picture he pulled up, second floor of the apartment with Agent O there, them leaving Creasy during the fall of Creasy thanks to Squad Sigma. And he's holding up the picture, an actual picture. There's 10 of them there. We killed 9 of them.
Ah, shit. So... so either this is the missing one, or some dude on the fringes found the armor and is taking it for himself.
If I was one of these guys, or any Max Tech remnant, I would not want to be near EarthGov space. I mean, you know, some of them just joined the fold, and others were hunted down and killed. Rightfully so, in my opinion. But, yeah.
No, I agree, and wouldn't that go doubly for the last remaining member of the most elite squad they had?
Yeah. That's my hunch. Let's keep it between the two of us for now.
No, of course. Wait until we got something more concrete, but no, you're... I had a sinking feeling that was similar, because, well, you saw the footage, that blaster he used, that laser rifle. Remind you of Epsilon as well, does it?
Nods his head. Reminds me of seeing Banksy's shield bob generators getting blown out one by one. Very quickly, and us being behind them.
Yeah. And the fact that he knew my name... As much as I'd prefer your theory not to be correct, I think you're right.
He definitely scrambled something in your recording, and he definitely scanned your armor, for sure. That much the techs can confirm.
Which means it's military grade and really good military grade tech, far more than any civilian's gonna have access to.
Even if he wasn't operating on the fringe, and he was operating closer to EarthGov space, the fact he's just not coming to us for work, folding in, shows he's either afraid of us, or he's trying to hide something, or both.
Well, he didn't seem very afraid when I met him, but maybe that's because he knew he had the upper hand.
I'm pretty sure he'd be afraid if the entire gang got back together and started patrolling the wild space fringes around B1 and wherever else he likes to operate.
Wouldn't that be a sight? The squad back together. No, but I think you're right. If you would, keep an eye on anything about him, and let me know as soon as it comes up. If anything concrete comes up, I'll go straight to the general.
Copy that. I'll beat you to it. I'll go straight to her, and then she wants more information on this guy. If he's the last of them, A, the wife wants the armor, B, the wife wants him, and he puts his finger to his throat, you know. So, as soon as I know something, you two are the first to hear.
Beautiful. And I agree with her, specifically Epsilon. We need that page of our bingo book completely crossed out.
Agreed. As he sets down a pen, and he didn't even notice. Ha ha. First time Ash has heard that laugh in 20 plus years.
Jeez. Tommy?
Holy shit, Hounds jump!
Tommy? Why is that? It's good to see you.
Ash, you're not that hard to find.
I mean, I'm not hiding. You could have come to say hello any time, man.
Arms crossed, bobs his head up. Towns looking back and forth. Towns will keep that picture out.
Will do. And I'll let you know if I find anything out. I doubt I will, but I'll keep an ear out.
We have to have there are some things we need to talk about, Ash. Very important things.
Um, yeah, Tommy, do you want to talk? Wherever you want to talk. It should be alright.
We can talk right here. How's Cyrus?
Um, she's doing better than she was. It was really rough for a while after Mom's death, but she's gotten it. She's doing a lot better. She misses Ricardo, but doing better.
Uh, I know. It can be hard. I lost the sign a few years ago. Still feel his loss every day. These things never get easier.
Nah, you lose anyone. People say you get over it, but you don't. You learn to cope with the pain a little better.
Have you ever considered taking Cyrus on vacation? I know many good places. Tommy can get you in. There are quite a few new colonies now that are like lake houses. You name it. Tommy owned most of them, so.
I'd love to. I just work quite a bit, especially with I can't say much. You know the drill, sir. But I don't have much time. But if I ever did, I'd love to.
Towns, he's got PTO out the wazoo. Tommy, maybe consider taking some soon, but not anytime soon. Because, we have some problem.
Oh, what's wrong?
Do you want me to leave? Tommy, no, you can stay. You'll be happy to know cold souls straddling one another. About fucking time. He looks up at Tommy. Anyway, Ash, Ricky is a good boy. I know you have some problems between you two. I don't really know the details. But I can tell just from limited talking to Ricky, always not happy to mention of your name. Relationships, as you know, Ash, two-way street. You mess up with Saris and you fix it over time. Now have good relationship with her. But uh, Ricky and your relationship, I think, need to be fixed.
He's gonna take his helmet off and set it on the desk. I agree. I've tried and tried, Tommy. I don't know what I can do. I've given every opportunity. Anytime I was home, I tried as hard as I could, and he just didn't want anything to do with me.
He nods his head. Maybe soon you go down, you speak with him, cause Ricky is a good boy. I can tell. He tried his best. He helped Tommy very much. Make $50,000 today. What? Tom's staring at Tommy.
I know he's a good boy.
I tip him all this money. You know what he do with it? Spend it to make the base better. Buy plants for him and everybody to grow. Not spend it on frivolous things.
He'd never want to hear this, but I'm incredibly proud of him. He's got his issues, but who amongst us didn't at that age?
It was test. It was test. I give him a lot of money. See what he do with it. Does he go buy drugs? Does he buy some stupid thing he didn't need? Or does he buy something for his friends or his mother? He did the right thing.
He did. He's better. He's a better person than I was at his age, Tommy.
Well, but you encounter many problems at your age. And now, Ricky encountered a big problem. He puts his hands in his back pockets, and you can tell he's extremely uncomfortable.
What did he do, Tommy?
Ricky... You see, Tommy want to help Ricky. Ricky find himself interested in a girl. Down in Woodbury. She work in med facility. Look a little bit like Cyrus. Not surprising. So Tommy do some digging on this girl. This girl named Delilah Country.
You can see he looks a bit happy when he hears that Ricky's interested in a girl, and that drops when he hears the name. Don't tell me she's related to that Dr. Country.
Well, Tommy did not want to believe either. Trust me, Ash. But then Tommy do real digging, and yes, Fate is cruel mistress. Delilah Country, daughter of Sergeant Heimer and Dr. Country, that used to be stationed here. And so I try tell Ricky he need to go talk to her and stuff, but not pushing too much because don't want to send him into firing squad.
Yeah, I really do regret what happened with her, but what can we do? Should I talk to the doctor about it, or what?
I think you just need to. I tell Ricky it might be a challenge. Last week, this girl. I did not go into detail about what happened. That is for father and son to discuss. I think very soon you need to come down and talk to him. Because he want to talk to this girl, but apprehensive. And Tommy not want to, yes, Ricky, go do this, and then blow up in his face. That is the place of father and son.
Yeah, yes it is. And, considering it's my mistakes that are haunting him now, I think doubly so I need to tell him what happened.
I tell him call home. I don't think he call home and talk to Cyrus about this. He busy though. He training a lot. If they do good work all week, Julius let them off early Friday. So, and they busy. They are kept very busy down there. So
That sounds like Julius. I don't know. He hasn't called me, but I mean, I haven't spoken to him in like 4 years, Tommy.
I did not know that. Well, showing up out the blue might not end well, but maybe we set up situation to make it succeed. Think of something, Tommy can make it happen. Tommy have control in that town. Kind of.
Any idea you can help me come up with, Tommy, I will do. I want him to be happy, Tommy, and I'd rather that happiness not be taken away by me.
There are other girls in the sea, though. He needs to realize this, even if it goes bad.
Yes, he does, and I don't know. It might sound horrible, and I don't want this for him, but if it does blow up in his face, maybe that's, in a twisted way, a good thing.
Learning experience. Tommy could learn the hard way.
Exactly, learning the hard way. I think, well, I have to say I had to. It's not fun, but it's good for you.
Let's just put it like this. You know the protocol better than Tommy. You ask Julius if you go down to town, I'm sure they let you. Tommy will not ask for you. Tommy, try not to spend too much time in the office with the three of them. Tommy loved them, but some things happen there. Sasha shot him.
No, that sounds like Sasha.
Yes, she shot me on the shoulder right here. RC crystal bullet. I sat down in Julius's seat, disrespected him. It was a mistake, but Tommy was happy to sit down and eat some spaghetti. Let's just put it like that. How starts laughing.
Oh, no, I had the feeling that she was not a fan of you, considering I've walked in before and heard her talking about you in not the nicest terms. Let's put it that way without going into detail.
Well, she got her first star. She told me, if you fuck around on my ring, I cut you in half, motherfucker. Tommy asked Julius, do you think I should take this threat serious? Julius cut me off and said yes. So, I try to watch my step around the beautiful Ranger General.
As you should, I think. What do you think, Towns? Do you think she may be even more ruthless than Lorelei was?
I think so. Yeah, I really, really do. I think since it's been so much peacetime and not a lot going on, she's kind of bored, more or less, if you want the truth. Tommy, yeah, well, maybe she'd find another hobby, something like that.
Maybe, but I also think she doesn't have the same magical capabilities of the previous general. I think she makes up for it in just feistiness.
You can say that. Towns, yeah, and she's pushing for star 6, which there's never been a 6-star, but given the fact, yeah, I'm sure she'll get it. She owned this whole fucking station. Tommy just found out.
I mean, 20 years is Isn't that damn near one of the longest uninterrupted stretches of peace we've ever had?
Yes. This is a good thing.
Eh? It's wonderful. I mean, she's got a right to be bored. She's stamped out everything other than tiny little UIR cells that can't do anything.
Don't worry, the kids will handle them.
Oh my god. Is it their turn to go and humiliate themselves fighting the UIR?
Yes, it's their fucking turn. All of them. But listen to me, Ash. You think of something. Down, maybe you bring Ricky his favorite food. You think, you know him better than Tommy. Tommy just get to know him.
I mean, Tommy, I don't know
But
him.
what if you bring Cyrus down? You ever think of that? All three of you, together. You sit somewhere in town, you relax. Just run it by Julius.
Now that is a very good idea. Because he will not, it doesn't matter what I bring if I'm on my own. He's not gonna see me. But if I bring Ceres, he will sit down for her sake. Thank you, Tommy.
No problem. Bring his favorite food. And please remember, not a bad kid. Misguided. And not misguided by his parents. Misguided by you know who.
I know who. Why did I let him go with her?
Because you were being a good father.
Was I? I let him go with someone I knew was a toxic, horrible person.
And who asked for that? Him or you?
He did, but he was a child. I should have just put my foot down and said no.
And your wife did. And he didn't listen. He thinks he will not learn lessons the hard way. He sees Julius's children. He thinks that, oh, okay, I'm good son, all these things. He will learn. Trust me. Will not be easy for him. Happens to all of us.
It does, I just wish he didn't have to go through it.
Well, maybe we score him the Lala country. And it will help with that.
Maybe, Tommy. Thank you. I really appreciate this, because I want him to be happy.
We will try our damnedest. He shakes Towns' hand, comes over, shakes Ash's hand. Have to go back down there, those idiotic children driving Tommy fucking nuts. Snaps his fingers, disappear. Towns just starts laughing.
Well, it sounds like he's having a good time.
Yeah.
Cold with soul. I don't know, that
Ah.
just sounds right, doesn't it?
About fucking time.
Yes, it is. Congratulations, man. Oh my goodness, Sasha's gonna be so happy when she hears.
Yeah. Yes, she will. It might just bring a smile to her face. And then maybe that'll buy Mr. Wiseau some slack with her, because he helped a little bit.
Oh, I'd hope it would. I mean, you can't give much better of a gift than marrying into the rainfalls.
You know, the favorite footage around SIS is her shooting him from Icy's POV.
Yeah, I'd assume it was. It sounds like it would be.
It's our Monday morning ritual. Everybody comes into the office and everybody watches it to get a little pep in their step on Monday fucking morning.
I'm sure it works. I can only imagine the noises Tommy made when that happened.
Townsville, you don't have to imagine. Here you go. He'll type it, send it to your wrist computer. You enjoy that.
Oh, I will. I'll show Cyrus too when I get home next.
Oh, she'll fucking love it.
I'm sure she will. Thank you very much, Towns. And like I said, anything happens, let me know as soon. Let me be the second to know. Aye?
I got my feelers out there.
Will do. I should probably head out though.
Yep. Make sure the door closes on your way out.
Of course, and careful not to hide in here for too long. Don't want to go stir crazy.
Yeah, sure. But that's what I got home for.
That is true. He's gonna salute and then walk out.
Ash walks out as flashing back to the town. Ricky is not down here quite yet. So, boom. Everybody's up here. Memory Ann is looking at Carter, who's went to do some paperwork. He's too distracted with her hands all over him, to be able to effectively do the paperwork he promised to help with. Memory Ann's just watching him, most longingly, and everybody at this table is noticing.
You know, you could go up and do it with him.
I could, but he wants to do it. It will make him feel better.
Soul looks at Memory Ann. That Anne, you couldn't just possibly keep your hands off of him.
He sneers at Soul.
He looks like he's almost drooling on the paperwork.
I pampered him like that all his life, up until I left when I was 16. I'm 17, I guess, I suppose. But yeah.
I mean, I can't blame him. Pretty sure any guy would be glad to have that from a pretty girl.
He's just like Grandpa Hunk and his father, chiseled out of stone. He starts biting her lip, looking at Carter.
Soul starts to laugh. Oh yeah, you could not keep your hands off him if you were trying to help him with that paperwork.
Colt goes to say something, and Ricky's wrist computer starts ringing. Uh-oh. Is Dad calling you?
God, I hope not. He's gonna look who it is.
It's Tommy.
Oh, thank God it's Tommy.
Yeah, it's Dad, in other words.
God, I wish. He's gonna answer.
Ricky, come down here. In the same vicinity as Memory Ann's overpriced car.
Yes, sir. Be right down.
Yes, run along, Wiseau Jr.
Hey, I mean, you're just jealous, man.
I am. I, factually speaking, am. Now get out of the way so I can look at Carter.
Will do. He's gonna bolt off.
She's just staring at Carter. Just like that. Like a hawk staring at a fucking mouse in a field.
Soul just snickers a bit at Memory Ann and goes back to kissing Colt's jaw.
Colt, this has been a good day, all things considered. I think for multiple people. Ricky made 50,000 credits or something like that, I think. You two look like you have fun, wherever you go.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, we always do have fun together. Isn't that right, Benny?
Benny nods. And now we can buy some games with the money Mr. Wiseau got us, and anything you guys want for the game room, we'll buy and fill out. Ricky's taking care of the gardening stuff. Colt, holding Soul's hand up to the air, pulls it back down, kisses the top of her hand, and starts rubbing it. Mom always said rain falls in hand. Memory Ann, yes.
Soul is staring at her hand and looks at him and nods. Rain falls in hands are correct.
Like a hand fetish? Oh my god, Benny. She just starts shaking her head.
And Elizabeth covers her mouth, uncovers it. A little bit. Yeah, just a small bit, like a hand fetish.
Cool. Benny looks down at her.
She shrugs. It's just a thing with all the rainfalls. I mean, even Carter has it, isn't it right, Memory Ann?
Yes, he does. She's watching Carter. Yes, he does.
Soul looks at Memory Ann, then at Colton, and smiles. Carter's gonna get a few kisses on his hand, I think.
He had to walk away from me to do the paperwork. Little brat.
Elizabeth starts to laugh. Well, maybe he just couldn't focus with you touching him. Maybe he feels the same way you feel about him.
He crosses her arms. Maybe.
Soul chuckles a bit. I don't think it's a maybe. I think it's a definitely.
Well, the cameras are out, so it's not like anybody can watch.
Soul chuckles. Yeah, that's true. I honestly do wonder why they did that with all the cameras.
Because the Wiseaus are just Strange guys, but awesome guys.
That is true. They are strange. She kisses one of his cheeks. But awesome. And then the other cheek.
And Tommy was mostly nice today. So, pulling her right into him so she can lean against his chest. All things considered, Good Friday.
I would have to say a very good Friday.
Except for those of us with dead brothers. Colt, did they not have like social skill classes at the orphanage, Benny? Or did you just actively not try to talk to people? Well, I mostly kept to myself. Jesus Christ.
Even Elizabeth looks at Benny and puts a hand on his. Maybe not just randomly bring up Oz's dead brother like that, yeah?
Well,
Benny?
I feel bad. Like I was telling the guys, he's like my friend. It's nice to have friends that are not friends through like a game. Actual, well, I don't know how to say. Just friends. Friends in person, but not more in person. It's just gaming didn't bring us together. Sure, it was like army stuff, military stuff, but still.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, I can understand that, and trust me, I feel bad for him too. I want to comfort him too, but it is a bit hard to just suddenly switch topics to someone's dead brother like that, Benny.
We'll get him some type of video game he likes.
Yeah, that's a good idea. And then he can play it, and maybe that'll cheer him up a bit.
He doesn't like video games. We'll get him a movie he likes. That, I think he does have interest in.
Well, there you go. Video games are out of the question, but movies are up for grabs.
And he likes music. I know that. Anytime I cause a hissy fit, he always puts his earbuds in and ignores me and the colonel arguing.
So nods. That's good to know. Music.
Down here, Ricky has come around the corner. Ricky, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Yuri's standing there in his underwear.
Why are you almost naked, Uncle Yuri?
Plans are being set in motion as we speak. But Ricky, how are things going up there? Everybody still lovey-dovey, having a wonderful day?
Most of them are. Carter, broke off for a bit to finish paperwork he promised he'd do for Memory Ann, sir.
Don't tell me they're fighting.
No, not at all. He just walked away because, well, he wouldn't be able to get the paperwork done if she had her hands on him, sir.
I'll see. He pulls out a wig that looks exactly like Memory Ann's hair color, the silver.
You're not expecting me to put that on, right?
No, not at all. In chess, you'll send your pawns out first. Yuri is the pawn. You're my knight. You're going to help Yuri get dressed. We will bring them together.
Yes, sir. Please fill me in on this plan.
We are going to dress Yuri up. And then when he comes strolling up towards Carter, I want you to scream at the top of your lungs, "Oh my God, is that Hazel?" He is going to pretend to be Hazel, Carter's ex-girlfriend. Father now because pregnant with Carter's love child.
Uh-huh.
Good.
I just have one question, Mr.
Yeah.
West. Can I record this?
Absolutely. I want you at the table with Carter when this happens.
Thank you.
I will have megaphone. He's holding it to back you up.
Now, this is brilliant, but can I add one little idea to the plan?
Yes.
Sit in his lap.
That is a good idea. Looks at Tommy. Do it. Worst comes to worst, hurt his thighs, Memory come to aid him.
We can't lose.
Now go up there and sit with Carter. Keep him there. After you're done helping him get dressed, put this dress on and then put makeup on him. Need to look convincing.
I'll do my best, sir. Makeup ain't my strong suit. But
That's okay.
I can zip up a dress, though.
This guard, EarthGov trooper coming around the corner, looks in, seeing Ricky putting makeup on a man, just goes back to his post. Don't worry about him, Ricky.
Mr. Wiseau, I think they've probably seen weirder.
Trust me, they have, and they will. Ricky, do you know how to make big bonfire?
Never done it, but yeah, I can make a big bonfire.
Very good. Soon we make one. We roast marshmallows here in the town.
Sounds fun.
Very good. And might need your help lifting some books later.
I mean, I just helped you lift a power loader, sir. I think I can handle some books.
Good. Soon I take you into Tommy's workshop here in town. Now get him ready to go. I'm going to go look around. Make sure Julius does not see this. The colonel. And do not tell him we do this stuff.
My lips are sealed, sir.
He takes the megaphone, starts walking off, skulking around looking for Julius. But he's not in line of sight of the kid. Ricky, give me my eyeliner.
I will, just hold still so I don't mess up the wing.
Call me Jolanda.
He has to stop. Will do, Auntie Yolanda.
He lets out a loud laugh as Laz notices Oz up on top of the bunker.
Laz, holding her book, looking up at him, just gives him a little wave to try and get his attention.
He sees her and he throws down a rope. A ladder rope. It's made out of rope. Come on up.
She looks at the ladder and climbs on up.
He holds it for her. Look at this. He's got this chair here.
She looks at the chair. A launcher? Up here?
Yeah. Still in your bathing suit. And then you got this. And some water with orange peels. My first day at the Headhunters. Your father took me around town. He's gesturing out. And up on this roof, we got to around about where Kata's sitting. I noticed there was one of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen in my life sunbathing on the Colonel's base. And she was gorgeous. I said, Colonel, are you aware there's a woman sunbathing on? And he said, Oz, listen to me. If you work hard, you can have a beautiful wife like mine. She's here to raise everyone's morale, mostly mine. And she was sitting here with that and some type of cheese board like this.
She looks at the cheese board and the drink and over at him. And you wish for me to sunbathe and raise your morale?
I am leaving, but like mother, like daughter. Figured should set you up as well. I'm sure the Colonel set her up.
She smiles and nods. I'm sure he did. Thank you, Oz.
No problem. He'll give her a two-fingered salute. He's got his satchel. You'll watch over the Rugrats this weekend.
Oh, I'll do my best. They might get a little crazy for me, but I will do my best to watch them just for you.
He nods. And you got the green bathing suit too. Your mum used to show up in blue, green, and yellow. Then it just stopped one day, but neither here nor there. Take a seat, royalty.
Yes, sir. She takes a seat, and before she fully sits down, she just gently grabs his hand. Hey, if you ever want someone to come visit your family with you, I'm more than willing to come.
He looks at her. I appreciate that. It's been a while since I got to go home, so should be fun. He raises his eyebrows.
She nods and smiles. And hey, you know what? Tell them that your new co-pilot said hi.
I will. Yeah. At least my parents. Anyway, gotta go. But before I go, here you go. Here's Steve's YouTube. I messaged Mom so she could sit down. Enjoy. You got your read, your snacks, your drink, your set.
She does a little fist bump in the air. Honestly, I'm probably just gonna watch all of your brother's videos.
I got 10 seconds into Vehicular Stalking episode 88 and just closed the YouTube.
There's 88 episodes? Who I'm gonna be here all day.
There's more than that. Keep you busy this weekend. He jumps off he goes down the ladder. Have fun.
I will, you too.
He leaves. As down here, Yolanda is prepared. Radio to Tommy, here. Hands Ricky a radio.
Mr. Wiseau, come in.
Yes, Tommy, how are you?
Yolanda is ready, sir.
Very good. Almost time. I want you to go sit down with Carter. Keep him there. Do not let him leave. At any cost.
You're good. I will do that, sir.
Go, Ricky, go.
Yes, sir. He's gonna make his way up and just plop down next to Carter.
Before he's about to get to Carter, though, Benny, well, there goes Oz.
Yeah, there he goes. At least he gets to visit his family for the weekend. I'm sure he hasn't been able to do that in a while.
Do you think it's like that one Rainfall remake of the Rocky Balboa 5th installment where Rocky just sits at the grave of his dead wife and he has a chair at the cemetery? That's how much he misses her. Benny, stop talking. Okay. Stop. Laz could hear them. Laz could hear them because he talks very loud. Not great social skills yet.
Laz bites her bottom lip, puts her knees up to her chest before watching another video. I might ask to go with him next time he goes.
That is utterly depressing upon mounds and mounds of fucking depression. I order you to stop talking. He nods his head.
Soul nods. It is pretty depressing to think about, as she just lays her head onto Colt's chest.
So, Ricky makes his way to Carter. Go ahead.
He's gonna... You mind if I sit here, Carter? And sit down, point to the seat next to him.
He takes out one of his earbuds. Yeah, no, sure, go ahead.
Thank you. He's gonna sit down. So, how are you doing?
Today is a pretty damn good day, in my opinion.
I'd say so. You and Memory Ann seem to be getting along quite nicely.
Yeah, we seem to be getting along very nicely today, which is a gift in and of itself to not be yelled at her by her.
Yeah, it'd be nice if it was like this every day, huh?
It would. It would be very nice if it was like this every day. As he puts one of the papers onto a finished pile and starts on another one.
You could have this every day if you just told her exactly how you feel.
Carter continues to write, looks over at Ricky, and then looks over to the med bay. Was the reason why you wanted to sit there to look into the window at the girl, Delilah?
No. I actually came to talk, but, you see him you can't see through the glasses, but he's kinda looking over there now. But she is very beautiful.
Carter shakes his head. Then why don't you at least go in there and introduce yourself? You're a new headhunter. She might need to get to know you a bit.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I've tried. Alright? I actually have. I've walked up, gotten in my head, you're gonna do it. Walked up, grabbed the door handle, and then I don't know, I couldn't move. Alright? It was like a deer in the headlights. I just couldn't move and just turned around and walked away.
Carter nods. He continues to do some of the paperwork. Do you get in your head a lot when it comes to this sort of thing?
This is the first time, bro. I've never really looked at a girl like that before.
Oh, okay. He looks into the med bay, then at Ricky. Well, if you ever need to talk to someone about it, I might not be the best for advice. But, you could talk to me.
No, I appreciate that, man. Oh no. I really wanna go in there and just ask her out, but what the fuck do you say? Bash told me just to go in and talk with her, but I don't know how to do that.
You talk to her like she's a normal human being. You get to know her, and then eventually, if you two click, ask her out.
You make it sound so simple.
Carter shrugs. That's what it basically boils down to. It'll take a bit. You have to talk to her more than you probably think, but you talk to her, get to know her, see if you two click, and then if you do, and you can sense some mutual attraction, ask her out.
Okay. Alright. You wanna make a deal? I'll go in and talk to her if you tell Memory Ann how you feel.
He looks at Ricky. I think Memory Ann already knows how I feel, man.
Oh, she does. But it means a lot more to hear it, doesn't it?
That's probably true. He rubs his mouth, puts down his pen. Sure. If you go in there and talk to her, I'll talk to Memory.
Perfect. I'm not gonna do it right now, but I will do it soon, now that you've said that.
Julius comes up the elevator, sees the power loader, and then, out of the corner of his eye for a second, thinks Pequod's on the roof.
He's walking, looking at the power loader, looks forward, and then his head shoots over, and he sees Laz. And he just sort of sighs to himself sadly.
As coming up the
God
street... Dun dun dun. Coming up the street, he sees this.
He turns around and looks at Yuri in drag, basically. And he blinks a couple times. Hi there, Yuri.
Hello, handsome. Leans in, puts his hand on Julius's chest, gives Julius a daffodil flower, and winks at him. Call me Jolanda. As he walks by, Laz has seen him, her concentration broken by Bash. What the fuck? Look at this. Marianne's jaw agape. Benny. Oh, gross. Colt gags. She feels his soul pressed up against him. Feels his whole chest convulse. I don't know how Soul and Elizabeth react, though.
Soul is just very confused as Elizabeth is actually trying to hide behind Benny.
He is strutting his hips as much as he can. It looks so unnatural. And then Ricky sees him come round the corner.
Takes a deep breath. Oh my god! Is that Hazel?
Carter looks over at Ricky. What? You don't even know what Hazel looked like as he looks forward and sees Yuri standing there.
Tommy on the megaphone, a couple buildings away. Oh my god, Hazel come to town! There's a loud screech from the phone. She come? She pregnant with Carter's love child. Tommy try to stop. Lowers the megaphone. Hi, Julius.
Julius looks at Tommy. Carter's unborn child, huh?
These are very trying times, Julius. What can Tommy do for you?
I was just gonna get a club sandwich for my sister. She wanted one.
You go ahead and do that. Tommy has everything here under control. And don't you question me.
I won't question you, Tommy. I'm just gonna... He pinches the bridge of his nose. I'm just gonna get the sandwich and get the hell out of here.
Julius will go do that, noticing she's set up exactly like his wife was. And Tommy just stops and is gonna come here to watch with the megaphone as Yolanda, it's me, Hazel, stroking Carter's cheek.
Carter is shrinking away from the touch. Uncle Yuri, this is very, very weird.
He kicks a leg up in the air. Let me take a seat. Sits on Carter's lap. The chair groaning, making noises. It's giving way.
Him sitting on Carter's lap somehow knocks the air out of Carter. And you're like, oh my god, Uncle, please, just get off my lap, please. Oh my god, you're crushing my legs.
The chair collapsing, him falling onto Carter's thighs, sending all the paperwork flying.
Oh.
How could you leave me when you get me pregnant, Carter?
Carter's just looking at him, at this point actively trying to push him off. Yuri, please, this really fucking hurts.
Yes, I know. He looks over his shoulder. Memory Ann is arms crossed, cackling at Carter. Carter notices. Tommy, Ricky, help get him off of him. Do something, Ricky.
Yeah, gonna come closer and try to pick up Yuri. Yeah, we need to get Hazel off of him.
Laz has noticed this horrendous exchange. Colt laughing, Benny laughing, grabbing Elizabeth's shoulder, laughing. Tommy, Ricky, thank God Ricky is here. Thank the gods. Ricky, escort her out of town. Tommy is very sorry about this. Pregnant Hazel showing up. You know how women get when pregnant. Come, Ricky, we take her out to the proper authority.
Yeah, struggling to pick him up. I'm gonna have to limit break, sir.
Just do it. Get Hazel out of town. He's looking at Memory.
He's gonna limit break and try and lift Yuri.
You can, and you will escort him out of town, air quote. You guys going up here. Carter left on the ground. Memory Ann will just start walking over, arms crossed, cackling, looking down at Carter.
Carter lays completely down, flat on his back, looks up at Marianne and just sighs.
I didn't know you got Hazel pregnant.
Neither did I. Neither did I realize that Hazel became a Russian man with extremely hairy legs.
You like him chunky, is that it, Carter?
Oh yeah, I definitely don't like slender goddesses. And he winks up at Marianne. I like him chunky, like Yuri over there.
She's going to help Carter up. Come pick up the paperwork. This can be done later. We have all weekend. And put it away.
Carter rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, alright. As he wobbles a bit on his knees. Oh, Jesus Christ. I lost all feeling in my legs.
Sounds like you need, as she's walking this way, pats her lap, a seat.
Carter smiles as he walks over to her and sits on her lap.
You should have seen your dad's face when he came up that elevator. She starts laughing.
Oh my god, he saw that?
He saw it. Well, he looked up there. Points up to Laz. Oz set her up that way. But anyway, yeah. And then he saw the power loader. And then Tommy came around with a microphone or megaphone. And Benny's still cackling. And yes.
Soul is still laughing into Colt's chest, and Elizabeth is cackling along with Benny as Carter just shakes his head. Well, I'm just happy I managed to put on a show for all of you.
Poor baby. She starts rubbing the back of his ears again. My poor Carter.
He smiles at her while looking a bit over his shoulder, and he starts to rub both of her thighs with his hands.
Betty, that was awesome. I hope they cross-dress for me someday. Oh, this fucking guy.
Elizabeth chuckles a bit. Well, why would they cross-dress for you, Benny?
I don't know, it's just funny. The way he looked, the Colonel's face, it was awesome. We should definitely make a movie out of that.
Oh, cool. What would he even call that movie?
Yolanda Strikes Back.
Soul starts to laugh even harder. Yolanda strikes back?
Very inventive, Benny. Called Yolanda 3, The Revenge.
Oh god. Oh god, if you give my mother that idea, she will make a string of Yolanda movies, guaranteed.
Sounds like a joint Colt Benny movie pitch. What do you say, Benny? Colt looks at Benny and Benny nods. Absolutely.
Carter just laughs and shakes his head. Yeah. Did any of you manage to record that?
No, but Ricky did, for sure.
Carter sighs a bit. I'll have to ask him for the footage so we can show Mom.
Oh, Auntie Pequod will love that. It's up here. Tommy, well, that did not go great. Looking down at Ricky.
Yeah, I did it. He's gonna look over there. Actually, look over there, Mr. Wiseau.
Ah, back to caressing his body, squeezing his sides, running fingernails down sensitive places.
Didn't make her jealous, but it made her comfort him.
I don't know why. Tommy, it was to make her jealous.
Yeah, but no offense, sir. I don't have the makeup skills to get Uncle Yuri to that point.
Like putting perfume on pig, Tom. Maybe alright. Anyway, here, Ricky, take this megaphone. You never know when you could need it.
I'll tuck it away, sir.
Very soon, Tommy, going to take you to a secret workshop in town. Don't worry about it.
Of course not. Mr. Wiseau, can I ask you a question?
Yes,
Can I call you Tommy?
absolutely. Especially in front of the children.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, Ricky. And please, if you need anything, feel free to ask. Me, Yuri, going to leave for the day. Want the kids to have alone time without me bearing over them.
Of course, and if anything dumb happens, I'll let you know.
Call me straight away.
Of course I will. Thank you, Tommy.
You're welcome. Come on, Yolanda, let's get the fuck out of here. You look horrible. They disappear. Ricky will make his way back. Megaphone, he just puts it away. Marianne, oh thank God Ricky was here to apprehend Hazel.
I don't know what Carter would have done if I wasn't there to save him.
She's stroking the back of his ears faster. Yes, what would you have done, Carter?
I would have died. Yuri would have crushed my body by not getting up.
I'd say all's well that ends well.
Carter chuckles as Soul looks over at Ricky. Would you mind giving us the footage of Carter being sat on by Yuri?
Do you want just the audio or the footage? Because I got both.
Both.
He sends it to each of them.
Julius walking by with the club sandwich. Marianne, oh, those look good.
Carter looks at the club sandwiches. Do you want me to get us some?
Sure, we can stay here a little while. Julius going down the elevator. We're gonna do some driver's ed today, Carter.
Alright. I get to learn how to fly a hover car.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, Carter. He's rubbing the back of his ear.
Should we check your leg first before you go do that? Because,
I'll take care of him.
yeah, I just worried it was broken after, Hazel fell on him.
Hazel. She starts rubbing Carter's thigh.
Carter chuckles. No, my leg isn't broken, thank God. Definitely felt that way when he broke the chair and landed right on my knee, but it'll be fine. I'm good.
I can't believe he did that. I have no clue whose idea it was for him to sit on your lap.
No, I have no clue whatsoever. Let's give her time to enjoy her, I don't even know what the hell she's doing up there. Sunbathing more, I suppose. He set her up like a queen.
Soul looks up at Laz and nods. Yeah, he definitely did. She looks at Colt. I guess you guys were right about him wanting to be with her.
He asked if she was single 5 minutes into knowing her, I think. So, there's that.
Yeah, he can say whatever he wants about getting to know her. You don't do that shit unless you're really into someone.
These things are hard when you have dead siblings, though. Shut up. Just stop talking.
How would you know that, Benny?
He points to his mouth and shrugs. Memory Ann, good boy.
Yeah, probably for the best. Yeah, although, I don't think Oz is gonna actually take the jump.
She just sighs. He'd be stupid not to. Though who knows, she's hard to read.
Carter nods. She is very hard to read.
She reads too much.
Exactly. Maybe if she put down a book and talked to him a bit more, maybe he would be willing to take the leap.
Marianne will tighten her arms around Carter's waist and rest her chin on his shoulder. Maybe her brother should tell her. Help her out. When he feels appropriate.
He purses his lips, looking up at Laz. And he takes a deep breath in, lets one out. I'll do it, yeah. When I feel it's appropriate, I'll give her more chances to put down the damn book, but if she doesn't, then I'll say something to her.
He probably thinks something retarded. I know that's a mean word, but like he's not a superhero or something. Colt.
Are you sure you can't read minds?
No, but he's just a very humble individual. I've been around him a long time.
I believe the exact words were, every rainfall is married to either a superhuman or a legend, and me, him, and Benny have no shot.
I only have a shot because of my last name.
Soul looks at Colt and shakes her head. That's not true.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. You have a very cute nose, you know that?
Well, now that you've told me that, I definitely believe it.
I think it needs some kisses. Just here. He kisses her on the nose.
She smiles at him, touches her nose a bit, and starts to give him many kisses on his nose.
Flashing up to the office, Julius comes with the fucking club sandwich. Through the teleporter, I see with Gyros, Euros, Towns, and Sasha here. She got some for them, and Mama Land's here, sitting in one of the chairs, not getting shot.
When Julius walks in, they can all see his eyes are sort of wide. Sort of like he has an almost 1,000-yard stare.
Sasha with her arms crossed turns around. You okay?
He gets knocked out of a trance, looks over at her. Yeah, I'm fine. He walks over, hands Icy her sandwich, and sits down.
Thank you. She takes it, starts eating it. Well, in other news, she pats Mama Lan on the head, smiling at her. It worked. I read Mom's mind. Elizabeth called home crying. Mama Lan, yeah.
Good?
I always do.
Good. Thank you very much, Mama Lan. He bows to her slightly.
I told her Davine and Hunk was done getting a divorce. Sasha choking on the...
Carter or Julius leans forward a bit. Jesus Christ, you don't think that was like too far or anything, Mama Land?
She joined the military to make friends, Julius. I see. What?
Never mind. Never mind. You do what you think it's best, because that is the stupidest reason I've ever heard for joining. Making friends?
That's why her eyes start to glow. Sasha. Well, it's working. Shrugs.
Julius shrugs, his hair starts to rise a bit.
You're gonna take her fucking side, Ranger bitch. Calm down. She's holding a ear.
Julius actually looks at Icy, his hair falls, and he just puts a hand on her shoulder. Nicole, let's just breathe for a second.
Do you know what she's putting Mom and Dad through? Especially Dad. That's her reasoning. And I sent that little cunt Gyros. I sent them all, everybody in the squad. Sasha starts laughing. I should make hers disappear. I even made sure hers was deconstructed because the dumb bitch can't take the mask off in public. So she could eat it in private later. I am so glad Suletta cracked her across the fucking mouth.
Yeah, I'm very much more glad that she did that now. He pats her on the back. It was nice of you to send the kids Euros, though.
Yeah, I felt bad dipping out on them. I saw Memrian was crying when she saw Zanzibar.
Yeah, I saw that too. It seems like she missed him.
Well, if you don't need me, I need to be getting back to the academy. Got a lot of things to do.
All right, Mama Lan, you stay safe, okay?
Okay, Julius. She walks this way. She goes to the teleporter out of earshot, but Julius can see her hands on the teleporter. They're circles, like Stargate, only much smaller and not as elaborate. She's got her hand on the teleporter, and she's just looking at Julius. He can see her mouth moving. And don't you worry, Julius. You done be getting your ice cream very, very soon. We gonna take good care of you. She's just continuing mumbling to herself. Only Julius has noticed.
Julius is staring at Mama Lan, and he snaps towards Towns and nods over to her.
Towns looks over. I see y'all later. She goes through the teleport. They never changed.
No, they do not. He shakes his head. Yeah, I was imagining it. He looks at Icy. But, yeah, it's a stupid fucking reason, and Mom and Dad don't deserve what they're being put through, but at least we got her to call Mom and Dad, and is she coming to visit?
She plans to, yeah. I don't know. I can read her mind and find out, but I don't want to.
Well, at least she plans to visit. It's more than we can say for the other kids.
Should have had Mama Lan tell her that they were just gonna have another daughter to replace her sorry ass. Sasha, eating the... You are ruthless. I see she's our sister. It's different.
Julius nods. Yeah, true. With the kids, it's like, for me at least, it's my children. I'm extremely angry with them. Do not get me wrong. I'm furious. But it's just a thing with your kid. You give them a bit more leeway. With my sister, that's my sister. I'll call her dumbass to her face if she really wants me to.
Icy eating her sandwich. Sasha, where's Pequod today? Icy drunk at the beach house.
Julius sighs and nods. Do do either of you have any ideas for Pequod? I would anything. I would love some help.
Sounds leaning back. I mean, this is a good idea. Icy, it's all I could think to do. Sasha, maybe her kids should come home and show how grateful they are to their mom. I don't know.
Julius just scoffs. Maybe, maybe in due time, they'll wise the fuck up. But for right now, I guess the Euros. It was a good idea, Nicole. Thank you for this.
Hopefully it'll spur her. I don't know, maybe we could go somewhere. Sasha, beach house, mountaintop shed, or what, a cabin? Can't think, I don't know. I don't think the location matters. She thinks she became her parents. Not good.
Julius shakes his head. Not good at all. And I think the only ones, I should say, to show her that she didn't turn into her parents would be the kids. And yeah, we all know that situation.
I suppose she won't be making it to the Primarch's gala ball in a few weeks. I'll have to fucking go. Oh, you see, I'm not going.
Julius shakes his head. Sorry, but I got to spend time with Pequod every second I can.
Oh, it's fine. What's the worst that could happen? I'll go.
Julius nods. Thank you, Sasha, really. Yeah, besides, eat some good food, make small talk with people we don't really want to make small talk to. Then, hey, maybe Lorelai will be there. Maybe you can just sit around and talk with her.
Yeah, that's most likely what I'll do. Icy, what about taking Pequod to like shoot targets of
Julius Julius nods. Yeah, that sounds like a plan to me. He chuckles. So, how has Lorelai been doing? She hasn't come up for her lunch this month.
oh, still lusting over you as always.
He laughs to himself. Oh, of course. Well, at least I know she's doing good if she's lusting over me.
I want to take Laz to her house. She has an old library. I think Laz would get a kick out of it. I'm just afraid of Laz's reaction when they see the mural from Malcolm's Jurassic Park movie.
Julius laughs to himself. Honestly, Laz is the most level-headed out of the kids. I think she'll just be a bit surprised by it.
It's a gigantic mural, covers the entire wall.
Yeah, maybe she'll have some type of reaction to it. I honestly don't know.
They even painted the beads of sweat. It's hand painted.
Hey, only the best for Lorelai.
Sasha laughs. Well, go take these to Pequod and see if you can spur her up. I'd like to see her up here, sober.
And Julius nods. He picks up the bags of euros and nods towards Icy.
Let's go. And then not think about Elizabeth. He just levitates her food in front of her and walks off.
Julius carries the bags over to the teleporters. Have a good weekend, you two.
You too, as you guys leave out here. The rest of the kids are enjoying. Carter's paperwork is here. There's some Rice Krispie treats up here. The rest of the kids are enjoying their club sandwiches. Marianne and Carter are out here. Colt is holding a sandwich up to Soul's mouth.
She takes a bite, and she holds up a sandwich up to his mouth.
He takes a bite. This is nice. I am very sorry I waited this long to be a man.
She smiles at him. It was all worth it if I got to be with you.
He just locked eyes with her, smiling. Can't bring himself to talk.
She smiles a bit more and then gives him a kiss and takes a bite right off the part that he bit off of.
Well, here, if you want to see something, he pulls out a notebook with all the little doodles he did while he was in basic. The red hair is you, but when I ran out of red ink and or red pencil, you just have the long hair, I have the short hair.
She smiles looking at the doodles. She flips through them and points to one of them. Is that us on an overlook looking over a town?
Yeah. Yeah, kind of.
She smiles. You know, if you want, we can do all these.
Yeah.
And she smiles, closes the notebook, and she puts it into her pocket.
Oh, you're
I'm
keeping it. You're keeping
I
it, huh?
am keeping it. I'm going to cherish that forever, Colt. I'll have you know.
You can have it as long as you sit here.
She smiles, sits down right onto his lap, and gives him a kiss
And
on the jaw.
we'll just hold you like this, wraps his arms around her, and that's payment.
She nods. I definitely think this is payment enough for a beautiful notebook of drawings from a person that I very much like.
He kisses her on the back of the head. Benny, you can talk. Benny, thank God. So do you think Carter's gonna wreck her car?
How tight do those glasses stay on his head?
Pretty tight, right?
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, they're specially made, so they're pretty tight on his head. Pretty much only if he chooses to take them off, they get taken off.
Okay. He's not gonna wreck. But if she gets handsy while they're in the car, he's hitting something.
Colt, well, judging by her demeanor today, then they're probably gonna wreck.
Laz nods. I would also say they're going to wreck. Even I wrecked the first time I flew a hover car.
Odds set you up pretty cool, huh? You got cheese board, fancy cup.
She smiles and nods. He was very sweet, and he even compared my looks with my mother's, which made me feel quite good about myself.
That's pretty awesome. Do you think he cuts the cheese board and sets it at his brother's grave?
Oh,
Benny, come on, man.
I'm just asking. If we don't try to get to know him, we're not good friends. I'm going to try. When he comes back.
I'm gonna say, I ain't the best with this kind of social stuff either. But maybe wait to talk about other stuff before you start asking about his dead brother.
General Lorelei said being upfront's always best.
Most of the time, yeah, but I don't think he's gonna want to talk if you start with that. Back me up here, Colt.
Colt, he's he's too caught up in a trance with Soul. Yeah. What?
Don't open with talking about his dead brother.
No, definitely don't, because he doesn't know we all know. That's not a way to broach the subject. I don't think it. Is it his? He has two, younger or older. What did Tommy say? I don't know if he even said. I know he has two. I got to peek at his dossier.
Laz looks up. He talked about his brother in present tense, his younger brother in past.
So it's his dead baby brother.
Yeah, that fucking stings. So Definitely do not just open up with, I'm glad you're back, happy Monday. How was your visit to the grave? Okay. He's eating a sandwich.
Maybe try to talk about, I don't know, does he like video games, movies, something? Throw something out there, right?
We should get him that Guitar Hero game. If he likes music, those games mix music and gaming very well.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, we can even get him that special controller that looks a bit like a guitar.
He points down at her, snaps his finger. Well, our pay goes in tomorrow, so I'll buy one. For the game room.
I'll chip in if you want.
Oh, I got it covered. You keep making the food, getting the vegetables. I like fresh food.
Any requests?
Anything. I am not picky at all. See? He starts eating his sandwich, hands one to Elizabeth.
Thank you. She just holds the sandwich.
Just wrap it up here. He'll wrap it up for her for later.
Wish I knew how to turn stuff into flour, or I'd get the stuff to make homemade pizza from start to finish.
You could buy flour as he wraps up another sandwich for Elizabeth, puts it in her lap for her.
That I could. Now, what I do think is, and he's gonna look at Laz, he set you up nice, you should probably thank him for that. Maybe do something in return, right, guys?
Soul nods. Yeah, you definitely should. And Leslie looks at the two of Ricky and Soul. I'm giving him my Halcyon model that's hanging up in my room. She looks at Soul. You know the one, right? And Soul looks at her, eyes sort of wide. You love that model, though. And Leslie, yeah, but he doesn't have one, and he likes the model, so I'm gonna give him mine. And I'm also gonna get him a protective case so nothing would happen to the model if it got knocked down or anything.
I'm gonna pretend I know what that is, but it sounds nice.
Benny, looking at these two, just picks Elizabeth up, sets her on his lap. There you go. That's better. You're off the ground. Your butt won't get dirty.
Elizabeth is very surprised by it. A surprised face pops up on her mask. She turns around and a big smile emoticon pops up on her mask, and then she lays her head on his chest.
I know Oz likes these things. He gave me like 4.
I can't blame him, those things are good.
Eat it. Yeah. He
Thank-
won't be needing it. He's going to see his dead brother. You know what? He stares over. Are you a Chirac? Is your last name Benjamin Chirac? No. When something bothers me, I just can't help but talk about it, okay? Fine.
I'm still eating the thing. He's gonna unwrap it and start eating it.
Maybe Elizabeth and I talk to him together. Benny nods his head.
Elizabeth nods. I'll definitely talk to him. I sort of agree with Colt, though. I don't know if talking to him about his dead brother right off the bat is the right call for the two of us.
Monday morning, 8 a.m. muster. How you doing? Coming into the game room. Here's your guitar. How's your dead brother? Jesus Christ. He's trying to fight back, chuckling.
Do you think he'd swing the guitar at him?
Most likely, which would not be good for morale, so let's just, you should handle it, honestly. He looks at Laz.
Laz looks at him and nods. Yeah, I was sort of planning on handling it. I was just trying to figure out the correct way to handle it, I suppose.
We'll save the A team of Benny and Elizabeth, for backup. Get the guitar, and you guys can hang out and do some stuff. And a good idea.
Yeah. I mean, going about that's better, because I don't think he's gonna listen to me.
There you go. Then that's your plan. You figure it out. Don't worry about it. Please stop bringing up his brother. It's depressing. On a very not depressing day, which is rare around here lately, given how she's been gesturing over to her the past couple weeks. Good point.
I just hope she can ride the high of today throughout the rest of the week, man.
Soul nods. Oh, I hope so too. For both her and Carter's sake.
If not, I'm gonna have to grow a pair.
You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. He starts wrapping up another sandwich for Elizabeth. Is three enough for you? Or you want four?
I, honestly, Benny, two is enough for me, but I'll take a third.
Take a third and some chips.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll take a third and some chips.
Kind of cute together. Kissing Soul on the cheek, those two.
She smiles and nods. I definitely think so.
Over here, Memory Ann, sitting up against the car. You look nervous, Carter.
Yeah, new thing, somewhat dangerous if you think about it. Just a bit nervous.
We'll be fine. Get in the driver's seat.
He nods and goes over and walks into the driver's seat.
He sits down in the passenger seat. Adjusts the chair and the mirrors.
He does so to his specified needs.
The hardest part about driving a hover car is you don't have any traction on the road, so all your senses are gone. But in reality, it's very simple, Carter. Your steering wheel controls your thrusters, the direction they go, just like your wheels, with the exception of this handle right here. This handle controls whether you want the thrusters to be horizontal or vertical. The steering wheel controls just like your wheels pivot on the normal car.
Okay. He nods. Got it so far.
And you just push this button here, it's red, and that will initiate the tires to tuck into the vehicle and the thrusters to ignite. That's how you lift off. It's a vertical takeoff. You should get bare minimum 50 feet in the air before you start giving any thrust and or moving the vehicle.
Okay, yeah. He balls up his fist and unballs it a couple times and puts his hands on the wheel.
Just push the button, lift us up into the air.
All right. He pushes the button and starts to lift them up into the air.
They get a few feet off the ground. Not bad.
She can see his hands are visibly shaking.
You're fine.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I got this. And he shrugs to himself and he tries to lift them up a bit more.
Doing fine. She's looking out the window. You look at this meter right here, and it'll tell you how far up in the air you are. Your altitude.
He's reading the meter. I was never that good at flying at all. Never had the knack for it. Had the need to learn, and his hands start to tremble instead of shake.
You have to relax if you want to succeed at this, Carter.
He starts to breathe heavily as he just shakes his head. I don't think I can do this.
Okay, then set the car back down, take a breath, and we'll try again.
He tries to set the car down gently, but accidentally just sort of lowers the car and it almost, I don't want to say smashes, but sort of hits the ground, and then he rises it up and puts the wheels out and it lands gently on the wheels.
The force of hitting the ground, she smacks her head off the dashboard. The alarm in the car starts to go off.
I like to imagine Carter also hit his head against the steering wheel. He leans back, puts his head on it, tries to find the alarm to turn it off.
We're fine, we're fine. She reaches over, tries to grab the steering wheel. Carter's hand's so sweaty, she slips and the front of the car scrapes up against the guardrail here. Oh, God.
Carter puts his hands, both of his hands, on the sides of his head and just goes, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Memory, and I am so sorry."
Just get out of the car. Relax, please.
He gets out of the car, takes a step back from it, and just continues to say, "I'm sorry."
Memory Ann's in the car, pushing buttons to turn the alarm off and all the internal alarms. Gets out of the car, starts looking at the damages. Colt. Oh, God.
Soul looks down. "Well, I guess it was too good to be true." As Carter just shakes his head. I'll pay for it. I'm so sorry. I knew I shouldn't have done this. He puts both of his hands into his face into both of his hands.
He's inspecting the damages, and it's that exact thinking. I knew I shouldn't have done this. Why you are single.
He looks up at her. "Yeah."
Settle down. She's running her head. It's scraped. The paint's scraped all across the front. Monday morning, I take it into Melbourne. There's a body shop. I give it to them. Probably takes them 2 hours. I give them a couple hundred. Oh, probably a couple thousand credits, and it's fixed. Settle down.
He puts both of his hands on the railing, looks up at the sky, and starts to take deep breaths in a sort of a rhythm that she notices.
It's not that big of a deal. She comes up right next to you. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not angry.
I know. I just. He hops off the railing, looks at her, puts his thumb over where she hit her head on the dashboard. I didn't have control over it, and I don't like it when I don't have control over things like that.
Do I have a lump on my head?
He looks at it. Does she have a lump on her head?
Just a little welt.
Oh, nothing that someone won't notice. Nobody will notice it unless they're, like, looking for a welt.
Okay. Go sit over there on the guardrail. I'll move the car off the road.
He rubs the back of his neck and nods. "Alright." And he'll move over and sit on the grass.
She moves the car off the road, comes over. I said sit on the guardrail, not the grass.
Oh, sorry. He stands up, hops over, and sits on the guardrail.
She sits next to him. The only way you have control is gesturing out to the car, which is now over there. Get back in the car and do it again after I get it fixed Monday.
He nods. "Alright, yeah, I will. I'll try. And I will succeed at getting in the car and train again."
First thing after all of our PT Monday.
He looks at her and smiles. "I will pay for the damages."
No. She comes sit leaning against the guardrail over here on this side of it.
What do you mean, no? I'm the one who damaged it. I should pay for it.
Come here, Carter Rainfall. Just like when he was a little kid.
He hops over and comes over.
Lean into me.
He does.
Settle down. Starts rubbing his stomach.
He lets in a deep breath, lets one out, and just rests his head on the curve of her neck and shoulder.
Nobody was hurt. Damages can be easily fixed. That's all that matters.
He nods, and he puts both of his arms around her waist and hugs her in very close to him.
When he was a little baby, he'd play with my hair sometimes. He speaks up. Then sometimes I'd have to kiss him on the back of the neck. Right at the baseline of the hair, actually.
Carter nods. Yes, yes, I would, as he starts to run his fingers through her hair.
Yeah, it sounds like something enjoyable.
Is this relaxing for you, Carter? She'll start back to the ears again. Settle down. No control. Having control doesn't matter. I'm in control.
He smiles at her. This makes me more relaxed than I have been in a very long time.
She'll set her chin on Carter's shoulder. Good. Monday morning, we'll get right back to it then.
He smiles and nods. I can't wait, ma'am.
She sighs. Besides, I'm too tired to be angry about it.
Well, you can always take a nap laying on me.
I need one. It's been a... The day's only half over, but it's been such a long day. A fun day, really.
Carter sighs, nods. All right then. And he picks her up, and as he does, he sits down and lays her on top of him.
Oh my. Imagine if the Colonel saw us. He'd be disgusted.
Carter laughs. If he is disgusted, then I don't really care what he thinks. He pushes her hair behind her ears. Enjoy this.
Fine. She'll interlock her fingers with Carter's finger. Colt, I think he'd be probably pretty happy.
Given what Tommy told me, he'd probably jump for joy.
Uh-huh, why so, Junior? Lifting Carter's hand into the air.
Hey, I just am being nice to the right guy, I guess. And, I mean, he's a great dude. He's good to us, so why not be good to him?
He is. She kisses Carter's hand, rainfall in hands. He is, yes.
Carter looks at the hand that she just kissed, and then brings her hand that's interlocked with his up to his mouth and kisses it.
Give me the other one, baby boy. Yes, Carter's other hand. Instant blush.
Carter chuckles, gives her his other hand, gets the kiss. Correct. That will always make me instantly blush.
Does the exact same thing.
And she also blushes when he does it.
Huh. Kisses Elizabeth's gloved, armored hand. There you go.
She looks at the gloved, armored hand and takes the glove off and gives him her hand again.
This will make you feel better after that awesome track lady got you good. Kiss her hand.
She sighs a bit and just sort of stares at her hand. Yeah, it definitely does.
Always go for the hands. Every hand. Sometimes, actually, if you really want to get them, kiss the palm of their hands. Like so. Kissing Carter. Colt. Yep. Duly noted, Lieutenant. Kiss his soul.
Soul looks at the palm of her hand and then just gives Colt a big kiss.
Benny, do you want one?
She puts her hand out
He'll do it. Kiss her.
and she continues to stare at her hand. If she didn't have the mask on, they would see her face is completely blushing with a look of amazement staring at her hand.
These are pretty cool. It's nice that you actually teach us things instead of yell at us. Marianne just Sigh.
Sorry if you're feeling out, Laz, but I am not kissing your hand.
Laz looks up. I wouldn't want you to kiss my hand.
No offense, I'd rather not. I don't feel comfortable with that.
Good, good. I wouldn't feel comfortable with you kissing my hand either.
Shame Oz isn't here to learn. Too bad he don't say it. He just stops talking.
You are right, though. I think he'd probably like to learn, and I think, wouldn't be the worst thing, right?
Is there a world where he is somehow like the fourth cousin once removed of the Trax? Whispering in Soul's ear.
Soul nods. There has to be some type of Walrun blood in that man.
He starts chuckling as cutting to the final map. They've shifted around positions in here. Everybody else has made their way here. Tal, Banksy, the Euros. Icy, seeing the picture of Elizabeth, turns it on the wall. So it's facing the wall. Banksy, what is that about? He just stares at Icy, and Icy, you don't need to know. She's a twat. It storms into the room. What is wrong with her?
He just shakes his head. We recently learned Elizabeth's reasons for joining the military.
Yeah, to follow in her father's footsteps. Right!
Julius sort of laughs loudly. No. He looks at the two of them. It's to make friends.
Banksy was right here, turning the picture back over. Oh. Make friends, you say? Join the squad with Ash's son.
Julius nods. All to make friends.
Tal will take the picture off the wall and throw it out the back door. Done! That should keep Nicole happy. Banksy watches it go.
Julius just sort of chuckles to himself. That should definitely keep Nicole happy.
Make friends. I ought to beat the shit. If she wasn't a... Scott is on to something. All I'm going to say. He storms into the kitchen. I'm going to make dessert. Creme brulee. And Elizabeth gets none. Ever.
Julius just gives Tal a thumbs up. Sounds good, Tal. He turns to Banksy and shakes his head. Well, at least our youngest kids are doing good.
Yeah. Looking out the door. I'm going to go get that picture. It make friends. He's like confounded by what he just heard.
Julius just sighs and walks into the room with Pequod in it.
Here you go. She's lying on the bed. Julius has the Euros. Hunk and Davey and Siletta greet Julius as they come in. She's out like a light.
He nods. Nothing has been able to wake her up.
No, we ate. We have some grape leaves and stuff if you want them in the kitchen. But, nothing's been able to get her up, so.
Alright. Well, let me try my hand at it, I guess. He stands up, leans over the bed, and just cups her cheek with his hand and rubs his thumb against it.
She starts moving. Just groaning. Hunk, that's the most we get out of her.
He nods. Alright. He sits back down. Not even the smell of Euros will wake her up.
Put it to her nose.
He puts one of the Euros up to her nose.
Oh, I thought that would work. Her eyes open. Damn it did! Eyes open.
Julius chuckles. You are the smarter of the two of us.
It's just a dumb guess, really. Pequod, Watertown, Euros. Winks at Julia.
Julius winks at her and hands her one of the euros. Watertown euros, baby.
Squinting, one eye closed, looking around the room. What is everybody doing watching me sleep?
Davine looks at Pequod. We're all a bit worried about you, darling.
Yeah, I'm worried about myself some days. Me and Zanzibar had some drinks this morning. I see.
Davine nods and puts her hand on Pequod's hand. I don't know if this is my place to say it, darling.
Wait. You see her start to grab around her coat. My picture, and it's that same picture from last week. You best remember what was on it. Davine had it. She was inspecting it. My picture, my fucking picture. She's starting to get really angry. Hunk's head is recoiled. Davine's on his lap.
Davine hands her the picture with everyone except for her in the rainfalls on it. It's right here, darling. It's right here.
Thank God. She stares down at it and puts it away. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
She puts her hand back onto Pequod's. I don't know if this is my place to say, darling. But you were a wonderful mother, okay? One of the best mothers that I've ever seen. You loved your kids. You loved them to death. And sometimes, yes, we were all busy. I was sometimes too busy to give attention to JJ or Elizabeth. Hunk was too, Julius, all of us were. But the time that you did have with them was magical, okay, darling?
Oh, she reaches in. Davine's on Hunk's lap. She just gives them both one hug. That's more like.
She gives Pequod a kiss on the cheek. We all love you very much, darling, and it hurts us to see you like this. Really, it does.
Maybe I'll slow up a little bit on the alcohol consumption. She takes the euro from Julia.
Julius nods. Yeah, honey. Please. He actually starts to tear up. Please do. I don't like seeing you like that. He shakes his head. Please try to eat something and try to keep it down. We're sorry, the euros aren't very light, so it's not gonna help out that much.
Relax. She takes Julius's hand and kisses.
I'm sorry. He wipes his eyes. I'm sorry, it's been a stressful couple of weeks, I'm sorry.
Well, why don't you just come here on the bed and feed me?
He smiles, sits on the bed next to her and starts to feed her the euro.
She sighs. Why is Banksy walking around outside with a wet picture of Elizabeth? He's coming back. Tal got it all the way in the ocean.
Julius looks at the picture. Let's just say Tal has a good arm.
Ah. She nods her head up and down, eating a little bit of the sandwich, picking it apart with her fingers. You don't say.
He nods. Yeah, looks like he made it out to the ocean or some type of mud pile or something like that.
She shakes her head.
Julius feels the top of her head. Do you want some water?
I think I have some. Hunk, right here. They had a picture of it waiting for her. I guess I'm gonna need it.
He nods. Yeah, you need to get some fluids in you, some solids. And he kisses her on the top of her head. I love you a lot.
I love you too. Oh, yeah. Always afraid of this happening. When your worst fears come to light, it's, yeah.
Julius nods. It's terrifying. He closes his eyes and opens them. How we act in these months is how you know what you always say. We always take the high road, right?
Absolutely.
What's the difference when it comes to our kids? We need to take the high road when it comes to them. And do you think drinking yourself to unconsciousness like this is taking the high road?
No. She groans, rubbing Julius's forehead. Hunk. Well said. Yeah.
He nods and continues to rub her cheek with his thumb. Okay. Promise to cut back a lot, not just a little.
Yeah.
Okay. And he holds her hand. And I'll be with you every step of the way. It can be difficult to break this kind of habit, but I will break this kind of habit with you, no matter what, honey, okay?
She gives Julius a kiss. Hunk. Oh. Voice. Davian can hear him mumbling to himself. Yeah, it can be difficult to break this type of habit, but you don't have a choice. You see her shoulders go.
Julius leans back suddenly.
Icy's head recoil. You don't have a choice. There's no saying it. That's it. Father to daughter. Yes, sir. He's just staring at Julius.
Julius looks at Pequod. Yeah, what he said. You don't got a choice in the matter.
Fine. She's looking over her shoulder. Did it work?
Davina hugs around Hunk's chest and gives him a kiss on the cheek. It worked, darling.
Look at that. He's putting that picture of her. She's so gorgeous. As the picture gets lit on fire, Banksy steps back and it just disappears into a cloud of ash and smoke. What?
Julius looks at Icy.
What have I missed?
Oh god, okay. Elizabeth's reasons for joining the military was to make friends.
Blankest expression you've ever seen on her face.
Yep, go ahead and process that information. I'll wait.
Yeah. She puts a piece of Euro meat in her mouth. Processing. Little bottlenecked right now, but yeah.
Yep. Stupidest thing I've ever heard, right?
I guess.
He looks at her, smiles. We don't gotta worry about that right now, okay?
Really, it's Memory Ann's fault. She was the first to leave, the others followed. With confidence.
Davine looks over at Suletta. I would have to agree slightly with that.
It is her fault.
I don't think it is entirely her fault, though. The others could have just chosen not to leave and follow her.
Well, it's my fault for making them join.
Julius shakes his head. It's no one's fault but the kids. He shrugs. It's none of our faults. we were good parents. I could tell you about some shit parents. I could have been beating them and drinking myself silly like my father did to me. He looks around. We were the fucking greatest to those kids. It is no one's fault but their own. Not yours? He points at Pequod. Not yours. He points to Hunk and Davine. Yours. He points to Soletta and then to Icy. Or yours.
Hunk, Dad
is-
voice Julius. I like it.
He sighs, crosses his arms. Had to come out eventually.
I like it, son. Keep up the good work.
He shrugs. Well, it's true. It was their choice in the end, Pequod. It was their choice to join. We wanted them to join, but it was their choice. And that's the end of it.
She shakes her head. Siletta, continue your thought about it all being Memory Anne's fault. Davine, please, sister. Looking at Davine.
Davine chuckles. I do believe it is all Memory Anne's fault, yes. But as Julia said, all those kids did have a choice in the end. I believe each of them have a fault in their own. But Memory Anne's is the largest for being the first. But that is just my opinion.
I see. Just teleporting some more euros in for them to eat. Siletta, she was always in charge of them when they were younger. They would follow her around, follow her lead. Of course. Makes perfect, thank you. Starts eating it. Sense.
Davy nods, especially that of Carter. He was always quite attached to Memory Anne.
Yes, are they, how's it going down there? Oh, Tommy has everything under control. She starts laughing.
Julius just shakes his head. I think Tommy's getting pretty desperate.
What gives you that idea, Julius? Icy speaks up.
He looks at, Icy. Well, Nicole. He gestures to the daffodil. Jolanda Wiseau gave this to me.
Yolanda Wiseau! Pequod, is this Tommy's fabled brother that I vaguely remember somebody telling me about when I was drunk?
Julius nods. Yep. Good old Yuri Wiseau, dressed up, makeup in a dress, with a wig that looked like Memory Anne's hair.
What?
Yeah. And Tommy Wiseau screaming into a microphone about it being pregnant Hazel.
Wait a minute. Stop. This guy is like the greatest business mogul to ever exist. And this is his plan? Icy just starts laughing.
Like I said, Dad, I think they're getting pretty damn desperate down there.
Jesus H.
Julius just starts to laugh and shakes his head. I just go up there to get my sister a club sandwich and I see that. He shakes his head. That is my town coming to.
And he's got the megaphone or whatever it is. What did he do? I would have loved to have seen this. Did he even care you were there?
He looked at me. Tommy looked at me. Sort of shocked expression. Didn't expect me to be up there. And just told me to not worry about it. And he's gonna handle everything. And to don't question him. And you know what? I'm not gonna question Tommy. I'm sure whatever he's gonna do, it's gonna work.
Oh, she gets up, stands up wobbly, and sits on Julius's lap. Oh my god, that is ridiculous. Yolanda Wiseau. Can we see the security footage?
No.
Why not?
Well, the Wiseaus sort of spray painted over every camera in Woodbury.
Why? I wanted to see this.
Trust me, I would have loved to have shown it to you, but he told Bash and Okir to do it, and, they get orders from Tommy. They're not going to question Tommy. And he sort of told them not to question them, so he shakes his head. I honestly don't know why. I have a small theory. I don't know if it's true or not.
Shoot.
Around. They did it to hide, like, the shenanigans they're doing from me. Like the whole Yuri Wiseau thing. If I didn't come up there to see it, I wouldn't have seen it. So maybe they're just trying to hide those types of things from me, so I don't have knowledge of it.
What are they? Who are they? Dennis the Menace?
Julius chuckles. Dennis the Menace and his little brother Yuri the Menace.
I gotta meet this Yuri guy.
Oh, he's the greatest. His favorite word is good. Very good.
I see laughing. I think it's probably a twofold plan, knowing Tommy. They blacked out the cameras to cut Julius out, and to make Colt more comfortable.
Julius looks at Icy. You know what? Yeah, no, that's probably true.
I think it's both.
Yeah, to make Colt more comfortable. He nods to himself. I saw Soul sitting in his lap today when I was up there, watching Yolanda Wiseau walk away from me, so he shrugs. That's good.
No shit. Pequod smile.
Yeah, right? I got pretty happy. I still feel like I should have a talk with him, say that it's okay if you date my daughter, you're a good man, everything like that, but I'm happy. He finally at least told her something like that.
About time.
That's for damn sure. The kid's been drawing doodles of the two of them together since he was like 14.
And once Julius talks to him, he'll feel better, and then he's gotta face his mother, which she's gonna be happy, and then really mad when she finds out he spent all that money on a dolphin.
Julius inhales sharply.
He bought a dolphin for our daughter?
Wow, that is a very good gift. And Davian leans forward. He bought a dolphin for Soul.
Chinese white dolphin, last one in existence. He's indebted to Tommy. She shrugs. It's kept on Gateway. I've actually seen it. But they don't know I've seen it, but yeah.
Julius looks at Icy. Well, damn, now I want to see it.
I'll take you Monday.
Yeah, I want to meet this mysterious dolphin. The last one in existence, too? Jesus Christ.
Help him along. Help him along, Julius. She's patting your cheek.
I will try my best. He chuckles. I will have a talk with him, answer any questions he has. I will do my best with that boy. Because he bought a dolphin for my daughter, and you know what? That makes him a good man in my book.
Hunk lets out a sharp whistle. Damn. Rubbing Davine's thigh. I'd say that's a keeper, dear.
Davy nods. I would definitely say so. Almost as good as my mark. And she gives him a kiss on the cheek.
Mark, indeed. Kissing her on the cheek. In other news, Elizabeth called. She's gonna stop home eventually here in a couple weekends, and so everybody can see her. We should make sure we're there.
Yeah, I can clear my schedule for that. He nods.
Sasha will understand.
I'm sure she will. I'm sure she will. He smiles at Icy.
Joining the military to make friends. It's a dumb reason. But the way I see it is the anger comes from we all know what's gonna happen. You're gonna learn. I just hope her friends don't get hurt. Whether there are our kids or whoever else. That stuff's the hardest. We all know that's the hardest shit to bounce back from. So
Davine sighs and nods, and Julius nods. Yeah, just... He rubs his face. Her world might be crushed if that kind of thing happens. So let's hope nothing like that happens, but we all know it's gonna happen.
oh, I want to see her. She grew up so goddamn fast.
Yeah, she did. He puts his hand out, but she's still just about yay tall, even shorter than you were. And he looks at Icy.
Yeah, that little runt. Under her breath. Oh, geez, sibling rivalry.
Julius chuckles a bit. Yeah, maybe. Do you get a sibling rivalry with her, Nicole?
No, I'm just angry at her decision. And how it's impacted my mother and father, who I never thought I'd have! The whole room shake. Because, oh, relax.
Julius starts to laugh harder, and Davine tilts her head and smiles at Icy. We love you too, Wistrom.
She'll be okay. This boy she likes apparently really likes our movies and stuff like that, so...
Davine sits up. She likes a boy.
Uh-oh. Peacock. Hung. Oh, damn. Yeah, he's like handpicked by Tommy and Lorelai. I heard Lorelai over talking with Tommy about him. He needs friends. He squints for a second.
Julius nods. He's not very good in social situations. If something's bothering him, he just says it out loud. That kind of thing.
I was a lot like that. Long time ago.
Julius looks over at Hunk and then at Icy. Oh my god, she likes a hunk.
Banksy was like that with me, not openly. Not like he is now. But he's kind of over that.
Davine rubs her face. Oh, well, I suppose the Rainfall women have a certain type they go for. And she smiles at Hunk and gives him a kiss on the cheek.
Well, maybe he's got a good middle name that she can call him by. Just like old Mark here.
Hey, maybe. Maybe she'll have a mark of her own. She scratches his cheek.
He kisses her on the lips. Well, she comes home. She'll come home one weekend, and then maybe we can get her to bring this boy. And we can... Would he, like, nerdgasm over, like, this type of stuff? Yes.
Very much so. One of his favorite games is the Halo remake that you made with good old Lugnut over there.
Okay. Pequod nodding her head, stroking your chin. Yeah, I say we help our daughter along a little bit. Get him come to the... Let's let him nerdgasm and show him around.
Davy nods. And then he'll come the next week and the week after that, and they'll be coming together.
Oh, we could show him the Oscar Hall. All your Oscars. What's his favorite movie?
Air Force One.
Oh, Christ.
Davine starts to laugh. Well, luckily we got an Oscar for that one, so we'll be able to show him that.
Tommy was devastated he didn't win for best villain.
Oh, poor Tommy. Well, hey, it's always just an honor to be nominated.
Damn straight. He's gonna plant a nice big kiss on Davine as Pequod is just playing with Julius's chin, kisses it, and we cut there.